Okay, so we have a karaoke dare in the future.
All right. No, see, don't not know.
Ready. All right, everybody. Good morning. Look at all these ready people. So excited to be here, Nikki. Okay, so we were instructed we need to introduce ourselves. So I'm going to start with Eric Sorensen. Our quarterback is what I've nicknamed him. He's co-hosting with us a lot of this event, and you're going to get a lot of great value from him. He's won not only the 2 Comma Club with ClickFunnels. Anybody know about the 2 Comma Club? Put 2 commas. I don't know how to put that in the chat. Just put fire, put something. I know. But you've won the 10 million in a year award. And not only that, you were already for over several years dedicating a portion of your business funds to this topic of ending child sex trafficking and human trafficking. So, Eric, it's an honor and privilege to have you here, and you get to introduce our next person, or I can, introduce Livia and Aaron.
Wonderful. It's so great to be with all you guys today. And you guys yesterday brought the fire. You were here all day. Like, I want to congratulate you guys, seriously. And how about we just celebrate for just 2 seconds everybody that was on yesterday? Yes. Livia, Adora, let's give them a big wave. Like, you guys were seriously amazing yesterday. And some of you, you played full out. Your comments were fire. And I can tell you, with the speakers and the contributors, when they see your comments, I mean, it really lights all of us up. So just keep that up today, because it was like seriously so amazing. So thank you, thank you, thank you. Yes, and of course, we have Livia and Aaron, who you heard from yesterday. So excited to have them here. They've done some like incredible things in their lives. They're dedicated to eliminating human trafficking, but they also are incredible entrepreneurs and business people. So welcome again, Livia and Aaron Kane. So excited for you guys to be here for day 2.
Olivia, you just introduce me now. You know what? We're just gonna go.
Oh yeah, that's how we do it. Okay. Yeah. All right.
Yeah. No.
Okay. So yeah. So this is our project vision 20 years ago. Full circle for us to have all the resources and abilities and skills and friends to be able to do this now. So we're very excited to be launching this together, and we couldn't do it without you. Adora Evans, that you probably already know, but let's please mention her, our Chief Experience Officer. Guys, she's an angel, okay? She's just incredible, okay? And, she's the reason why we're here today in this amazing...
Okay, let's switch it. So thank you. Thank you.
But, Adora.
All right, here, okay. So we have a boss in the background, Ava, who suggested that we all introduce ourselves. And thank you, Ava, for that. But now let's turn it to you all. Where are you watching from? South Africa. Wow. Where else? I see Tukama Club from Leeson Baron. All right, New York. Where else are you watching from? And thank you, Livia. I know I cut you off. I just get like, we got to turn to the people. And thank you. You're an angel as well, putting this together. UK, San Diego, Florida, Malaysia, California, New York, Barbados, Paris, France. We have Paris and France back to back right there. Look at that. Ireland, Colorado. I can't say that word. Eric, say it. Massa.
Right.
Massachusetts.
Okay.
Oh, Massachusetts.
Texas.
Got it.
Cape Cod, Texas, Los
St. Louis.
Angeles.
Yes.
New York.
So gorgeous. So like Eric said, and Eric, I'm going to pass it to you for a minute. We're going to continue welcoming you in. Switzerland. I want you to go ahead. We have an incredible speaker, an incredible day going for you. But what I want you to do is to go onto your Facebook page. If you're watching on Facebook, I know we have a lot of YouTube, and share this stream onto your page so that you can lead in the generosity of allowing other entrepreneurs, waymakers, thought leaders, incredible heart-centered people to elevate and rise with us, while we're also raising awareness and shifting the narrative around how we solve this problem of child sex trafficking. So when you shared, let us know that you shared. Another thing is, I know we told you we were going to be looking at comments, both in the Facebook group and here, and we're going to be giving swag away. So we're still doing that. We've just been a little busy, but we are definitely going to be going through the comments and giving away. What are we giving away, Livia? What kind of swag?
Yes, we can. We'll be giving, the Napoleon Hill Institute collaboration with Project Uprise, which we're making it the official T-shirt for the event. So there's 2 color options, so you'll get an email so you can choose.
Yay! All right. So Eric, anything you want to say before we bring up our first speaker today?
Yeah, just one thing I want to ask, and I actually learned this from Jim Quick. It's funny. We always talk about how children learn at such a high rate, much higher rate than us. And one of the things that Jim Quick teaches is the fact that they don't necessarily learn at a higher rate than us. The reason why they learn at such a high rate is 2 reasons. Number one, you ever seen a child learn? They're like excited about everything. My 4-year-old, I mean, he sees an ant crawl across the concrete, and he's like, you would think it was like New Year's Eve, he's having a party about this ant. And the other reason why that happens, why we actually don't necessarily retain something as much, is because we have already beliefs and thoughts and values that have been established in our minds for a very long time. And his advice was this, and I'll give it to you as well, and it's so powerful. When you come to an event like this, for just one day, forget everything you know about what's going to be talked about today so that you can be like a sponge. Because today, yesterday we talked a lot about the cause and a lot about human trafficking and the why we are here. Today, there's going to be a lot of how you can rise up to the level of impact, income, and influence that you want. And there's going to be some things that you learned. And if we're challenging your beliefs, that is a really good thing. So be a sponge today. Forget everything you know about the subject for just one day and just soak everything in just like you were a child. And I can tell you right now, you will retain much more of this information. Last thing is when you play full out too, when you're engaged, when you're energetic, if you need to stand up and shake it out from time to time, do it, because I can tell you your level of engagement really is equal to your level of buy-in and ultimately the level of the results that you'll get after this event too. So let's dive right in, Adora. Super excited for our very first speaker, who I know personally as well, and I know you're going to introduce her, but I've been dying because I've never actually heard her speak before.
Oh, so awesome! Yes, so Cleona O'Hara, which the regal name matches her. When you meet her, you're like, of course that name was given to her. She is someone that I first met working with Bob Proctor. And so she was the VP with Bob Proctor and I was working on a project with Dennis Waitley. And so that was the first time our hearts connected. Then later we were connected through Dawn Green and an event we did at the Napoleon Hill with that Napoleon Hill tour. And every time we talked, we would say, there's something here between us. And I don't know what it's for, but it is like magical and it's going to reveal itself. I mean, you know, you have those moments, right? Where you meet someone, you're like, this is my tribe. And so, she also came to St. Lucia when we did a mastermind, and we filmed with Dining Divas, and that'll air this month. And her spirit and her energy is just so powerful. So I told you that she's the former VP with Bob Proctor. Now she owns Napoleon Hill Institute and works very directly with the foundation. She has Napoleon Hill coaching sanctioned by the Napoleon Hill Foundation, and has really come on board. I mean, from the moment I started talking with her about this project, every time we cried together, and she would share another reason why this was important, and that every single coach will be required to contribute in some way to what we're doing to graduate, and many other collaborations that we have coming. But I will let her and this interview reveal the how and the why. And so if you love Bob Proctor, put Bob Proctor in the comments. If you love Napoleon Hill, put Napoleon Hill in the comments. If you're ready for a woman to represent these high-level principles, those guys are awesome. I love them both, and they've been very impactful. But we're about to shift the narrative with the female version. I'm not going to say of Napoleon Hill, even though she says that. I think Cleona is a whole other force that is very unique, and that the world will know for a really long time now and beyond this lifetime. So please bring up our next guest, Cleona O'Hara.
Oh, thank you so much. Wow, Adora. Thank you so much, everyone, for inviting me, for including me, and such a beautiful welcome message. Thank you. It's just an honor to be here. You know, and just like you said, Adora, when I met you, my heart knew there's something more for us to do. Yes, we study Napoleon Hill's material. We're probably obsessed with it in a good way. But there was something about you as well. And I knew there's something else for us to do together. And finally, when you introduced me to Livia and Project Uprise, I'm like, okay, here it is. It's time. It's time for me to step into that calling that I've had for many, many years. And I've been coaching people for, you know, many, many years, but there was still a calling inside of me, and especially for this mission. And you'll know more as I tell my story why.
Yeah. So another, just going right there because it's right here. So some of you will hear the accolades, and whenever you get the opportunity to hear Cleona speak into your life and the level of people that have been impacted by her, that have never heard this story that is about to be shared, and the level of success that she represents, and the true vibration and frequency of all these principles magnified by almost any standard. Anybody's standard would go, oh my goodness, this woman is beautiful, successful, powerful, knows the principles. And then as I was sharing Project Uprise, and I said, Cleona, you know, I was praying. I had a really unique week. I was praying what my holy rage was for, what my fire was for. And then in comes Livia, who is the archetype of warrior, you know, with an invitation. And I was still in awe and barely told anyone what was coming. And I shared with you, and your eyes watered up like Eric's. And then what did you share with me?
So just a little background, you know, I'm a woman from Northern Ireland originally, and I moved to the United States when I was around 18, 19, somewhere in the middle. And I had that dream and vision of, getting the American dream, going after it, being raised in a war-torn country in Northern Ireland. There was a lot of troubles then in my life, and poverty, growing up with no money. I used to look forward to getting clothes from my neighbors, so I grew up without my parents. My mother, my father left, and my mother actually left to come to America to pursue the American dream, to help our family. My father wasn't in my life. He disappeared. So I was raised by my grandparents, who were amazing. They did the best they could, especially my grandmother. She was a lady. She was a lady. And she didn't have money, but she did the best she could. She would clean toilets for a living, and we would share the money. She would come in every week and share the money with us, and we would get excited because that would be our pocket money. Just to give you an idea of how it was growing up. And then I made a decision that one day I'm going to come to America, I'm going to have money. I'm going to have a different life. And I did. I came at the age of around 18. And forgive me if I get emotional today, because this is the first time I'm actually going to, present some of the rest of the story that I've never told for this cause specifically. And that's the only reason why today's the right day. When I came to America, I was 19 years of age. And then I ended up in so it wasn't a walk in the park. I didn't get to where I am today. It wasn't smooth sailing. Unfortunately, an abuser, a predator man, approached me when I was around 18, 19, and I ended up in a very abusive environment for many years, probably on and off for 7 years. And it wasn't just, this abusive man, a relationship. It was him and his family. And unfortunately, I couldn't leave. I actually was held against my will. And it wasn't until the age of 25 did I escape. And that was the story of when I finally got the courage to escape. Now, just so all of you understand, and our friend shared today, I was programmed and conditioned by this man and these people. I was brainwashed, essentially. All of my identity was taken from me. So I had no self-image, no self-worth, no self-confidence anymore. And that's how abuse works. They chip away at your identity until you believe you're worthless, and you end up psychologically staying in that environment. Even though there were times there was times I tried to escape through a window. There were times I tried to escape, at a gas station. It was too scary. I was programmed. I was brainwashed for several years. And when I finally escaped, that's when my main abuser, he was drinking. He was on, alcohol. He was intoxicated. And I prayed, and I just got on my knees and I prayed, and I said, God, help me. And I know that night was a miracle, because he fell asleep. He just passed out. He was unconscious. And I know, God interceded. That was the night I finally ran away. I was only 24, 25 years old, no money in my pocket, and I had no shoes on. And I ran. And I escaped. And I'll never forget the woman. There was a security guard in the building. And I ran down the, thank you guys. Thank you for all the hearts. Keep sending them. Come on, keep sending them. So I can get this story out. So I escaped. I ran down the exit stairs. There was a beautiful African-American woman. She was a security guard, and I hope one day I meet her again. And she was standing downstairs, and I said, hide me, just hide me. And I had no shoes. And she hid me in the, it was like a lobby area. You ever see those podiums? And she had me in the podium where she stood. And sure enough, the abuser came looking for me. He was screaming, "Have you seen her?" And then his family came, and they're all looking for me. She hid me in that podium until they went out into the street searching. And that's when I said, "Look, just please help me. I don't have any money. Just help me. Take me to the airport. This is my mother's number. Call her." She took me to the airport. She gave me a pair of flip-flops. I put those on. I had no bag, no nothing, no ID. And somehow between her calling my mom, they found a way to get me home. And that was it. And after that, I said, I was broken for a while. I didn't understand what had happened to me. I didn't understand that I was programmed. I didn't understand that I was brainwashed and I was abused. And that led me onto the journey of healing. I did some therapy, but then it led me on the journey of personal development. Personal development changed my life. Napoleon Hill's teachings changed my life. And I found The Secret movie. Some of you know my story about The Secret, how I found it in a bathroom. When I prayed to God, I said, "God, show me the way." Because even though I had left physically, I wasn't healed. My mind, my heart, I wasn't healed. I was broken. I was lost. And thank God I found that movie, The Secret, which led me, to Bob Proctor, who taught all of Napoleon's principles, who then I ended up working with. So that's my story. And that's why, this is so important to me, this movement, and to help women and men, anybody that's been hurt, there's a better way. And I know now how to help people. I know how to help people through this material because there's a better way. And so that's kind of what led me to this journey. Yeah.
I just want to take a moment. I know, Livia, you're about to go. I'll let you go, but I want everybody to just take a moment and just take a nice deep breath in. And those of you at home, put your hand on your own heart and just hold the space of love. Because what Cleona just opened for us was very intimate. And it's something, yes, God is so good. It's something that she hasn't shared before and has been gracious to share it with us now. And the purpose of that is, first of all, the survivors and those that we're still, they're still in situations that will be impacted by us and what we're all doing here. But also anybody that's walked through any tough thing that has maybe gotten out, but is still working through the processes. And there isn't a better example of someone. Everybody that knows you as an elegant, beautiful, powerful, successful woman. You have totally taken that identity and you've helped thousands of people over the years step into very high levels of peace, prosperity, freedom, and it's just beginning. So super powerful. And so thank you for that. And Livia, you had a question or a comment?
No, I just wanted to say, right, Cleon, just you're incredible. And, why it's so empowering, why, when I met you, just, filled my heart in a way, because you are the personification of anything's possible in a way that I just, you can't, find that. And we know, working with survivors, right, just you met Nicole yesterday, she spoke, and but there's just there's just millions of them, and it's just like having you, right, like having you, we said on our call, right, Cleona's army, right, because like when they look at you, and you're just so gorgeous and just is so graceful and so smart and just so like, right, it's just so incredible that the whole world can see it, right, the whole world, like not everybody like can understand a survivor, right? In the
Yes.
beginning of their journey. And that's right from the poem of Nicole. You can hear that, right? It's just such, it never ends for them, right? It never ends because the world is not ready for them and to accept them. But now your voice, right? Because you're just so powerful and so gorgeous. And so it really bridges, right, that shift in culture that we need to look at a survivor and see, all that they are and that they can be, right?
Yeah.
That's for me, it's just that biggest thing. And I just wanted to highlight that, because you're just incredible. You're like a dream, right? Literally, you're a dream. And to have you here is just, just so meaningful. I just wanted to share that. That's all I wanted to say.
Thank you so much, Livia. Thank you. Yes, it's I'm not sharing my story to say, oh, look at me, poor me, or anything like that. I've healed. I've actually forgiven. And you get to that stage in your journey when you do the work and you heal and you study every day and you understand the mind, you understand the human behavior. I've forgiven, but I'm still on a mission, and I'm now in a position, with the Napoleon Hill Institute. It's such an honor that I get to lead now and train the coaches worldwide. We're building an army. And that's the fire in my belly. That's the passion that's, alive in me. It's spirit. Nothing's going to stop me. No one and nothing will stop me. We're going to have coaches all over the world help these women and men, if there's men too. We're going to help these children because I know how to retrain the mind. I know how to retrain and reprogram so they get their confidence back. They know they're worthy, so that if anybody ever approaches them, they will run, not walk. They will run because they love themselves and they are worthy again. And I know how to do that. And so I feel like, you've heard the saying, God gives the cross to those who can carry it. I believe I was chosen to carry that cross, to come through it, learn this material, learn the mind, and then pass it on to help others. I do believe that. I do. So it's my duty. It's why I'm on earth. It's my purpose. And the more people we can help, and anybody watching this, support this project. Do what you can. Do your part. No one should be suffering. No one should be suffering like this. And it's our duty to help them.
You just said something that is interesting because this is twice. We heard a version of this from Ray Higdon yesterday, who shared his own childhood. And he said, I had an anointing for that because of what he's now been able to open up because he walked through it. And you said it in the way of I was given the cross. I was chosen because I could be the one who is the light and the way maker in this space. I'm adding those words because that's how I see you. And I know you see yourself that way too. You've been given a gift. And so as people are watching and they're walking through their own, things that may be weighing them down. And a lot of people in this audience, quite frankly, they've been through a lot of healing and they've read a lot of books. And when there's a new level, right, there are other things to let go of that are still from our past or some kind of block. So what would you say to both the survivor walking out of an identity, right, and to the person walking out of old identity that is really not their highest truth?
So I would say get into a community where you can study every day, because faith, you must walk in faith. Faith comes from understanding. Understanding comes from knowledge. Knowledge comes from study. And when you study every day, you think about all the programming, and Eric touched upon it too today. We were all programmed, whether it was in our environment, our family, our abusers, whoever. Now it's time to reprogram your subconscious mind through study. So get into a community. This is a beautiful community to be a part of. So you can study every day and everything will start to change. Everything. So go get into a community and study, and also I would say get a goal. Get a goal. Create a vision for yourself. Who do you want to be? Get very clear on who you want to be and what do you want in your life. So get a really clear goal and get into a group of study and
Awesome.
watch what happens. Yeah.
Aaron and Livia and Eric, I'll keep talking to Cleona, so I'm going to remove myself for a moment to control myself.
Cleona, I have to say, like, just absolutely amazing your story, your heart. We had a chance to spend some time with you a couple of months ago in Virginia, and within 5 minutes of meeting you, I felt your heart. It's absolutely amazing. And what you say about studying and learning, I was in a difficult situation, which we don't have to talk, which I'll probably talk about later today. And what got me out of it was the exact format that you just gave, the exact system, which is start learning, start really learning, diving into content, start reading. And of course, I read Think and Grow Rich, which was one of my very first books that started me on the journey here. And I learned the principles of Napoleon Hill, and it literally changed my life. And we are here to help others. We want to eliminate human trafficking, of course, but we also want to help everybody that's here on this live stream to rise to who they know that they can become, because they've felt that calling too. What would you say about the entrepreneurs and the coaches and the authors that are on the stream? Like, what can they do using the principles of success to be able to rise to everything that they want to become in their life and their business this year?
I would say everything starts with a decision. So make a committed decision, and it's in the book Think and Grow Rich. It's got its own chapter for a reason. Make a committed decision that you're going to do this no matter what, and set a goal that scares the life out of you. Set a goal that excites you, something you've never achieved before. And just as you set that goal, have faith. Be careful with your inner conversations, how you're talking to yourself. Speak very highly of yourself. Be careful of who you're surrounding with yourself. Whenever I hit some of my biggest goals, I've 10x'd income, I've created quantum leaps. It was because I shut off the outside world. I shut off my 5 senses and what was coming to me. I don't watch the news. I don't watch TV. I became like a horse. So become a horse, a racehorse with blinders on, laser focused, make a decision. This I am doing no matter what. And as you study every day, your faith will grow. At your inner conversation, make sure you monitor your thoughts. Make sure your thoughts are from your goal, not from the old version of you. Speak so highly of yourself. If you hear negative thoughts, say cancel, reject, replace it. So inner conversation, committed decision, become a racehorse with blinders on, and set a really powerful goal. It takes just as much effort to set a really high goal as it does a little goal. It's just in your thinking. So become laser focused, be careful of your environment, and just say, I'm doing this. Give it 6 months. Give it 6 months. Say, for 6 months, I'm going to do this different. I'm going to cut off any distractions, any vices. Just do that for 6 months and study every day and watch what happens. And get accountability too. Accountability.
That's amazing. I can just tell you not only have studied, but you've literally lived these principles. And I'll just ask one more question, because I know Olivia and Aaron want to ask a question as well. But I mean, now that I have you, it's just kind of like an opportunity to like dive into your brain. And by the way, thank you for the gold, like absolutely insane amount of gold. There's a lot of talk about action. Take massive action. And trust me, I'm a believer of action. But you know what actually is better is commitment. Because commitment drives action. Commitment keeps you going on the action you know you need to take when you're ready to give up. But my question for you is, how does somebody now have the courage that you had to run out of that building, find somebody, had no idea where you want to go. And interestingly enough, there's a parallel between that and the entrepreneur journey. Now, trust me, what you did is 10,000 times more courageous than any of us that are entrepreneurs trying to level up. But we all do need some amount of courage to dream big, to go big, to step into the darkness a little bit and try to change the world. So you being probably the biggest example here of courage, how can we have more courage to do the things that we feel that we must do and are called to do in our lives?
Courage comes from knowing your purpose. Courage comes from something bigger than just these goals or money or whatever it is you're looking for. Courage comes from a deep understanding that your soul has a purpose here on earth. So some of us come to earth and we just take, and we just want to take, right? When you understand that your soul is here to serve, because in my darkest days, I talked to God and I said, God, tell me, why are we here? And I heard, we are here to serve. Go serve. And when you understand that and you believe that, and it is the truth, and you, whoever's watching this, you're being called to serve. You have unique gifts and talents that I don't have. I'm not a UFC fighter. I'd like to be, but each person has a gift and a talent. You came to earth to serve that gift and talent and to develop it and grow and expand. And when you tap into that and you connect with your purpose, that's when you understand your why. Why am I here? Why do I have these goals? The goals are just to grow into her or him. The goals are not to get. The goals are to grow into that higher version of you that God called you to be. And when you understand that, you will have courage because you know you're not a taker, you're a giver, and you have to become her. You must become her. Otherwise, we wasted this life. So that's how I get my courage. I tap into why am I here? And each one of you can do this through study, through understanding. You will understand your purpose too and your why you're here. And then you'll pull out the courage and go after it.
Cleona, you're so brave, and you told your story today. You said you've never told it before. How, and that you found your calling, and that's why you told your story. Can you talk about how when you find your calling and your higher purpose, how it gives you the extra bravery to do things that you would have never done before you found your purpose?
It's an assignment. It's an assignment, right? When you figure out, oh, this happened to me. You know, I was a victim for a while. I used to say, oh, I'm a victim, right? And I loved wearing the victim badge for about a year or so until I did the work and started studying personal development. I was so in love with being a victim. Poor me, and nothing's working out. Look what happened to me, poor me, right? But when I had that spiritual awakening, I knew, and I heard God say, go serve. I knew that I had an assignment. And just like I said, we don't come to earth just to take and get money and get the houses and get the things. They're all nice. I love all nice things. Adora knows I love nice stuff. It's all nice. But when you realize what happened to you happened for you, that happened for me. So I could become a spiritual warrior and a lion. I call myself a lion, not even a lioness. I'm a lion. So I know that happened for me so I could lead. I could lead the way to help others through the material that changed my life. So connect to everything that's happened to any of you, that happened right up till today, has happened for you, for the development of your soul's purpose. Everything. You'll connect the dots when you look back, as Steve Jobs says. You'll connect the dots when you look back. I didn't know why that happened to me, but now I do, because I'm here with you today. You see?
It's amazing.
how-
Oh, Aaron, I
No,
know we have another interview, but we're going to go a little longer just for our gentleman and our celebrity hypnotist in the green room. Cleona is a voice in Project Uprise, a major voice for every survivor and for every thriver. And I'm going to wrap soon. So we're just going to go a little longer because we also want to reveal our merch collaboration as well. So how are you all feeling in the audience? We're seeing so much power and energy here. Awesome. Aaron, back to you.
Cleon, do you remember the moment that you realized that you were brainwashed and that you had these talents that you wanted to share with everyone? Because all the survivors that we've spoken with, they're so talented and they're so amazing, and they do have limiting beliefs and stuff like that. They are brainwashed in that, like as you said. What's kind of like your advice to them so that they can realize how talented they are, and so that they can free themselves, not just physically, but now psychologically?
So they won't realize overnight. It's going to take it takes at least 90 days of consistent study, auto-suggestion. And I can help them. They need to come to class. They need to go to study group every day. They can come to we're collaborating with Project Uprise. We're going to give you the self-confidence camp. They can start there. They need to get on as long as they have the internet, they can get on to study with us. We'll give them things to listen to in the morning and the night, and then they'll start waking up to who they really are. But it takes at least about 90 days of consistent study every day, affirmations and auto-suggestion. And I will help as many people as possible. Just give me the tools to get it in front of them, and I will give them the material. We'll tell them what to do, because they won't realize it. I was just broken, and I do believe God interceded, and I do believe that's why I found the right path. I found the movie The Secret outside a bathroom. Like, what is the chances of that, right? So I do believe there was a divine intervention of some sort from God, and that's how I found it. So let us help them. They need to be reprogrammed by studying every day, auto-suggestion every day, and being in a community. Because if they don't, the program is going to remain there, that they're not worthy and they're not good enough, and that inner conversation. But we can change that.
No, we appreciate you so much for doing that, and that was part of our conversation too. And we're just so looking forward, to starting that program, because it is incredible. And I just wanted to highlight for people that are just coming on, right? Like, this is how we work, right? It's working with people like Cleona, right? Who knows what needs to be done, and partnering to implement, to give the most effective solutions to who needs the most. So thank you so much for doing that.
Olivia, can we share our collaboration? I know we're going to have Cleona on some more, and when we have her on some more, and you all will see Cleona around a lot, because she spends most of her time coaching some of the most successful people in the world and helping them elevate. And this was for the cause, and very beautiful and transformational. And every single survivor of anything, and we have more than should be out there, will understand and resonate with what's possible through hearing this story. But I truly believe that survivors is one of our conversations, was as we get Cleona in front of all these survivors, because later when we have Matt from the Operation Underground, one of our collaborations with them, and one of the biggest, is not the rescue, it's the rehab after. So our academy, from the speakers that go out to all the entrepreneurs, that becomes free to all of them, including the 150 nonprofits that they work with right now that support survivors. And so with Cleona, we're just saying, when survivors get a vision of Cleona and they get, it's like the 4-minute mile, you know, when someone can step into that space of real authenticity, real juicy success that is congruent and the frequency that you are, it becomes the ability, like, we want to create 1 million Cleonas that are not Cleona, they're their own people, right? But that are reaching and hitting that 4-minute mile. And so I really believe that your voice in what we're doing is going to tip the statistics. When it happens, I'm not sure, but it's like, once the 4-minute mile happened, then people reach, because everybody, when we know it's possible and get even an inkling of it, our soul leaps to it. You know, we're here to evolve, and God does intercede for all of us, I believe. So Cleona, we're super grateful for you. Livia's back. She was grabbing, we see your spreadsheets and all the things.
Yes,
So we'll see if we can zoom in.
Yeah, I would not
Hey,
dare
team,
sharing
hey, team.
screens during
Okay,
this
cool.
live. So, but you know, our team's working it. So if you can scroll down all the way to the bottom of the page where there's the new release. All right, there we are. When it loads. All right, so that's
Make it bigger. Make it bigger, team.
Yes. So just it's great to be launching this today because, you know, first of all, because such a powerful collaboration, but it's for you guys to understand a little bit of what we're doing and how we're doing, right? We're collaborating with incredible, powerful people and voices like Cleona, right? With incredible brands, you know, to shift, right? To shift not only the culture, right? We are Useful Money, which is the brand that collaborates with Cleona with Project Uprise. It's our luxury brand apparel, right, guys? We are going to take the spot that Balenciaga is about to leave, right, for all the right reasons. And this is where we're heading, right? And this is just one of so many efforts, you know, to change the culture and to move the money to where it needs to go to help the kids, right? So Useful Money Cleona O'Hara collaboration is called Escape. If you caught the beginning of this live stream, you'll understand why. If you didn't, I definitely recommend you rewind and watch that story. It was just such a pleasure designing this together with Cleona and making it available because it's just so meaningful. And I just, you know, nothing could be more meaningful than this collaboration. And so it's just so amazing to be launching this today. And it's available on our website. You know, for you ladies looking, you know, for amazing products and to representing 2 amazing brands, you know, that are out there doing the right thing and fighting the good fight and saving the children. So
yeah, and these are made in Italy. And they're based on one of Cleona's favorite shoes. She sent us a picture of that shoe. And if you remember her story, when she escaped, she was in her bare feet.
Yeah.
She had no shoes on. Gives me chills. And so this is the escape. And you heard earlier that the way that she helps retrain and help people understand and raise their standards, that they will not walk, they will run from the situations that are not for their good. And so escape is such a great word for that. This is part of Useful Money. So it's a higher end shoe and it's well made. I can't wait. Those are 2 of my favorite colors. I can't wait to wear the Cleona O'Hara. I almost bought heels this weekend and I was like, no, Cleona O'Hara is coming. So yeah, so what an honor, Cleona.
Yeah, it's an honor for me to even see this. It represents so much to me, the shoe, you know, and my story leaving with no shoes on. So whoever's watching this, you know, let's support this movement. Let's support these amazing young women that need our help. Instead of buying a pair of shoes down at, in the department store, buy these gorgeous shoes, which I helped design because they're my favorite, and wear them knowing that you saved someone's life. Wear them knowing that with pride, instead of giving that money to, a big chain. Let's buy those shoes and anything else that we can to support Project Uprise. And I can't wait to get my shoes, and I'll take pictures and post them all over the internet.
I'm coming to New York so we can film. Remember, she said she's going to walk down which avenue?
Fifth Avenue. We're going to go to
Avenue.
Fifth Avenue. We're going to do a whole shoot in the shoes, and and those shoes are going to represent walking out of any situation in your life that's not good enough for you, that's not worthy of you. Those shoes will represent walking out and walking away.
Awesome. Cleona, thank you so much. I want to stay here longer, and I also want to honor our next guest. So we're going to be in communication to have you when we bring our designers back, and you all are going to see a lot more of Cleona with us in collaboration with Project Uprise. We are in for life.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I just want to note before we go, every single Napoleon Hill certified coach will be required to give X amount of hours per month to Project Uprise and to the woman and the children. They will be required. Okay. And thank you so much, everyone. It's been an honor and a privilege, and I will see you soon.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you. So before we bring up our next guest, Tim, and our next guest, Tim, Eric, and we start that interview, and we'll bring in Ava and some of the team to let them help interview as well. I want any recap thoughts from you. And I also want to let people know about our offers that we've readjusted. We want to do a mini call out to that. I know they're looking at useful money right now. So, but let's go ahead and just give them a little bit.
Awesome. Just a quick recap. I love the courage, because everything that we do in life when we really want to level up requires courage. And there's something I talk about, which is 20 seconds of courage. Sometimes we think it takes a lifetime of courage to be able to get to where we want to go and do the things we want to do. But the reality is it doesn't take a lifetime of courage. And courage, by the way, is not the absence of fear. Courage is you're scared to death, but you do it anyways. And Cleona, listening to her story, when he fell asleep, that took 20 seconds of massive courage for her to just leave and start running. And once she was out the door, she was able to find help and resources. And look at that, what she has turned that into, to her message, her mission, and her purpose. And it is incredible that she is changing lives. And that's essentially what we're here to do, is we really want to help change lives in two ways. So I'll just talk briefly. Adora and I met, and we were talking a little bit of like, how do we really help all of you have courage and rise up to who you know you can become in 2023 and improve upon what we talked about yesterday? How can we actually make the program better? Because I realized that I told you guys a story yesterday about when I spent $50,000 on a coach. Well, that wasn't the first money I had spent. I didn't go from being broke to spending $50,000 on a coach. I started small, just like Cleona. I started reading Think and Grow Rich, and then I started reading a series of other books. And I got to the point where I was reading about a book a week for a couple of years because I just fell in love with it. And there was so much pain and struggle and challenge in my life that I knew that that's what I needed to do. And I was able to get out of that slump and then rise to the level where I'm at today. So because of that, we went back and we're like, how can we help you get you what you want? Because we know that if you're able to rise to the level of impact, influence, and especially income that you want to in 2023, we know you're going to be able to partner with us and change the world as well, to have the resources necessary to eliminate this evil that is on the world today, which is human trafficking. It's horrible. It's horrendous. There's no better cause, in my opinion, than saving children, period. There's a lot of great causes out there, but I mean, you stack them all together. I don't know of anything more important than this. So just briefly, I wanted to just talk about a couple of things that we've added to the program just in the last little bit to give a ton of value to help you get to where you want to be this year in 2023. So that, Adora, do I have time to go over it really quick before our next speaker, just briefly? Want to make sure. Okay, we do. Okay, perfect. All right, so a couple of things. Yesterday, we talked about 3 programs and packages, and I want to talk about the last package and then sort of bring it forward from there. We have added a couple of things that are really powerful on the education package. We talked about the mastermind in New Mexico, where you're actually going to be able to visit the Harbor Youth, have that self-defense class with the UFC fighter, have a mastermind with us, a lot of the contributors here, one-on-one to help you really craft your year, craft where you want to go and how we can help you get there. Now, remember, I'm a business owner. You know, I've owned nine plus businesses now. My goal is to help people rise to their potential. I've coached hundreds, if not thousands, of business owners over the past few years. And I love business. It's great. It's fun for me. I absolutely love it. Then I love the fact that it can help me be involved with human trafficking as long as I have been. And that is really the why. That's what pushes me. But I knew that I needed to be able to level up. And so now you'll have the opportunity with me and a bunch of others in person in New Mexico to have one-on-one time for a couple of days there. That's April 21st and 23rd. So that's on the education package. You're also going to get a 1-year free access to premium New Calm software, which is Jim Quick's program. It's amazing. Like Jim Quick, I studied with him, and he's the brain guy. He will help you break through your limiting beliefs. And I know Cleona touched on that, and help you rise to the person you were always meant to become. And then we decided to do a couple of other things. So I have a program that I've been running for a couple of years now. And it was a way for me to help entrepreneurs to get to the level of, essentially started with the level of income that they wanted to get. And essentially it's a program called the Impact and Income Blueprint. I charged $10,000 for it still to this day, actually. I charged $10,000 for this program. Why? Because my goal is to get people from zero or wherever they're at today to $100,000 months and beyond. That is my goal, but essentially just to get to your first $100,000 month. That is my entire goal with that blueprint, which is why people pay me $10,000 for it. And the reason why is because they know that, hey, I can 10X this here shortly, just like I did when I spent money on that coaching program that I told you about yesterday. So I'm going to actually add that to the package, that $10,000 package, that program, so that you have the opportunity to take advantage of that. A lot of it is live as well, and I'm doing it just for you guys, just for this group. I'm not going to invite my other clienteles or anything else. It is literally just for Project Uprise, all of you, and that we'll start that immediately within 7 days of of launching this, so that you can immediately get to that first $100,000 a month if you're not there yet. And I think most of you are probably like dreaming of $100,000 a month, and you can get there. The path isn't nearly as hard as it is. And then Adora, like, she's with her heart, she stepped up and she's like, Eric, I've got something that I want to add to. Adora, I'll let you talk about it, but I was like just blown away with what you're going to be able to offer these guys.
Yeah, and this is
all
fun.
Brand new.
Well, and this is part of the fun of creating contribution together and being in rooms like this together. It's one of the reasons we each pay to be in the best rooms we can get into, because your generosity inspired me. Then I was like, well, if you're going to level it up and you're giving away something you charge 10 grand for, I want to give away some more too. We went, and I loved your heart too. You said, listen, in all honesty, when I first started, when 10,000 was a lot to me, I wouldn't have been able to invest in this, and wouldn't have. I would have had to invest in things that'll help me multiply my business so that I could give more. And so you said, I want to give, I see your question, Genia, and we'll answer in a second. You said, I just want to make sure that we're giving them what we said we want to give them, which is ROI on their investment. If this didn't go to any children, we want to impact their businesses, set them up to win, go from 0 to 100,000 months. And then if you'll scroll all the way down for us, because we're on the 10K, and then we'll go back. So you said we need to give them stuff that they could actually use, and then we'll help them get their dreams met. And, that's my heart, my vision too. And so, so we went, all right, the 2-day event in New Mexico that is live and in person. Thank you, Priya. And then the next one is the Impact and Income Blueprint. So we're putting that instead of the 2-day in February for a couple reasons. One is because that's a lot of in-person events. This impact and income event is his $10,000 offer that is going to help you get to from 0 to 100K months with the exact system that he did. And Eric, can you talk about, are there live in-person elements? Is it all virtual? Is it pre-recorded? That's what they're asking.
Yes, so there are a ton of resources. We go through every part, every step. Even if you don't even have the idea yet or don't exactly know what direction to go, we go through all of that. So a lot of it is live. So I've done this for a couple of years. So there's a ton of resources in our members area of pre-recorded sessions on almost every topic you can think about. However, yes, essentially it's 90 days, because my goal is if you're at 0, I want you to $100,000 in 90 days total. If you're a little bit higher, I want to get you to that $100,000 month. So it's a 90-day program. We go live every week. Yes, and we'll start off with the first live session, give you some homework, then we'll give you access to the members area, and then every single week you're going to be going live with me. And as we do these, as we do Project Uprise every couple of months, we'll be adding more and more members to that program. So yes, you'll get me one-on-one virtually, obviously, and we'll be able to go through that together. So it's huge. I think it says 5-day online. That's actually a mistake. It's actually a 90-day program. So it's going to be incredible.
Awesome. And then what I'm adding is my 10K offer. There we go. Rich with Connections Ultimate. So this is your ultimate pass. It is, I already have clients in this program. It is what many of you know or don't know that for the past 20 years, I've been paid to create very strategic alliances. Like I got to work on the movie The Secret. I got to walk red carpets and work for the designer that dressed Prince. You see the collaborations here, the collaborations we did with the Los Angeles Tribune, and just the past 20 years, that's been what people have paid me for. So it's the first time that I'm opening how I actually do that. How do I do that? Because a lot of people know how to connect, but they don't know how to connect with the very high level or strategic partnerships, the one breakthrough that could take them into another quantum reality in their business and their life. And so it's live, and you get immersion workshops, as well as you'll get times when I'm walking through what should your connection strategy be, and what should your connection game plan be. And I'll even, when it makes sense and you've nailed what I've taught you, open some of those doors for you. But at the very least, here, I'll tell you, this is what I would say. This is who I would go after. This is how I would serve. This is how you make it a win-win. Melissa's another super connector, and you'll see a lot of her later too. I love her, one of our core partners. So, that's a 10K, the 10K, what we have going there in Mexico. And then we'll bring up all the other things that you get at that 25, because you get everything that's at the 2,500 level, which is a whole, and you get a year premium access to Newcom.
Hey, and one thing I want to just reiterate really quick is none of that money goes to me. None of the money goes to Adora. We're just volunteering because we are so passionate about human trafficking. This is all just us serving you because we really want to serve you to save others. That is our entire goal. So keep in mind that this money does not go to me or anyone else. Literally, we are here to serve, period.
Yeah, we absolutely are. Now I hear Livia in my voice, in my head. So this is what I'm going to add to that, is that Livia is not about us just giving free stuff away and all of that. So what Project Uprise is about, and Livia's thing, is that she's marketing the mess out of us, because she won't let us just give like this without getting behind us. And that's really how it takes a bit to wrap your head around the model, because we're so used to, you can take down the slides, we're so used to a donation type of model. And we are doing it, you and I are doing it purely out of generosity. We're not taking any money from this. But the way Livia is, and she's fierce about it, is no, I'm going to put your name out there to everybody, Eric, Adora. And we're like, no. And she's like, yes, you will. Because when we do it that way, and when we collaborate with you all that way in your businesses, just like the way we've designed this offer to where it's going to set you up to scale your life, scale your business, live your dreams, do more. And we're giving to the children. That when we do it that way, we're unstoppable, because we move not the leftover dollars, but we move the money, and everybody rises together. It's a whole new way of doing business, and is how we're creating a culture of entrepreneurial activism. So, okay, Eric, anything else before we bring on Tim?
Just one more thing. Our goal is to, knowing this is a donation, I really want you to 2x, 3x, 5x the amount you're putting in to save children, and the amount you'll get back through your own ability to grow your business and thrive. So that's what this is all about. Yep. So we're ready to continue. You guys ready to continue? Like some amazing content, amazing speakers?
Yeah. So put the link in the chat, and then also give us some emojis telling us if you're ready to continue. We got our celebrity hypnotist coming. Let's see it. There's the links. We're not bringing them up until I see some fire or some claps or some happiness or some like, we're ready. You like entrepreneurial activism? Me too. She had to stop because I was like, give us claps, give us fire. Okay, we need some more fire. We've got some fire. What else? Let's have a few more before we bring them up. Woohoo! Okay. Keep it going. It's for you too when you engage. All right. So we get to bring up Tim Shore, which he is a celebrity hypnotist. And Eric, I'm going to give you and Ava the opportunity to interview him, but I want to set the stage. How I met him is through my one connection that has absolutely been a major, he's one of the greatest loves of my life, Dennis Waitley, who will be on later today. He called me and said, Adora, and he never asked for anything, by the way. Dennis is a servant leader all the way. And he said, Adora, there's a gentleman who's actually very, very talented. He's really good. And Dennis is only, he's very, he gives compliments, but only sincere ones, right? So he doesn't just say someone's awesome and skillful. He may say something else. They're very kind. They're very, charismatic. But he said he is very skillful. He's really, really good at what he does. And I'd like you to make a connection for him. I, of course, made several because that's how I am. But he was like, I want you to make one connection for him that could matter, because I really want to see him win. He's a great guy. And so Dennis called in his favor to his back. I'm always here to connect him. And so we have the privilege of bringing on our celebrity hypnotist, Tim Shore. Welcome him to our stage. Let's go, team. Let's go.
Hi, Adora. Hi, Eric.
Hi.
How are you today? Hello.
Great.
Hi, Ava. You guys are all on fire today. I've loved everything that I've been watching, and it's just so you are making the impact. It is happening right now, and I'm very excited and honored to be with you, and so impressed with what you're offering, what you're giving, and how you're serving already. I mean, already it's been amazing. You could have stopped yesterday, but no, you keep giving and giving, and then you added another day. So it's an extraordinary event, and I'm happy that I'm here.
Oh, so great to see you. And we're blessed to have you, and thank you for your generosity and sharing with our audience today. And I'm going to allow Ava and Eric the privilege of getting to know you with our audience.
Wonderful.
See you soon.
Okay.
Eric, should I have you have the first question?
Yes. Well, first off, if you can just introduce yourself and tell us like your superpower. I know a little bit about you, and I'm like so crazy excited to be able to talk with you. But tell us a little bit about your superpower and what has gotten you to where you are today.
Well, when I was 12 years old, I grew up in a small town in northern Indiana, and my dad worked as an electrician in a steel mill at U.S. Steel. And the phone rang, and I said hello, and there was this woman, and she was frantic on the other line, and she said, "Honey, find your mom. There's been an accident." And my dad was working on a great big electrical box at the mill. And it didn't get tagged properly. So while he was in there with his screwdriver and his buddy Bill was in there with the flashlight working on this huge electrical panel, it exploded. Someone turned it on while they were in there, and boom, it exploded, caught my dad on fire, 3rd-degree burns. We thought that he wasn't going to make it. And after months and months of going to the burn unit and going through all the trauma of those experiences, he finally did make it. He had a lot of scars on the outside, We all had scars on the inside. And I didn't know it at the time, but my mind was forming beliefs about what it thought that experience meant. And what it believed was that I'm not safe. You could get hurt at any moment. Everything you love can be taken away. And instead of playing life to win, I started playing not to lose. How do I not lose? How do I not get hurt? How do I not get love taken away? And so I started developing all these terrible coping strategies to not get hurt. And I was listening to Siona talking about these beliefs, and that's what I uncovered too. So I went through my years of psychology and got my degrees, but I wanted to find something that worked faster, because you can study personal development. And I studied all these, I took 33 psychology classes in college and graduate, and it still didn't teach me how to get rid of my insecurity, how to get rid of that fear of not being enough. And then I would watch all these other people telling their stories of how they had trauma and tragedy and how they triumphed and had success. And it just made me feel worse about myself. I'm like, what's wrong with me? How come I can't do this? I'll be brave for a little while and then I get afraid again. Or I'll feel like today I'm going to conquer the world. And then a week from now, I don't want to get out of bed because I feel like I'm not going to be able to do it, or I'm procrastinating. And it drove me crazy. I lost a lot of hair because of it. And I wanted to know, how do you get past that? Right? Because you can have the vision and you can have the desire, and still you can't get past your head trash. And you can tell yourself, I'm a good person, I'm a millionaire, I'm wonderful. And then gulp, you swallow and your stomach gets tight and you're like, yeah, that's a bunch of crap. I'm just lying to myself, because that's not what's happening and that's not what's going on. And that's not how I feel. And so it created a lot of stress. And I wanted to figure out, how do you get out of your own way? How do you shift that and go from fear to faith, or from being afraid that it's never going to work out, to actually letting go of whether it works out or not, and just finding peace and joy and happiness in each moment. And so it took years to figure that out. I got into lots of peak performance fields, including hypnotherapy and neurolinguistic programming and EMDR and EFT and every other modality that people are saying, hey, you can shift how you're feeling in a heartbeat. It doesn't even take 90 days. It can take, 10 minutes, and you can shift how somebody is, thinking about the world and showing up in it. And so I opened up a hypnosis practice in 1995. I think I had 3 clients the first year, and I got boat letters and put it on a sign and nailed it to a tree. That was my first attempt at marketing. And I started slowly building on that. And over the years now, it's been 28 years that I've been in private practice, and I facilitated well over almost 16,000 hypnosis sessions, one-on-one sessions. And then of course, hundreds of groups for corporate and all over the place. And really just had this desire to understand what is driving us at the deepest level. And I figured it out. And now I believe that you're just one belief away. It all comes back to our beliefs. And, you can, these beliefs, these negative beliefs that I'm not good enough, I'm not safe, you can't trust people, are like weeds. And most of us are just cutting the top off of the weed through personal development. We're not actually ever pulling it out at the root. And so that's what I focused on, and that's what I've developed, and that's what I do. And that's why I'm here to share how you pull it out at the root so that you can get on with your best life now.
It's funny because a lot of times in the self-help, self-development world, we teach tactics and strategies. And don't get me wrong, I love a good tool, a good tactic, a strategy. However, I found in my life that I didn't truly break through to what I feel like I needed to do and the level of success I wanted to have until I got rid of the garbage that was right here in my mind from the past. And like you mentioned, just those beliefs that are deep-seated from the time we're really young. I realized that most of the battle is the way you think, your psychology, not the tactic, not the tool, not the strategy. But once you have the right tactic and tool, then everything opens up. It's like I could teach my 4-year-old, hey, how to build a house. He'll never build a house. He has the potential to, but he's 4 years old. All the tactics and tools and strategies won't help him build a house. He doesn't have the mindset for it yet. So maybe you can give us a little bit of a preview of how you really can break through that, how you can really open up your mind. And you said you're one belief away. Talk a little bit about that.
Yeah. So I've been working with people who have gone through trauma my whole career. And I started with kids and teenagers, and then started working with people in rehab and struggling with addictions. And then as I became more successful, the word got around, and I had a lot of company presidents and VPs and high performing entrepreneurs coming to me. And a lot of times they were wanting me to help them with simple things at first, like I want to stop biting my nails. And then they would say, you know what, this was pretty amazing. Maybe you could help me stop smoking. And so then I'd help them stop smoking. And then they were like, wow, this is really incredible that you can break a 40-year habit, in a 30-minute session. What else is possible? You think you could start working with my team? And so I started training these really high performing people. And I found that no matter how successful they were, no matter how much money they made, they still, every time I would work with them, they would go back to some event that happened when they were, like you said, when they were young, right? Usually before the age of 12. Something that their father might have said to them. Like one time, this guy, he felt like he could never take it to the next level. He was successful, but in his mind, it was never enough, right? He always had to keep going. And so I took him back to this time when he was like 6 years old, and he's working with his dad, and his dad's working on this truck. And he asked for a flathead screwdriver. He says, give me a screwdriver. And the little boy, who's my client now, who's like 50, hands him a Phillips screwdriver, a wrong one. Well, he doesn't know. He's 6 years old. There's two screwdrivers. He hands us one. His dad grabs the screwdriver, looks at it, and he says, you moron, you're never going to learn anything. This is the wrong one, right? And just out of frustration, I don't know why his dad commented like that, but that stuck. It came from an authority figure, the father, to this little boy who was impressionable. It scared him that it got his dad's reaction. So he entered this emotional heightened state and then got this suggestion implanted into his mind that he's a moron and he's never going to be able to learn, enough. And so he always had to be more because he was striving to be enough, because his deepest fear was that he wasn't, because he thought that's what his father told him. And so our brain makes up these ideas even when they're not accurate. And then it puts it in our unconscious mind, and it just kind of grows and takes root. And then that is what creates all the negative thinking, all the worries and fears, is that basic belief that we're not good enough. And so my process takes them back to that moment where that belief was formed. And then it gives you the tools and the resources that you didn't have at the time. And it allows you to view it from the viewpoint of an adult who has more wisdom and more life experience than you had when you were 6 years old. And so the combination of changing those feelings, giving them the self-love, the self-acceptance, the reassurance that we all need at that moment in time, and then upgrading the belief, it shifts behavior immediately. I freed people from panic attacks that had them for their entire life in a 30-minute session just by upgrading a belief. It's whatever feels impossible is possible when you upgrade those beliefs.
How amazing would it be to be able to change a belief you've held for 40 years in 30 minutes? That is like mind blowing to me. Ava, I'll let you ask the next question, but I just have one more question, which is this. What's the result of this? Like when somebody finally does change that belief, what do you see that happens in them?
So I'll tell you what happens is all of a sudden when you go from I'm not enough to I'm more than enough, I'm not safe to I am safe. I don't have to chase the approval of others. I'm giving it to myself. I approve of me. I'm already awesome. I'm already whole. I'm already enough. That changes everything. It changes what you focus on, what information your brain pays attention to. It causes you to take actions where you normally wouldn't have. And the results of that, I mean, you name it. I have amazing results from every kind of, like my clients have, like Kathleen lost 150 pounds, after 55 years of trying everything to lose weight and nothing ever worked for her, because in her mind, she believed that she wasn't worthy of being thin. She wasn't worthy of loving herself. And so therefore, every time she tried to change or improve her health, that was an act of love, and it sabotaged, right? She sabotaged it in some way. She thought that she was just a sugar addict, but no, she had this belief underneath it all that she wasn't actually worthy of loving herself because she didn't feel like her father loved her. And so when we upgraded that belief and we infused her with self-love, in 8 months, she dropped 149 pounds or 147 pounds, something like that. It was By the time she
Wow.
was done, it was 155 pounds. She looked like a completely different world. In fact, we had to hypnotize her to stop losing weight because she was getting too thin.
Turn it off.
Right?
It's too much.
So good.
Yeah.
So
I have
good.
a friend named Joe that started out with, these limiting beliefs of not being worthy, of not being good enough. And his father, it's all about fathers today, but plenty of baggage that we get from moms as well. We're all trying to do the best we can, but we have this timeline of baggage, of wounded beliefs. I think, we're taught that we came from original sin, in certain religions that were basically broken right from the bat. And so we're trying to just figure out how to be good enough. But we have these decades of people with their wounded beliefs. Personal development really hasn't been a thing except for maybe the last 100 years. And so people just keep bringing their baggage and passing it down the timeline to their kids, and we have our own baggage, no matter how successful we are. And we accidentally give it to our kids, or they make up beliefs and we're like, what? No way. I was trying to be the perfect parent. And you still came up with these limiting beliefs or these ideas. And so we want to recognize that when that happens, we're not going to be able to prevent pain, but we can prevent needless emotional suffering by upgrading these beliefs. And so when I upgraded these beliefs with Joe, he went from believing that he wasn't good enough and that he wasn't going to turn out like his father. See, he was in sales and he didn't want to be aggressive because his father was aggressive and would beat up on his family. And he never wanted to become like his father. So that would make him very passive. He would never lean in. He would never take a stand for his client because he thought that was aggressive. And so he was getting treated like a doormat all the time because he was constantly laying down on the ground and treating himself that way. People will treat you how you treat yourself. And so we upgraded that. I started calling him the $1 million salesman, and within 3 years, that's who he was. And then I said the multi-million-dollar salesman, and we just kept building it. And I've been working with Joe for the last 10 years now. And he called me last month and he said, I was calculating it up and I have sold for my company almost $100 million in the last 10 years. And he is that multi-million-dollar salesman now. And I said, what did it? And he said, it's my beliefs. I changed my beliefs. And that changed everything. It changed how I talk to myself. It changed what I focused on. It changed how I show up every day. It changed how I treat others. It changed how I treat myself, how I raise my kids. It changed everything. Yeah. Still makes
Thank
me a little
you.
emotional.
Oh my gosh. I
Yeah.
am silently just absorbing everything and I am so giddy. I'm so giddy in here. And I just want to give me a moment to just address our audience, Um, I'm a big believer of we don't know what we don't know. And we only know what we know.
Mm.
And between what Cleona said earlier, when she said, you haven't awakened yet to who you are, and you get to awake to who you are. And now we've got Tim Shore here, who's talking about being able to come off of our limiting beliefs and our challenges. I'm like, who am I? Like, who am I really? Like, is the question, and the excitement that comes to me is the possibility we can create, right? With the tools, the people, the resources, having Eric Sorensen on our side and having Tim Shore on our side and Cleona. I'm like, I just wanted to kind of like presence to you the power that's available right now in here. And I'd love for you to share hope, share inspiration, share possibilities. Possibilities excite me. I grew up from a third world country in the Philippines, raised with a mom who, whose only expression is anger and rage and beating me up. And I had a lot of the limiting beliefs, and I still am going through many of the limiting beliefs. And the excitement that I'm feeling right now is, oh my gosh, what else is there for me? And hearing Tim and what Tim is saying, that's things that you can change, like that $1 million and multi-million-dollar change in mindset, is just so exciting and so powerful. So, Tim, tell me how we can get more of you, because I know our time is limited and there's so much to absorb, so much to learn. How can we get more of you?
So let's start with the free gift. I created a program called The Power of Your Unconscious Mind, and it shares lots of stories about how people achieved what they thought were impossible goals. And, you asked that question, Ava, of who am I? And the answer is whoever you say you are. I mean, that's the answer. It's whoever you say you are. And most people don't realize that they have that power, that they have that authority, right? And so So this Power of Your Unconscious Mind program is a wonderful introduction to how I created this One Belief Away method, how we're creating this movement of, I'm training a lot of veterans who have PTSD and teaching them how to become OBA certified practitioners so that they can wipe out the PTSD that so many of our soldiers are experiencing and their families have experienced from serving our countries. And of course, it's helped, I don't know, thousands of people to reclaim their inner freedom as well. And so you can learn how to use the power of your mind to create your life by design by just going through this program and uncovering how to find those limiting beliefs, what to do when you find them. And it's full of inspiration and it's free. If you just go to timshore.com/gift, GIFT. That's my contribution. And then, of course, I'm going to be looking for other ways that I can serve as well, because this movement that you are creating here, I've been working on and donating my money and my time to people who have gone through abuse and for, like I said, my whole career. And whenever you can collaborate with a force that is all of you and everybody that's watching as well, that's how we actually make a huge change. Right? Because we're all collaborating together instead of just individually. And that's when the real magic happens. And so, so I'm in. Let's go.
Thank you. And I just want to say, Eric, too, and Tim, that I feel so privileged for all of us, for all of you who are watching, that we got Tim in here. Because Tim is an executive mind coach who's only ideally available to the top executives. And with the request of Dennis Waitley, we've got him right now in front of us. And all of this is being made available to us, So thank you so much. I am so grateful. And Eric, I'm handing the mic back to you. I'm way too excited. I'm bouncing off the walls. Oh, share the show, please. Share the show and give us some love. Give Tim some love. Would love to hear from what your thoughts are and your takeaways are.
Yes, show Tim some love in the chat for sure. I just went to his website, by the way. Go right now. Action takers or money makers, go right now and sign up for that free gift. It won't cost you anything. It's incredible, I'm sure. I can't wait to go through it myself, because I am a big I study neuroscience all of the time and how you can actually change your mind and change your brain. And it's really, really powerful. So yes, go right now and do that. Oh, we got Donna saying thank you. Nikki says this has been so amazing. Debbie's showing the love in the chat. That's awesome. Keep showing the love. We really love that.
Thank you.
Very good. And we really
thank you, everybody. I really appreciate that. And yeah, you'll get a lot out of that. And you're going to get so much more out of this. These programs are like trying to take a sip off a fire hose. It's just, it's just so much and it's overwhelming. And then again, I study how do you overcome overwhelm. And so, if you start to feel like it's too much and I don't know where to begin, then just begin anywhere. It won't matter, because all these tools and all these resources at their essence are saying the same thing. That you're already enough, you're already amazing, we already love you. Now let's tap into your gifts and figure out what your gifts are so that we can share them with the world. And let's all help each other, have each other's back, love ourselves, love each other, and find out what's possible for everybody.
Oh, you're amazing. Thank you. And Marissa asked, what was the website again? So we'll go ahead and put that in the chat. It's timshore.com/gift. So we'll put that in the chat so you have that and make sure that you can get that. And his name is spelled a little differently than you made it sound. So make sure we'll put that in for you guys.
Thank you so much. And Adora, we'll be bringing you back in a little bit, but I just wanted to say, I am so excited. Possibilities excite me, like we only know what we know and we don't know what we don't know. And there's so much we don't know. And I love what you said, Tim, about how who you are, with the question of who am I really, waking up to who you really are. Who am I really? And just when you said you are who you say you are, well, most of us don't have a good self-talk. We're doomed because the way we talk to ourselves, isn't good. And the things we believe about ourselves isn't good. So I'm so grateful.
I'm sorry. I'm going to hop in. And you guys got lucky seeing a Tim Shore gift early. The rest of the show, we're not giving you any of your gifts till after the event is over. All right. So in the future, you get a treasure chest on the end. We want to keep you here engaged with us now. So Tim, before we let you go, we've got a special audio guest in the background that I'm going to add now. So it was your one connection. Hello, Mr. Dennis Waitley.
Well, I hope you can hear me, even if you can't see me.
Yes.
Oh, hi, Dennis.
Hey, how you doing, Tim? It's great to talk to all of you. I'm up here in the mountains, and we have no cable, so we have to go satellite. And the Hughes satellite bounces a half second early. So instead of you having to read my lips, I'm trying to give you straight audio. But it's so great to be on with you. And Tim, you know how much I love you and your work, and Eric, you the same, and Adora. All of you are really champions for me. And I'm glad you put that picture up, because that's how I looked 10 years ago.
Awesome. Dennis, bless you and everyone with our lighting and all of that jazz. So you're right in the mix. So Tim, we're going to let you go. I know I cut in kind of abruptly, but we're trying to get back on schedule. I know I'm watching the comments. Everybody enjoyed so much. And Cleona's got a message to you in the chat. So follow up with that, and we'll be collaborating further with you, Tim. So we'll see more of you soon. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody. And hey, I get to say that I open for Dennis Waitley now. So whew, I'm going to take the rest of the day off and watch this seminar.
Awesome. All right. Awesome. So Dennis is one of the great loves of my life. And I mean that, I have friends, I have my mother, I have my father, I have but I'm going to do a little introduction, and then Ava and Eric, I'm going to give you the privilege, because I'm in Dennis's ear quite a lot, of getting to know Dennis here. We're going to interview for about 15-20 minutes and then bring on Dr. Yasmin Saad. So Dennis is one of the great loves of my life. Some of you heard my story yesterday, and when I went to work at Pat Summerall Productions, I got to the place where I got to call on my own leads. And so I had a big Psychology of Winning, or Seeds of Greatness. Remember, it was like 12 tapes. You open it, you can almost hear it crunch. If you're old enough, it's like, and then there are all these cassette tapes you have to dig out. And I called Dennis. He had no idea of my background. He met me as a producer for Pat Summerall Productions on the Discovery Channel. And over time, I just kept calling and saying, hey, if I could get this interview for you, would that be all right? And he would say, yeah, that'd be awesome. And I kept doing that. And he basically at one point said, what can I do for you, Adora? And I was like, I don't know yet, but when I know. But here's something I want to tell you about Dennis, 2 things. So those of you, we've been talking a lot about survivors and kindness and all of that. So one thing is that for me, the fact that that I had his cell phone number, because he was my hero, right? The fact that he was answering my calls, that I could even hear his voice for minutes, was my sign that God had more for me, that I was going to be. So you know what? I was in love with Dennis way before we were ever so close. And I probably still am. I'm his number one fangirl, even though I've gotten to work for him and with him. And then the second thing that I want to say is there was a time when I put on this event and I went, okay, I imagined thousands of people would be there, right? And it was in Dallas, and all the speakers flew themselves out. We had Tim Brown, the Oakland Raider. But Dennis was our keynote, right? And I thought everybody was just I thought it was gonna fill up, because they're amazing. It was like 24. And I thought that they would sell so much. And what ended up happening is 75 people registered. And right when Dennis came on, rap music went off behind him, because they booked and so I was incredibly embarrassed, ashamed, I hadn't done all the work that I've done now. I felt terrible. And Dennis called me, and, he started asking questions and gave me this kind of chin up talk, chin up, kiddo, the days we don't just fill stadiums like we used to. And then he said, I bet you even owe money, don't you? And he barely knew me then. And I said, yeah, I do. And he said, how much do you owe? And I said, $1,000. And he mailed me a check for $1,000. He mailed me a check for $1,000. This guy has been, I talked yesterday about holding on to strings of hope. He's done that for so many people. I like to claim that like I'm in the center of his heart and he thinks of me the way I think of him. But there are hundreds, if not thousands of people that have stories and that feel just the same and feel they're Dennis's most important person, you know? So he's the kind of hero I want to be. I aspire to be, to make people feel that way and to walk with so much kindness over years and years. And if you know anything about Dennis, he's the hero to Les Brown. We had Bob Proctor's last conversation outside of his own ecosystem was Bob was saying how much he appreciated Dennis. He's inspired so many people. He has sold more audios than lots of musicians. And he is truly one of the greatest humans alive, in my opinion, and one of the greatest voices in the self-development market, not just because he's a way maker. He's right after Earl Nightingale. That was his, but because he lives congruently day in and day out, the prince. I've seen him walk through cancer. I've seen him. And let me tell you, this guy is the most humble, studied, self-checking, kind human being that I've ever known. And so now with that, I'm going to excuse myself so that they can enjoy you. But I love you so much, Dennis. I look forward to seeing you next week. And thank you for being here today.
Thank you, Dora. Yeah, I didn't recognize the man you were talking about, but I'd sure like to be like him.
And this is Dennis, like really being very, very humble. Oh, we lost him. Did we lose Dennis?
I meant to remove myself from the stream. I removed Dennis. My apologies. I'll remove myself.
Dennis, my name is Ava, and we've been together with the New Psychology of Winning tour also, which I co-produced with the Los Angeles Tribune. And I am so honored. I am so honored that we get to spend this time with you. Very, very few living legends, and yet to experience you and how humble you are is just beyond. Wanted to just address our audience for a little bit. You know, we've got the living legend, Dennis Waitley, you know, of course, right now on audio. And thank you so much for always making a way when there is no way. So even though it's audio, this time is so precious that we get to have with you. So share this with someone who's an aspiring author, who's an author who's written books, because Dennis, how many sales did you have of the New Psychology of Winning? Was it 500,000 or millions? I know that in terms of audio, it was like 10 million in sales, right? Downloads.
Well, the audio program, The Psychology of Winning, sold 2 million copies at $50 a piece. So it was $100 million for Nightingale Conant, but it was over a period of time. And the book sold maybe 1 million or so, but Seeds of Greatness probably sold more books. But, you know, I never count the points that I've scored. I only count the people I've helped. And I don't even, I see myself as a person who's planting shade trees under which I myself will never sit. And I've never been impressed with myself, and I'm still not. So I think I'm as good as anyone, but no better than anyone else. And so my gardener is my horticulturist, and my taxi driver is my transportation executive. So every person I meet is at least equal to me, if not superior in many ways. And by being humble, at least I'm able to put myself in proper perspective so that I don't believe my own press releases.
That's amazing. And that's what's so inspiring is the way you uplift people, Dennis. And I wanted to ask, I've been dying to ask this. How did the New Psychology of Winning come together? You know, a lot of us who are aspiring authors who are wanting to write and are struggling to write and are taking years to write, you know, like what was your recipe of putting together that book that transformed so many lives. Like I said, you count lives. Yeah, so I'd love to know what your recipe was in putting that together.
Well, my recipe is that a book is a term paper with an attitude. So a book is not a Picasso. A book is something that you put down thoughts and you put something on your computer. Keep the reader in mind. Don't write the story you've always wanted to tell. Write the story they've always wanted to listen to or to read. And if you keep the audience in mind at all times, and instead of your own story that you're so anxious to tell other people, what I did is I put together ideas that I thought people would benefit from immediately in their lives. And I did it like a term paper. I took everything and put it in those days, we put it in a big accordion envelope and we stuffed it full of pages and papers. The other thing that I do that I think every author should do is I think we should go for a walk with a handheld recorder. And as you're walking and musing, tell your story that you want to tell people, that if they were standing beside you and you were trying to give the best advice to someone, you only had a limited time, you tell a story into a recorder. And it's so simple. You can even go to YouTube and YouTube will take an audio that you've done or a video and they'll put it into a transcript. So you're able to get a transcript written back from software or an app. So the best thing to do, I think, is somebody who's verbal, a speaker, for example, who wants to write a book, they should talk it into a recorder, and that recorder would be able to be translated immediately into words on a piece of paper. And the thing to do is to just unwind and say everything that you've thought of. And what I've done is I've written one book every 2 years for 20 years. So I've written 20 books and maybe only 4 or 5 of them have been bestsellers, but I didn't write them because I wanted to write a book. I wrote them in hopes I could help people. For example, I'm writing one now called When Parents Become Children Again, because there are so many parents who are now living with their children or children that are taking care of their parents. And so just when you feel you're free to travel and have a life, your older mother or father come with their suitcase and say, remember, I used to change your diapers and I don't have any place to go now. And I just wondered if you could help me. So there's so many aging people who are now having their children taking care of them. So I'm writing that book and one called The Psychology of Loving. But what I do is I sit as if I had a term paper. I give myself a due date. It doesn't take too long to write a book. It takes longer to organize it into thoughts or chapters, and the chapters have to feed into the other. But my advice would be to stop thinking of your book as this greatest thing that you could ever do, but it's so difficult and it has to be so perfect. Treat the book like you're painting a house. And a house, you slop the paint on and you paint it as good as you can, and you get paint all over you and some on the floor and some on the windows. It's not perfect, but you're not trying to paint a masterpiece when you write a book. You're just writing a book like a term paper for an audience of whatever you've decided it to be. And if you just do it, you know, there's so much do it yourself today. We've had trainers, we have coaches, we have neuro coaches, everybody is a neuro coach today. But I think people should be their own neuro coach because we're the expert on ourselves. No one knows us like we do. And we know what story we have inside. So my menu is I just sit down with blocks of time and I just do it. And I have people bring me food and slip it under the door and I growl at them. But I get a block of time and I write so many pages every day, and I try to get a book written in a period of about a month or 2 months. at the most, because getting the organization of it, the ideas of it, the background of it is what takes the time, but the actual writing should be like writing a term paper over a couple of weeks or a month. And my menu would be, keep the reader in mind, find something so special that you have to offer, and don't be afraid to be an author. We're all writers, but don't be afraid to be a published author, and self-publishing is the best way to go today anyway. So be a self-published author and be proud of anything you write, but don't try to create a masterpiece. You'll be writing it forever.
Thank you so much, Dennis. I'm going to hand it out to Eric, but I just want to appreciate everything that you said. And just for perspective to our audience, Dennis is 90 years old, right, Dennis?
Yeah, I can't believe it. I will have lived my 90th year in about 3 months. So yeah, I'm someone who's had a lot of experience and made a lot of mistakes. I've made every mistake that a husband, father, son, grandfather, great-grandfather can make. So if you'd like to know the man of many mistakes, you'd be talking to him now, because I've had enough time to make every mistake you can make. And I've learned from most of them. And I'm trying not to repeat the ones that I've made before. But my only mission in life is to help other people reach their own idea of what success is with internal values. And that's the only reason for living, is to nurture all life. And that's what I love about this program, and Eric, about the mission. I'm so interested in helping children reach their destiny. So interested in helping anyone who's coming from behind to get ahead, and so interested in not exploiting people for my own benefit, but to benefit others, even if I have to sacrifice some of the things that I would like for myself materially.
Well, Dennis, we're getting in the chat that you don't look 90 at all. So there you go. By the way, if you have a question, put it in the chat too. And we may not be able to get to all of them, but including speakers that we're going to be interviewing in the future today, put it in the chat. We would love to ask the questions that you guys want to know. But Dennis, I'm dying to know, the world, you've had decades of experience. You're more experienced than anyone on this stream right now. And we've gone through a couple of years of some pretty challenging times, difficult times. Here we are in 2023, facing all kinds of political challenges, all kinds of potentially financial challenges, recession. There's talks. Stock market's been going crazy for the last year, and not in a good way, obviously. What would you say that we can do as entrepreneurs and business owners and people that want to change the world? How can we wade through the challenging times and really win in 2023?
That's a good question. My first thing would be, look in the mirror and you'll see the person responsible for most of your problems, and you'll see the person that can get you out of where you are. So you'll see one of your best coaches that you'll ever have. It's you and your internal compass, your internal values. I think for me, it's to make sure that I always am trying to help someone achieve his or her goals, because by getting out of me and into you, it's so important to not be self-centered, self-focused, always worried about me. In other words, I'm not the center of the universe. I looked at the center of the universe and it wasn't anywhere even near Earth. So I know the center of the universe is not Earth, and it's not a human, and it's not me, it's life. And the center of our universe is life, because life is all we know. So to nurture the lives of others, which nurtures our own life, is the best thing. So what I've done is I don't have a political affiliation, because I don't want to be a lemming. So I don't want to vote according to the party line. I want to vote my conscience. I want to vote issues. I want to vote things that are really important to me, and they fall on both sides of the aisle. So you'll not find me as a Trump lover, a Trump hater, a Biden lover, or a Biden hater. I'm a man in search of leaders, and I've been looking for leaders that I can trust, leaders that are not interested in following the money, that are interested in following the conscience of helping other people like you are. And so I think the first thing we can do is take a self-audit. Am I doing what I want to do, going where I want to go, and becoming who I want to become? And if it weren't for time, money, or circumstance, what would I begin to do today to make my life better and to make the lives of other people better? And so I think it's a really good time to take a self-audit about being really honest with ourselves, and the idea that it isn't so much the world that's creating the problems. Much of the problems of the world are caused by people who are selfish, and they're selfishly going after what they believe is important to them, rather than looking at the overview of helping life and other people themselves. So I think what I would do is take a good look at myself, which I've done now. And I don't want to digress, because I want to keep on this point. It's that since everyone is a coach, a neuro coach, since we know about neuroplasticity, and since we know that neuroplasticity is the fact that the brain actually rewires itself in every moment, and that every time you have a memory, you're editing it every moment that you remember it. So you're adding and shading to everything you believe in every moment of every day. So neuroplasticity is the idea that whatever age you are, you can change your life by the way you believe, by the way you learn, by the way you listen. Who are your role models? What do they represent? And also realize that a lot of people are more interested in money than they are in making other people happy, because money seems to be the material concept of success, where success is really the realization of very important values that benefit other people as well as ourselves. So I think it would be to take a good look at where the power is coming from in life. And it's really, you have to follow the money. And when I follow the money, I kind of see where politicians are voting, where they're going. I see where the power is going. And I try to remain, I guess like you, Eric, I try to remain someone who wants to keep children from being exploited by adults. And the next generation of children, I have great grandchildren who are teenagers. Now, you know you're getting old when your grandson has a teenage child.
Wow.
So I have some teenager great grandchildren. They say, Papa, you used to, Daddy says you got rich selling tapes. Are they the kind you put on your ankle or your finger? I said, no, you wouldn't understand.
I love it. So thank you, Dennis. So
anyway,
powerful. You know,
I think everyone needs to be a self-leader. And you need to lead yourself first before you can feel that you're capable of leading someone else. So how good are you at leading the person you see in the mirror? And what kind of role model and example do you set in your daily life for other people? And boy, that's a hard one for me, because as I said, having lived as long as I have, I've probably done more to hurt myself in many ways than other people than I ever dreamed I would, because just by being selfish in many ways, I didn't keep the other person in mind as much as I should.
Dennis, so before, I know we've got a limited time with you today. Before we go, because we are so focused on having the entrepreneurs and people watching win in 2023, January and beyond, and we're focused on this very important cause of helping intercept, rescue, and rehab, and ultimately end child sex trafficking. There's a story that you've told me before that impacted you, that Viktor Frankl taught you about when we contribute or when we give to someone else. Will you share that?
I sure will. Viktor Frankl led the resistance movement in Auschwitz and Dachau, and he wrote Man's Search for Meaning, which is about the Holocaust. And he discovered that you need a purpose. You need a purpose beyond the purpose. And the purpose of living should be to fulfill life's destiny for people who are alive other than just yourself. And he found that in the Holocaust, if you shared the last piece of bread you had with someone else, that you lived longer than if you ate it yourself. Now, this is very important to people. So if you share what you have with others, if you give more than you receive, you will live longer because of the cause for which you're living than if you were living strictly to nurture yourself. So he found that when you break your bread and give it to someone, it gives you a cause for living that is so strong that it gives you more energy, more life force, and as much nutrition as you need. So with that in mind, I thought, wow, if I share the money that I've made, if I help people with cleft palates all over the world with Smile, if I help the African children, if I feed them, if I do things for children myself, then I will actually have a purpose that will make me want to live longer. And of course I do. So that is the story, is share your bread and you'll live longer than if you eat it.
So good. And bread used to mean money. So that's or not used to. Some people still call bread money. Okay, well, Dennis, I know you're in the mountains, and I also know we have our next guest in the green room. Again, we're just seeing in the comments so many people touched and moved by your wisdom. We love you and appreciate you so much here. Would you like to give us a closing thought before we remove you from the stream?
I would. Love it or leave it. Chase your passion, not your pension. Get that passion burning inside of you of helping other people and making life better for other people. You'll have all the time and money that you want by helping other people save time and make money so they can eat. And also always keep the children in mind. We were children, and take a moment today to listen to what your children are trying to say. Listen today, whatever you do, and they'll come back and listen to you. Thank you so much for having me, and I love the cause. I'd do it till the day I die. The other thing is live in the moment and not for the moment. In other words, don't try to be somebody who's important. Just do important things. It's not important to be noticed. It's only important to help other people so that they can become noticed and even survive.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dennis. Awesome. Okay,
thanks all of
so
you. I'll stay tuned in and listen because I'm learning a lot already.
Student always.
Thank you.
Thank you. Eric, how was that for you?
I mean, it's so incredible to learn from somebody. I'm 90 years old, so he's been in the game for 60, 70 years. I mean, just to listen to that experience and his wisdom, and the truths that he taught were just simple truths. But some of the most simple things are the most powerful and life-changing, transformational things if we just simply apply them. And I mean, look at the chat. Such a blessing, says Marissa. Jania says, dropping bombs of wisdom. Don't try to be somebody that is just doing important things, says the K's. Thank you, Dennis. I love this, says, I think that's Fatima. Is that how you say that? I want to make sure I get your name right there. Wow, just the love in the chat. You can just tell that they were touched by Dennis. He's incredible.
Oh, awesome. Yes, he has that power and then he lives it, the congruent. So incredible. Well, I'm going to go ahead and bring up our next guest. She's been waiting, and some of you have been waiting for her because our schedule's been in a flow mode. Dr. Yasmin Saad, who I've known for several years now, is a breakthrough psychologist who trains psychologists, actually. And she has a whole different take in, in psychology. So Eric, I'm excited for you to get to know her a bit, and I'm going to allow you to lead the questions initially, and I'll pop in because you're doing a phenomenal job and you both haven't met before. So I think it's fresh and authentic and powerful for the audience. So let's go ahead and bring in Dr. Yasmin Saad. I want to see her face. Bring her face. I know you want to show her, but it's like, who moved my cheese? Only readers know that one. Hey, great to see you.
Thank you so much for having me, Adora. You know, I love you. And Eric, is so nice to meet you. And I'm tickled by Dennis' comments and wisdom. It's such an honor to have him around. I already learned about writing a book based on his comments. So it's really good.
It's powerful. And before I go, you know, our conversations and you talking with me about how to sit with dark things that I don't want to see. And that I'm the one who's like, over here, let's have a blast, you know? And I love, and I've been trained to really put my things on whatever's lovely, holy, pure, right? But our conversation was so timely for stepping into where I am right now in locking arms with Livia and Project Uprise, because while I do condition my identity and my thoughts, in order to stay in this conversation and make a difference, your work with me virtually has been very impactful. So thank you so much for that. And now I'll leave you to our maestro, Eric.
Oh, it's so great to meet you, and we actually haven't met before, so this is kind of new and exciting for me.
Yeah, you're about to discover a whole new perspective.
Oh, I cannot wait. And I just want to say, as we're having a conversation, for those that are watching, if you have a comment or a burning question, please put it in the chat too, because we want to make sure that we're answering some of the questions that you might have. I know we won't be able to get to all of them, but I wanted to throw that out there. So I would love for people that don't know you to tell us a little bit about you, what you do, and what your superpower is.
Yes. So I'm top 3 rated psychologist in New York City. I had an interesting journey from Warrenton, Lebanon to becoming a top psychologist in New York City. I train psychologists and I blend Eastern medicine and Western psychology. So I work very much at the body, mind, spirit level, with spirit being the essence of a person. What's my magic, my talent is I really see the intention of every thought and every emotion you have, and I'm able to decode really what happens to people. And that's a bit my intention today, to give wisdom, to show people both who have been victim of sex trafficking and people who are now facing adversity as entrepreneur, how to get out of this adversity place, how to build a muscle for adversity, and to really understand a blueprint of what happens and how you can get yourself out of it. So that's a bit who I am.
Oh, wonderful. Well, you know, I have spent my life in fitness and as an Ironman endurance athlete and trying to lift weights as much as I possibly could. And I realized something really powerful, and that was that your muscles don't grow without resistance. You're literally breaking down your muscles when you're lifting weights, for example, tearing the fibers, and then they regrow, which builds them. And you know, unfortunately, I wish we could say that pain in life there was a pain-free life, but pain in life is inevitable. And things happen to every single one of us. Not a single person has ever lived and had like this pain, challenge, trial-free life. It doesn't exist. And so I would love to know, and some wisdom for those that are struggling, that maybe in the entrepreneurial journey that just can't quite break through. They've tried this, they've tried that, and something's holding them back. Like, what would your advice be to them?
Yes, that's the goal question. You're absolutely right. Everybody deal with adversity. So as you described in sports, you want to build a muscle for adversity. And how do you do that? What do you need? So we talked about mindset in this summit. Now, the difficulty with mindset is when something happened to you, you really feel it's happening to you. And to get to a place from to you to for you is a journey. And so the people who have been through it can tell you it is all for you. But the people who have not walked that path are like, well, how? I'm struggling. This is difficult right now. And so you need certain things in place. One, you need to understand when you deal with adversity is an obstacle. It's almost an aggression to you. Adversity is your needs have not been met, your desire have not been met, what you put in, you didn't get back. So there are negative emotions that comes with adversity and negative thoughts that come with adversity. And first, it's understanding, well, how are you reacting to adversity? I fully believe that your thoughts have the message within them, they carry it. So if your reaction to adversity is, I am not good enough, you are making the event your own personal failure. You're attaching it to your own personal failure. So what does it mean? It's very different if your thoughts are going to be, I am a failure, I failed, or this was a failure. And the little differences are very important, because I am a failure, you're one with it. That means your goal is who you are. And in there reside the key. The key is you need to have an identity that is detached from your goals, from your results, because right now you are your results. So if life goes haywire, you go down internally. So it's a journey to go back and look to, who are you? And start back like your early childhood memory. Who were you as a child? Were you playful? Did you have humor? What do you have to you? Because you're born with certain personality traits, and in time of adversity, you want solidity, you want stability, and the only thing stable in life is your personality trait. Somebody who is born with a sense of humor will always have that, and you can always use it to counter adversity. Somebody else who is born with more a perseverance, a fighter, there's a fighter in them, they will fight through. And so this person is about applying the fight to themselves rather than the cause or the goal, but to themselves, to figure out what is the journey that I need to go through internally to deal with that adversity. Because everything on the outside is just here to hone the inside. And once your inside is so well honed, you can jump back on the horse very, very, very quickly. So I said many, many things here, but I will resume it in simple steps, which is, when you deal with adversity, what are the thoughts, the emotion you're having? Can you learn to decode them? If you cannot, seek help. We're here to help. But can you learn to decode, what are you doing? And then what is needed? And the key is to go back to who you are. What are the traits that you have? Because that will always be there. That will always be solid. And that's the first step.
Wow, that is amazing. And I had an experience that's like, it just coming to my mind as if it was yesterday, where I was so involved in the business I was building that it became me. I was it. It was my identity. And out of the blue, I had somebody come and say, hey, I want to buy your company. I'd never really thought of buying my company, but I had some challenges in my personal life that at the same time were hitting me, and challenges in a marriage. And so I said yes. And, as these things go, it took about 9 or so months for the company to actually sell. But I remember thinking how awesome it was to sell my company for 3 minutes. Like, it was great for about 3 minutes. And then I'm like, well, okay, well, now what? And, from the outside, I mean, everything you see on Facebook, of course, is the best version of all of us. I started to travel. I didn't really have a job. My wife and I went all over the world several times. I, built some real estate, some other things, and it looked amazing. But I can tell you right now, it was the worst experience of my life, because I lost my identity. I no longer knew who I was, because I was the company and it was gone. And so who I thought I was gone. And I had been that for so long. They built this company up, I think, for 6 or 7 years. I was that for so long, I forgot who I actually was. I forgot what you mentioned, that childlike, aliveness that I had when I was younger. So when somebody is feeling like they say things like, I don't know who I am anymore, or I don't really have that inside of me. How can you get that back? How can you get back that childlike love and aliveness and happiness that some of us lose, including myself several times in my life, because we misplace our identity on something that is just temporary?
So you start with your thoughts. The thought is, I don't know who I am. That is a guide. You cannot know who you are if you know who you are. So you don't know who you are. So the first question is, well, what did you do that made you disconnect with yourself? Because you will keep repeating that. So here, in your case, you focus on external creation of an external life, a success, a goal oriented, of having, of creating. There was a lot of external drivenness that most people have. Most people are so preoccupied with creating safety, then after that, success on the outside, material success, that the next step is who are you? Is identity, is mental stability. And so people get lost in that achievement pace. So the first step is really understand, what did you do? Some people, it's about, well, I please everyone, so I don't know what my desire are. The other are, well, I'm so focused on fighting to get that, that's all I know. But in that obstacle, in that way of you did, it's also you. For example, maybe you are a fighter and you just applied it to this. Maybe you're someone who was a peaceful world, so you're a pleaser. In that, what you did carries a piece of you. So it's all at the same time an obstacle and a talent that you have. Now it's how to apply it to you and how to rebalance that trait. The other piece to, yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
The other piece to it, I have a lot I can share. So the other piece to it is, when you say, I don't know who I am, then it's part of a journey. And what you're saying is, I've lost my way to me. So there's many ways to get your way back to you. One is, what do I crave? What do I desire? What do I like to eat? What do I like to wear? Who I'd like to be with? And those simple steps can tell you a bit of what you want in life and who you are. And the easiest way is ask the people around you, because the people around you always know who you are. They will always tell you, Eric, you're so generous. You have an open heart. You're so driven. They will give you who you are in a heartbeat. But you live so much in your skin that for you, those are, they're not that important. You won't value. And so you disconnect from the value of those traits. And so asking people will not only reconnect you to your trait, but to the value of them.
Well, what was interesting about my journey is after I had sold that company and gone through that whole experience, I went through 3 or 4 years of just dark times. And if I have time, I'll tell the story later today when I speak. But I was able to really just get back to understanding who I was. And when I connected my true identity, my true self, with my mission and my passion, it's like the whole world opened up to me, more so than any success I ever had previously. And not to mention, I was able to change more lives, and which is, something that I will never stop. So for those that are really trying to connect with their identity, and for those that really we're here to really help rise in 2023. I mean, obviously we want to save as many children as we possibly can. And we also want to build entrepreneurs that can partner with us in this effort. So thinking about like this year and how you can really just rise up to that true self. Do you have any advice for the entrepreneurs in the world that feel that calling, that know that they are powerful beyond belief? There's something inside of them. What advice would you give to them to really connect with that so that they can hit all of their goals and aspirations this year?
Absolutely. So you gave me 2 comments here. One, the journey you had in darkness, and advice for people. I'll try to say it very briefly because I noticed that Dora's coming. So that means the time is getting short. So very briefly, when you work so hard that you put an effort on the body and that you get rewarded with results, you're like living high on adrenaline. It's almost like running a race that you're fueled by the adrenaline. But there's a little bit of a disrespect for the body, the journey. It's all about effort, accomplishing, achieving. And so when you stop that, there's a big emptiness, and there's the kind of the backlash of it, that now your body is kind of spewing all the stress out, all of it. So there will be tons of negative thoughts that come, and people can really drown in those. But if you learn to decode them, to understand, okay, what is that thought? What is the intention of that thought? And the intention is always to uprise you, always. So that's really very important. So that was to answer your piece of your own journey for entrepreneur for 2023. How do you deal with adversity? The best gift you can give yourself is this muscle for adversity. So there's a few pieces. It starts, people have said it, with a decision for an action. When you receive adversity, you're somehow receiving what I call an aggression. Things are not going, you feel hurt, you feel bad. It feels like an aggression to you. And that aggression, if you do nothing, it stays within and it goes somewhere. Aggression is made to move something. And if it's not moved, it turns into negative thoughts. And so the first step is to make a decision. What are you going to do about this event? What do you want it to be? How do you want to turn it? So it's a conscious decision. People who have the mindset, this is for me, can tune in quicker. But people who don't have that mindset, you want to ask yourself, how am I going to turn this? What am I going to do? What do I want? And really put your energy and effort towards that. Now, where people go off a little bit, they go external. Think about what you want. And like, I want to rise from this. Okay, what does it mean? Making a lot of money. Okay, what making a lot of money means success. Well, what is success? And then you realize that at the end of the day, it's more about valuing yourself, or it's more, there's this internal in the back. And so that would be going back and back and back and understanding and knowing, what am I doing with this? How am I moving it through? And it's very important to balance moving it through and having downtime and peacefulness to reflect. And that was my gist in a second.
All right, awesome. It's power packed and very applicable. And the comments that are coming in are, wow, you're making me think. Wow, and one of the things that I heard before we let you go, and I love, and I've heard you say it before, but it rings again, is that in that negative thing, there's the gift too. The answer is right there, that in every thought, everything that's coming back to you, there's the intention and the blessing, which is very powerful. And I also love the simple things, that when you're feeling not yourself, ask, what do I want to eat? What do I want to wear? Who do I want to be around? And then for drivers, I love athleticism. My guy is an Ironman. You're an Ironman, Eric. I live with a guy that is all about the hoorah, Goggins, Jocko, all the guys. And so but we're together because I'm like that in my own way. I'm intense, right? So knowing that when we stop, that moment of overflow, if you don't work in recovery. So working in the recovery, working in the expression, working in the opportunities to be playful and childish. That's me. Like, I love when I'm playing, it relieves the pressure, like Casey yesterday, or worship, connecting to God, dancing, whatever. Everybody has their own thing. I'd love to see what your things are in the comments. What are the things that relieve the pressure for you? Or are your childlike qualities from when you were a child? Because that's our true personality. So when we're doing those things, we stay not in balance, but it's the extremes of when we've been putting ourselves all through adrenaline, and then you recover, then the body says, hey, finally gets to process all that. And it sends out all of the messages that it's had no time to express, because we've just been willing ourselves through it. That's very, very powerful. And there's so much more there. Eric, anything else you want to say before we bring Dr. Yasmin back into the green room?
No, other than thank you for speaking directly to me as well as to the audience as well. I mean, I wasn't even looking for answers to my questions, and yet you just took the time to give me some really good advice. So thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I took the time because I think what your journey is the journey that a lot of entrepreneur has. So it's relevant to you and a lot of people. So thank you for your vulnerability, because I think it will help many.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you all will get a gift from Dr. Yasmin in the treasure chest. We're not going to tell you now because we're keeping you focused. Thank you. Thank you. Let's remove from the stream. Production team, I won't touch the buttons. Somebody, I'm going to touch the buttons. Thank you.
When we touch the buttons, bad things happen. I can tell you that right now.
I know. Okay, and so Eric, yeah, this is awesome. I saw roller skating, ice skating, dancing. Got me thinking. Hi, Mr. Awesome Swanson. And I'll have to say a little side note. We have Eric Swanson and Eric Sorensen. So that was a mix-up for the team initially, right? Because I had to really distinguish. So we're going to be starting our panel in about 10 minutes. But before we do, I want us to presence for people who don't know what we're offering and what we've put together for entrepreneurs that want to go even further. One thing is we did not change the VIP card. So if you haven't upgraded to VIP, and we need the team to pop these links in, get our slides ready, VIP will begin after this event ends on Monday. You'll get a private invitation email with a schedule that is going to roll over weeks with private invitations to conversations with our various speakers and teachers, not all of them, but many of them, where you'll be in a Zoom room and you can ask your questions, meet people, hear your, which is so cool. And you get a t-shirt, an Uprise t-shirt that is a collaboration with the Napoleon Hill Institute and Cleona. That's the event t-shirt. And that's all for $97 still. It is going to go up. It was supposed to go up last night, but we're all hands on deck. So our busyness is your blessing. So still jump in there and get that. And then we have other opportunities. So Eric, will you share those opportunities?
I absolutely will. And you guys have heard so many of the speakers say how much they focused on themselves. And I mentioned it yesterday, you really can't give light that you don't have. You can't lift up another person if you're in a dark place. It's really tough to fill up somebody else's tank of gas if you don't have gas in your own tank. And one of the most powerful things, and there's a book, by the way, I have it right here. I'll even bring it up. It's by Dr. Benjamin Hardy called Be Your Future Self Now. It is one of the most powerful books out there. And in this book, he talks about how they just studied entrepreneurs and how, what were the things that finally broke them through to the level of success. And he listed 3 or 4 things. One of them was that every single time, always, they made an investment in themselves. And it was usually a financial investment. And when I read that, I was like, oh my goodness, I've done that so many times. And every time I've done that, I've really leveled up. So we're not here to just ask for donations. That's one thing that's really cool about this, is that we want you to be able to rise up to the level of income that you want. So if you're investing money in one of these packages, one of the reasons why we've put them the way that we have is so that you can actually take the courses and the programs and the masterminds that we're offering and level up your income significantly so you can also level up your impact. So we have 3, and last time I started at the top, so this time I'll start with the first one as we're going through these programs. One is the education package, and I know my team will bring it up on the screen, and so that we can see that right here. It's called the Business Boost Package for $1,000. What this includes, a few things. Number one, for the first 1,000 people, you'll actually get your shirt on a name and hoodie and poster that actually these shirts and hoodies are going to be worn by celebrities across the country that we've asked to wear. So you'll actually be able to have that opportunity to have your name on there. Look at that shirt. Isn't that crazy awesome? By the way, the backgrounds that our team has created, let's hear it for our team, for the graphics and the background. It's so amazing. Amazing. So there's an opportunity for you to have that on there. We're also going to give you, for this package, 30 days of free access to Quick State powered by Newcom with Jim Quick. And I mentioned Jim Quick, I think 3 times because he's so amazing. And yesterday I talked about how he's trained like the X-Men, the cast of X-Men, so that they could learn their lines better, use their brain to be able to have better recall. I actually use his techniques every single time I give a speech because he teaches you how to memorize the sequence in a short amount of time. He's amazing. So Jim Quick is so powerful. So you're going to love this. And if you do this, dive in because you've got 30-day access, dive in. And I'm sure you're probably going to want to stay longer than 30 days, but it's an incredible opportunity. And then you're going to have the opportunity. I don't know. Let's actually have you talk about this, Adora, because I know you have so much experience with Livia and what they're going to be, the 3 live classes that they're going to be offering.
Okay, can we go back to that, guys, so I can see it? Yeah, there we go. And bring down the comments for a moment. Thank you. So, yes, so Livia, as if you don't know, she has been behind some of the most incredible brands, like the ones that you're looking at, the UFC, and some of their branding, like huge. That's her main company, and for years they've done that. And so she's going to be doing I can't read them, but I know that the power of a brand narrative is one of them. And that's a
creative unschooling and the creative process.
Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, so her kids, they are all unschooled, and one is already a filmmaker, is already on to the next film at big film festivals under the age of 18, and they all have this really cool, they're all creatives and they have a way of doing it. So she's going to be doing that, and then the creative process, like how do you get yourself, you are your brand, your business is your brand, and those of you that are artists, musicians, it's going to help with every one of those things. So we'll go ahead and scroll to the next, and that's super cool. I mean, having someone that's been paid the big bucks by the big brands. All right, and in this 1,000, I forgot I put this in here, you get to come to the 2-day Profitable Connections Master. It's 2 days live, it's virtual, but this is where we're really breaking into, I have a master package of connections with so many connectors started messaging me when I started teaching my process and going, oh my gosh, I've been a connector my whole life, but I never make money at it. Like, that's not how I make money, right? And I don't know how to elegantly, say I'd love to, hey, if I put you together, and when to say it, because that puts you on another end if you're always expecting something out of the connections that you bring together. So in this 2-day workshop, we're going to be going over how for connectors to really know how to monetize that as a stream of income. So talk about setting you up. I have equity in several companies because I use my connection skills and I bring pieces together, and I'm going to show you how to do that. I have several streams now that are all through deal making, and I'm going to show you how to do that, as well as if you're just making the connections for yourself and your own business, which it's not a just because joint ventures are one of the best ways, and strategic alliances, like the strategic alliances that we have here. We're going to show you how to turn that into profit in your business. So very strategic connections, super powerful. Okay, we'll keep going. Okay, now the 2,500 Business Amplifier.
Yes, and remember the 2,500 package, you'll get everything in the $1,000 package, which by the way has over $5,000 in value if you were to buy these programs separately. And all, the profits go to, of course, saving children, which is really what we're here for. So the first thing that we're going to do, we're going to add to this a little bit more, is how to create your own summit online show from A to Z with Ava. You guys heard from Ava earlier today. She's absolutely amazing. Then Livia has decided to offer her brand workshop. That alone, Ava's program is $2,500. Livia's is also $2,500. And if you've never been through a brand workshop, it is so powerful. It'll really help you improve how your brand looks. Remember, a brand is not your logo. That's an element of your brand, but a brand is a sum of all your consumer touch points. Any way that they can interface you, whether it be online or social media or whatever it might be. So you'll have that opportunity. Plus, you will
You'll
get
have
on.
yes, you'll have my
Oh, yes, go ahead.
yes, you'll have my that is it's not 5 day, it's a couple 1 day. There we go. My eyes are seeing that weird. But it's a 1 day workshop on how to get celebrity endorsements or celebrities on your podcast, on your show, on, to say the forward in your book, and how to then leverage that. I mean, you've got to bring the substance. It's not going to take you everywhere, but and you've got to have substance to even get this going, but it's much simpler than you think, and it can take you further faster, and it's not super hard. So if you know the system, so I'm going to show you how to do that, and you get 30 days of premium access to New Calm, which Eric owns and is going to start using. Eric, are you going to join in on the rescue challenge with me and Livia? We're going to be accountability partners.
Oh,
and
100%.
With everybody. Okay, so everybody
Yeah.
who joins us and wants to jump in on that, we're going to do that. And now the 10,000 Legacy Experience Package.
Okay, awesome. So again, you're going to get everything that you got in the first two packages on top of what we're going to do for the $10,000 package. So by the way, one thing I neglected to mention in the $2,500 package, you're actually going to get VIP access to my Ignite Your Fire Live 5-day challenge to ignite your income, impact, and influence with myself and top-level entrepreneurs that are playing the game at the highest level to help you rise to your potential. That's a $2,000 value right there. So right there in the $2,500 level, you've got over $10,000 in programs that you have access to, which is awesome. So stacking all of this on top, the $1,000 and the $2,500 level package to the $10,000 package, which of course is the mastermind in New Mexico. We're actually going to visit the Harbor Youth, which is where we're raising the funds for. You'll have the opportunity to see what they're doing and see how they're changing lives and be a part of somebody else's story. It's going to be absolutely incredible. That's going to be on April 21st through the 23rd. I will be there. Jim Poole will be there. Livia will be there. Adora will be there. Aaron will be there. And we're going to have a few more there as well. And we're going to have a mastermind while we're there too. So we're not just going to be able to, not just there to see Harbor Youth, which in and of itself would be incredible, but we're going to help teach and coach and train you one-on-one in a mastermind format, which is going to be absolutely insane in New Mexico. So again, that's the 21st through the 23rd.
You'll also get a picture because we're going to do a self-defense class with a UFC fighter.
Oh, yes.
So you'll have all those cool pictures and photo ops as well, which is really cool. Okay, go ahead, Eric.
And then you're going to get a year access to New Calm, premium access, all of their programs essentially for 1 year rather than just 30 days. So that's the other thing that's really powerful. And then I'll tell you a little bit about what we added. We mentioned earlier what I added, and Adora's got a program that she added as well. So I'm going to give you my $10,000 program, which is the Impact and Income Blueprint, which is how to get from zero or wherever you are today to $100,000 months. Using certain tactics and tools and strategies. And I've done this several times. I built, 5, 6, 7, 8 companies to at least 7 figures and 3 to 8 figures as well. So that's something that I'm going to help coach you and train you. This is a 90-day program. A lot of it is live, as I mentioned earlier this morning. So it's not just I'm going to watch a course, which sometimes is challenging. It's really challenging to push yourself through a course. We're going to be live interacting. It's just for this group, and it's going to be amazing. We're going to kick it off in about a week so that we can get you to $100,000 months as quickly as possible, and of course get massive ROI in that program.
Awesome. And then when Eric threw that in, and I want to speak to you entrepreneurs and those of you that are on, because this was a breakthrough in my own life too, and my coaches have helped to elevate me, is that whenever, even if you're not going to participate in any of this, sometimes, whenever a sale is happening or something that value is happening, people will jump off. They'll go, I'm not, I'm leaving, and that's fine. However, I would question your leadership in it, because if you're going to grow your business, there's going to be sales. There are going to be things that happen. And the more comfortable you get with that, the more powerful you'll feel when it's your time, right? And not only that, you can learn as you see what we're doing and take the things that you like and implement it. So celebrate. I love seeing when people make their offers. I end up buying a lot of them because they're awesome, but I love seeing it. And then I know that just got taken down, and I didn't share before we bring on our next panel, and which is going to be super. It's a marketing panel, I believe, is what we have next. It's going to be super valuable. It's a different panel. I'll figure out what it is. Let me tell you though, what I added, inspired by Eric's generosity, was my $10,000 mastermind that I have clients in currently, and I will be offering all year. Not only teaching people the entire connection, how do you connect at a high level, what's your game plan, what are the strategic alliances that you need, but then actually opening doors, qualified doors, to start weaving some of those connections for you. And yes, she did. She paid 10K. Yep, she did. Ava did. Yep. And so she knows. And I have other clients that have paid it. And so, sometimes when you hear offers, you just think, oh, they're just inflating things. This is a real deal. Like, we got together and went, how great can we make this so that if they buy it, they're absolutely set up to win for 2023. Like, it's outrageous. And so you're getting what Eric charges 10K for, what I charge 10K for. You're getting the mastermind. You're getting all these other things that we mentioned, because we want you to win. We want to be generous, and we want to win the goal of funding the harbor so that the kids are not going back out on the streets at 9 p.m. and they get to be 24/7. Yes, you've spent so much more for so much less. You and me both, baby. Okay. So there we go. Yes, Eric.
One more thing. Let's make sure, put the link in the chat so that you guys know where you can link to, so you can take advantage of one of these programs, because it's just a limited amount of time. And as I say always, success loves speed, which is why I did the program that I did. A lot of people think it's extremely difficult to make $100,000. And I have to say, it was the first time I did it, because I didn't know how to do it. And now it's not nearly as difficult, because there is a path for you to get to that result much quicker than you ever thought possible. So, but again, it takes an investment in yourself. And the greatest part is we get to help children at the same time. So please, please, please join us on this and partner with us. And it looks like we've got the packages there and the links there. Perfect. Thank you.
Awesome. If we can pin that link, that would be great. And also, good, it's on YouTube. Awesome. Thank you, Eric. Okay, I see the green room now. So I'm a little more clear. I forget the name of the panel, but I know we have some super duper powerhouses coming to our stage. So Livia, are you joining us on this panel? Nope. Okay. All right. Well, let's start to bring up our various speakers, and I'm going to start with the one I know really well, Christine, one of them. So, hi. So, Christine has Dining Divas, the TV show that, and Dining Empire, Dining Dudes, and she's also been in celebrity entertainment for many years. I'm a co-producer on one of her shows and a host on one of her shows. We have Eric, Mr. Awesome Swanson, who I also know and is doing great things in the world. He even did the 13 Steps to Riches book with the Napoleon Hill Fountain. Dennis Waitley was in there, a whole bunch of those guys, and is always spreading awesome. And Sasha, who's newer to me, so I know that you are a powerhouse, and I can't wait to get to know you live. And while we're on, I'm hearing a little echo, so maybe we'll all mute until it's our turn to talk. So what I want to start with is, I'm getting it from Eric, is I want to give you each, we'll take turns, a few minutes to just share a little bit about yourself and what you're up to in the world. And I want you thinking, I know you already have been, but we've got a bunch of entrepreneurs that want to win in 2023, right? And we want to help them win, and we want to give real strategies, and we're going to help pull that from you. But anything that with that intention, that's how we're going to start this party. All right. So Christine, let's go with you first, since I called on you first. a little bit about you.
Sure. Yes. Thank you for having me. I'm Christine Curran, and like Adora said, I've been in the entertainment industry my entire adult life, model, actress, host, celebrity red carpet host, and I turned that into a TV show called Dining Divas, and we are a women empowerment movement. We showcase food and lifestyle and travel in a very fun, entertaining way. We're actually about to shoot next week for the Travel Channel, and our season 3 goes national next week as well on WeTV. So it's really exciting. You can watch us Friday at 9:30 a.m. on WeTV. And yeah, I'm just here to bring value and collaborate.
Awesome. That episode that goes is, well, one of them is the one that we did in St. Lucia, and it was a mastermind, and Cleona was there, and everybody was really super cool. So I'm excited about it. All right. Awesome. Sasha, I'm going to ask you to go next.
Hello, I'm Sasha. So the shortest version, and I've always been a creative. I was an actor as a child. And when I met my now husband 10 years ago, waiting tables of wood, we wanted to.
Sorry about that, Sasha. I had to mute you because we were getting double. So maybe we'll have you work on the volume and come back. You may need to go in and out. And Eric, let's bring you up, please.
Okay. Hi. My name is Eric.
That's how it sounded, Sasha.
I'm just kidding, you guys. I'm just playing. How are you, Adora? Really good to see all of you. I want to high five all of you. I'm just gonna hug my screen. I'm hugging it right now. Good to see you guys. I got so much energy. I'm ready to rock. What's up? Oh, you asked me what about me? So let's see. I started something called Habitude Warrior years ago with my friend who passed away, Jim Rohn, and I were having a conversation, and this creation of Habitude Warrior came around, and I said to Brian Tracy, I said, Brian, I got to go do this. He's like, you got my support. So that's what I did. And we created Habitude Warrior, which is all about being in charge, like a warrior of your own habits and your attitude on a daily basis. And lately we've been working on something, well, for a few years now. It's already launched now. It's called Speaker Hearts. So I'm the founder of Speaker Hearts, which I can get into later on. It's amazing. And it's all about speaking with your heart and helping people around the world.
Awesome. So, okay, team, while we're working through stuff. So Christine, a little from you, because you use media a lot, and you help entrepreneurs by, showcasing them in various shows and media, and you've worked in media so long. So for an entrepreneur, I'd like to hear from you, what is something they could do to get in media? And then also, how do they show up to get both free media, paid media, anything that you want to say about that? Few minutes to jam on that would be great.
Yeah, sure. So obviously right now content is king. You want to have your face out there. You want to be representing your brand. You want to be the brand. So you either pay for media or you get paid to be on TV, and whichever way that works for you, you got to start somewhere. So starting with a lot of podcasts, there's a lot of podcasts out there, and there's websites for podcasts where you can actually sign up to any kind of like notifications for new podcasts and things that fit into your niche. So I would suggest always starting there. Shows like mine, we do bring on, like what Adora was talking about. We did the St. Lucia one where we had a lot of entrepreneurs that came out to St. Lucia with us, and we're on TV that way. And it's also great for networking. So there's a lot of opportunities like that too. But definitely I would make sure that you're getting on media of some sort at least once a month. I mean, you should be doing something: radio, podcast, TV.
Awesome. And then do you have a tip about when they're getting on, how to show up powerfully? Because sometimes you get on, you're just like, my dog or this or that. Like, how do you,
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you want to be relatable. Everybody wants to, people invest in people. So if somebody feels like they're relating to you and that you're speaking to them and you're speaking from your heart, and, you're not just like a teleprompter just reading off words, right? People are going to be more inclined to want to work with you. So always just being authentic and personable and memorable is the most important thing.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, Sasha. Let's go. How you doing, honey?
Hey, sound better this time?
So much better.
Beautiful, beautiful. So I'm Sasha. I am a marketer in the quickest terms. And the thing that I am most obsessed with is helping people get to their business goals way more easily. So to hop in on that question, how you show up on social can generate every opportunity in the world. And I love that for beginners. For anybody up to 100K months, you can get organic podcast opportunities, summit appearances, and you can use your social to experiment. And the most basic thing is, what are the things that are most important to you? And talking about those things in a way that serves others, you will blow your own mind with the opportunities that come your way, but also it builds connections, it serves others. It's the most foundational starting piece that everything can come from.
So social is what you leaned in on. Is there a platform you love the most?
You know,
for 2023?
I love whatever people love. We've done everything from SEO to Facebook ads to TikTok. And the only hard and fast rule is that it works best if it's fun. So never listen to anybody that says you have to do this thing. This is the hot one. I will tell you this. If you ignore trends, you're golden. Because when people are following trends, that's where everybody's going. If you're watching the herd move to TikTok, then that means Facebook ads are working better because there's less competition. So ignoring FOMO, going to what inspires you, that's always going to be the most effective social or platform.
It's pretty powerful. It reminds me of Chell yesterday when he said, when everybody's selling, I'm buying. And when everybody's buying, I'm selling. And I do the same thing in the grocery store. I look at where everyone's in line and I look for the empty, because there's always an empty, because that whole herd mentality. So there's a rhythm and a pattern here. Perfect. So as long as they love it, and then just stay the course, have fun, but be on social and be authentic. Okay, wonderful. Eric, so same kind of question, because I know you end up putting your message out there a lot, and also bringing authors into the position of co-authoring and getting opportunities to be, seen in different stages. So what do you want to say if no one does that particular thing, but the beginner, and they may, but for everybody, that everybody could apply?
Yeah, great question. Thank you. So, for me, I love hearing the panelists here as well. For me, it just reminds me of be with other people that are making a difference. Okay. Like Sasha was just saying, and Shayl said it the other day, yesterday, go without the herd mentality, go with the awesome creative mentality, but they're creating the space, the path, right? The pathway. I have a bottle that says path right here. They're creating the path. So what I do is the Wayne Gretzky deal, right? I create the path with those people who are creating the path as well. And I seek out those opportunities. So, and you could check it, you could see this, right? I mean, you could just look around. Brian Tracy taught me this years and years ago. He would say this. He'd look in the audience. There's 3,000-4,000 people in the audience right there. And he says, I could tell who's doing really well, who's doing great, who's a path leader, who's amazing, who's sucking wind. That's what he would say in the audience. It was hilarious. But it's true. You can literally tell by the energy, by the attitude, and by the actions that people take. So start seeking those out. Take note, right? Success leaves clues. Eric Sorensen was saying it as well. Love the spelling of his name. It was perfect. Eric with a K. But seek out those trend creators, not trend setters, trend makers, trend followers, the trend creators. And that's what I do all the time.
Well, then Livia and Project Uprise should be right in alignment with you, because she is a creative and has brought us together in this way. So I love what all of you said. It's very valuable for 2023. And now I want to talk to each of you about just what Eric teed up for us, and what Project Uprise is about too, and how it works is collaboration. How important is collaboration, and what's your top tip for when you're seeking out a collaboration, how to identify, you know, because a lot of times people start, everybody could win with me. And then they have a second job in emailing and birthday messages and all this, you know, trying to keep up with everybody. But we all know it's very strategic. So I want to hear, what's the role of collaboration in 2023 and period? And then how, your top tip for seeking and choosing the right kind of collaborations.
You want me to jump in?
Yes, Christine. I just expected you to go in order. And I was looking at Eric, wondering if I should bring him in. Eric, smile. Give me a yes or no if you're ready to come in. Eric, yes. Okay, awesome. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. So, I mean, collaboration is everything. And I think I really learned that even more so with Adora, because, you know, when we did that St. Lucia trip, I mean, we put that together in 6 weeks and we raised 80,000 in cash, 70,000 in sponsorship in kind. I mean, we did a lot and we put that whole thing together. It was powerful. It was just really, really cool. And I think when you have more than one person collaborating and masterminding to accomplish a goal, it's just, you can elevate so quickly and you can create things that you could never have done by yourself. You cannot do everything by yourself. You need people. So I'm collaborating with so many amazing people that know things that I don't know, people who have resources that I don't have. And that's very important, that you're always, you know, reaching out to people that you can learn from and grow with. So that's really my goal for 2023, is just keep on creating amazing collaborations with awesome people.
So good. I'm Eric, by the way. And Eric, the first thing I saw when I saw your name was, yes, finally somebody gets the name spelled right.
Yeah.
The C's and the CKs. I don't know what that's all about, but.
And we're both really good looking. This is perfect. This is awesome. Continue. Yeah, this is awesome.
Wow. Thank you.
That was a Zoolander moment. Anyone seen Zoolander? We are ridiculously good looking. Like, I just had to call it. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, so I would love to, I'd love to hear some of your advice on 2023. We really position this as an important cause, but also we're here to help people uprise in 2023. And the world is so chaotic right now. There's just so much going on, you know, and I've been spending the last few days with my team going over AI and things like ChatGPT and how that's going to change copy and programming. And like, I'm like mind blown by what it can do. I mean, the world is changing. And if you look at the technology curve projected for the next 5 years, it's like 5 or 10 years. It's like 10 years of technology growth just in that would have normally taken about 150 years. Like, it can accelerate so quick. So I'd love to hear from you guys on, you know, how can you get rid of all the clutter and the noise and focus on what you can do to really be seen out there. I know you guys are all amazing at marketing, but as influencers, how do you get through the clutter of being seen, especially online in this crazy, chaotic world?
I love it. May I jump in?
Go for it, Eric.
All right. So here's
actually, I'm going to go to you. Yes, 100%.
Okay. All right. Sounds good. So, you know, I love what you're saying, Eric, and I love saying your name, Eric. All right. So I love the fact that, you know, you bring up the fact that there's so much technology, so much, everything is coming together, and we are going at speeds that I mean, we can't even quantify at this point. But here's the cool part, the really cool part, the super excited part. I'm so excited. I want to hold on, high five myself about. Check this out. This is the cool part. The cool part is there's still going to be, you guys can laugh. I see you in the green room. Okay. The cool part is we're all human beings. So do you realize how easy it is when the world around us is so technological and so many advances? You know what it does? It literally accentuates the fact that I personally am an authentic human being, and people want that. People love that. That's never going to go away, in my opinion, at least in our lifetimes, hopefully, right? It's never going to go away. So I really, I write notes to myself all the time, like right in front of me. Like, there's a little note right here. It says, "You are awesome." and I literally write like thank you notes. Oh, have you guys ever done this before? Write yourself a thank you note the night before and leave it for yourself for the next morning somewhere, like in front of the coffee maker or something. And you're like, what's this? And you open it up and it's like, oh, it says, thank you. Thank you, Eric, for being such a great, authentic human being. You're amazing. I love you. By the way, you're great looking. By the way, love, Eric, right? It's yourself writing yourself a note. And you know, Eric, you might ask, well, I mean, are you really answering the question here? Like, we're talking about the future things that are happening so fast at speeds that are so amazing, and it's going to accentuate the fact that we're going to be in front of more people at quicker amount of time. You can just think about something and you can finish my paragraph, not sentence. Just kidding. So thought, there you go. So the point is, though, there's always going to be that human element, and I never want to get rid of that. I'm always going to be there. And guess what? I know for a fact, Jim Rohn taught me this. There's that sigmoid curve. There's the seasons. That's easy way to say it. There's those seasons. And every time there's a winter, I've never been any year without a winter, without a summer, without a night, without daytime, without morning, without afternoon. It's always happened in my whole entire life, and it's going to continue happening. So I'm going to continue being authentic myself, me.
Beautiful. Well said. And by the way, I love your energy. I do think it's the name for sure. Because you guys have so much energy. It's amazing. Like I can see it in the chat. People are just blowing it up. It's fantastic. So, Sasha, I'd like to actually ask you that same question. I mean, you're a marketer, and you've done that. And most people, by the way, don't know this. I went to an ad agency for 15 years. That's how I got my start. Well, it started with a traditional ad agency, and now it's more digital marketing, as you guys know. Although we do some traditional marketing, direct mail. This is the world I lived in. But this is my passion. My passion is speaking, coaching, training. And so I have an amazing team now that I hardly work at all in the ad agency anymore, because they run with it, which is awesome.
But you've been through it. When you talk about getting to your first 6 figures, when you do that in the agency world, that requires so much skill. And I know we're not promoting currently that, but the investment that you spoke about, somebody who can build 6 figures in the agency world, that is all of the hard work. That truly is. But to answer your question about the idea of, something that I've been, if you pay attention on social and you follow a lot of leaders, you notice that everybody is on the same wavelength. It's almost like you're all tapping into the same sort of collective consciousness. So it doesn't matter what the subject is, you're on the same wavelength. So what Eric is saying, even as a marketer, as a creative in like the depths of my soul, what it comes down to foundationally, despite all AI, is growing yourself, centering in on yourself, your connections, and then utilizing AI, social, ads, everything as your tools. Because people get so easily distracted in, like, they call them shiny objects or the tools, or do I need to do this or that? And you're throwing your own power and your energy at these things instead of keeping it yourself. So if you remember what your goals are, your mission, and everything that you want to create, then instead it's easier to view all of these little tools as like your own personal satellites, the things that are out there bouncing your message and attracting other people to you. But it's never about the tools. It's about you and what you're creating, and then everything else feels easier.
It's so funny because most of the time we focus on the tool. I mean, you go to a conference, it's like how to do this, how to do that, use this tool, use that tool. And I'm a big fan of tools, but you're absolutely right. Who you are is so critical. Christine, I have a question for you, because I know you're like you're an influencer. You've got a lot of, you're out there and you're doing some incredible things. Like, how do you break through the noise online as an influencer? How do you get recognized on Instagram and on the platforms that you're on, and really build your business from that aspect?
Yeah. So I second a lot of things that Sasha was saying. I mean, being your authentic self and just getting your message across, like all the shiny tools are great, but you really have to be just authentic on what you're trying to portray to the audience. So, if you're big on doing, for instance, like I do a lot of reels that are, about food and travel. And, just having that kind of same format every time that I do it, so you kind of know what my look is important, because people are going to start to get used to that look, and they're going to, want to look at the next one that you're going to do like that. I do a lot of beauty ones, my makeup, transitions and stuff like that. And people like to see, how you have evolved as a creator and how your message is being, coming across, as what you're trying to show the audience. So I think just being authentic on what you're trying to tell.
And how often do you publish online? How much you publish content online, reels, etc.?
I mean, you should be posting every day, but I'm not I do a lot of stories. I think that the posting, I try to keep my wall very like clean and you know, just have like the main stuff that I want people to see if they were going to go scroll my wall. And the stories, I really am just very raw and very real. You know, I go on there when I wake up, no makeup on, and just talk to people and just, you know, kind of just let people into my real life and let them get to know, you know, what you're about, because I think people want to relate to other people.
Oh, beautiful. That's awesome. Thank you. I think Eric's dying to answer part of that question is what it sounds like.
I was just commenting saying, me too. No makeup. I do it every day. No makeup.
Oh, that's what it was.
Too.
That makes sense. Eric, anytime that you try to like level up in your life, anytime that you've really saw something in your life you needed to really reach for, like how do you do that? How do you go from a certain level of success to, okay, what's the next level of success? And I know you've probably leveled up a bunch of times in your life. I mean, I can just see it in you and looking at your journey a little bit. How does that happen?
Oh, thanks for asking. So, you know, I like to equate it like a par level. So like if you're a golfer, which I'm not, my golf game and my bowling game are the same scores usually, and I'm a really good anyway, and I'm a bad bowler, but I'm a good bowler, you know what I mean? So the point is though, I like to go play the game, meaning you take 3 months for that project or 6 months or a year or 5 years, whatever that is. Take a look at your level and then always know there's another level up. There's a concept that I've instilled in myself, and it's called that one up level, or a +1 is what I call it. And it came from if you're familiar with the concept lagniappe in New Orleans area. Lagniappe is just a little extra, a little bit more. You know, so they give you, let's say the waiter come over and give you your meal, but then here's a little appetizer. Here's a glass of wine. It's just it's on lagniappe. It's a little bit more. So I always like to up level that way. And I look at business the same way, where I realize that I don't know everything. I want to collaborate with people. By the way, I want to just touch on this for a second. Collaboration's great. Saturation's not great. And Adora was here earlier. Like, I'm sure she'd be like, amen, brother, because how many of us have had those people? I mean, I got 9 phone calls from, I won't tell you his name. Well, no, I won't. So 9 phone calls this morning of this guy begging me to collaborate with him because he wants to show me this and this and this and this. And it's like, slow down. It'll all work out. So collaboration is great, but depending on who you're collaborating with, otherwise it's just saturation. How many of us right here in the room, right here, have been on the same stage, the same day for years and years and years, and everyone's like, oh, I got the best sliced bread. Someone should name a new event, the nextslicebread.com or something like that, because everyone seems to have the answer. But they don't, right? You need to connect with people who have the answer, like this project here. This is amazing, and the cause is amazing. So I'm totally not answering your question. It'd be funny if you asked me a question. I'm like, yeah, I'm from Washington, D.C. You're like, that's not what I asked. Anyway, the point is though, like, choose who you're going to collaborate with in a major way and have a checkup on that. Do your due diligence. Find out who those people are. Find out who they collaborated with in the past. Find out how long they've been in the game. You know, newcomers can come in the game and they can do great, but are they saturating the market in a bad way or collaborating in such a great way? So to answer your question though, Eric, parring up is what I do a lot. I love that. And I always remind myself, because we're all human and we always, need to do these reminders for ourselves. One of the reminder that I always do is say to myself, I don't know everything, but I do know something. I do know the fact that I have more potential right now. Like tomorrow, I'm going to have more potential than I did today. Like tonight, I'm going to have more potential than I do right this second. There's literally more potential. So I can raise up the bar of excellence. And it starts with us first. Jim Rohn used to tell us that. And I know the whole team yesterday was talking about that, working on, and you were talking about that as well, Eric, just 20 minutes ago, about, giving yourself permission. I have one of these cards here. It says, do the work. But I have another card that says, give yourself permission to invest in yourself so that you can help everyone else around you. So that's what I do, is I always level up that way.
Awesome. Choose who you collaborate with. And I know, Eric, you're about to say something. We need to ask Sasha some questions because we had the double earlier. And so I'd love to hear your thoughts around this a little further. And then we're going to bring in another guest that you all haven't met yet and add them to the mix.
I'm so happy that I have a moment because what Eric said lit me up.
Which Eric? Eric,
I know,
Eric,
right? Eric, Mr. Awesome. Mr. Awesome's energy is so contagious. He says things and my brain goes ding. So here is what I want to share that really has helped me through hard times. Because I think a lot of us had challenging 2022s. And so for me, I had this light bulb moment. You know, the decisions we make are based around the beliefs that we have. So I had whether sometimes you feel nervous to reach out to somebody, for example. And why is that? What are the thoughts that we're having? The thoughts that they might say no, they might this, they might that, right? So similar to Mr. Awesome, I have Post-it notes everywhere. And so I had a really big Post-it note and I wrote, choose a new thought. And then I realized after a couple of days of staring at that it wasn't just the new thoughts. All of those thoughts are a result of our identity. So then I put a huge X and I put choose a whole new identity. And in my head, I had curse words around it. Choose a whole new identity. I needed to secure that in my brain. And then what that led to was me continually learning to ask myself the question, what would the next version of myself do? How would the next version of myself handle whatever this hard situation is? And so I recommend the Post-it notes as well, because otherwise we have how many thousands of thoughts a day, and it's so hard to keep ourselves anchored in. So I have the notes everywhere, but asking yourself, what does the next version of yourself do makes every other decision in your life easier. You're creating that big context. So whether it's the fitness, the putting on your shoes to go running, to not eating, the whole fridge once you get the kids down for bed, whatever those things are, anchoring that whole identity and asking yourself, what am I going to do? It makes your growth, it makes that up-level process so much bigger. So if you choose to consider what would the next level of myself do and use that as a cornerstone thought for 2023, I guarantee you will end the year a different person with entirely different thoughts than where you started the year.
Yeah. What would the next version of me do? And do that now. When? Now. Okay. Yeah, I love that. And it's funny, we all have these kind of ways that we trigger for ourselves. I heard Brendan Burchard before say, every time you walk through a door, you could say to yourself, doors are always opening for me. So when you can work it in. And for a long time, until my man moved in with me, I would put my next visualizations and laminate them and put them in the shower as well, but it doesn't look as good. We know each other well now, so I'm about to bring it back thanks to you. So I should never taken it down. All right, so thank you so much for all of your energy. We have another panel coming up rather than the guest. We had a guest in the back room, and he is there. So let me go ahead and bring Lynn and Will are waving, but before our next panel, we're going to bring in the Maverick, who's perfect in this conversation, Paul Fink. Thank you so much for all of your energy. Hi, Paul Fink. Another panel. We have a delay. Hi, Paul Fink. We have a guest in the back room. And he's about to hear his name. There. So let me go ahead and. Hi. There is a delay. All right. So when that goes, hi, Paul. All right. I know we put all of your energy. Hi, Paul.
Do you hear me?
We do, but we also hear me.
Hold.
Okay.
It's like Australia. We already know the answer today. This is great. What's up, Paul?
Awesome. Let's see. I'm going to unmute him again. And let's see. Yeah,
you hear me now?
We hear just you.
Good?
Yes. So introduce yourself.
I don't hear you.
Uh-oh.
Why don't I hear you?
Okay. Do you all hear me? Eric, Sasha? Okay. So, all right, team, I'm going to ask that you help Paul, and we'll go ahead and move to our next panel and bring Paul back after our panel. So final thoughts. team. Oh, we lost our dining diva. So final thoughts quickly, because we're right at the top of the hour almost. Wait, are we doing our panel now? Somebody give me a clue. Paul? And I'll bring Paul back after our panel. Nope, we still have echoes.
I have a suggestion for Paul real quick, but he can't hear us. Oops. Maybe you guys can text him. His microphone's working, but his speakers are going through his microphone. That's all he needs to change is that whole thing.
Okay.
Cool, guys. So final thought.
So wait,
My
before
final
the
thought
final
is, Adora
thoughts, I'm going to give a thought. Thank you. I'm going to give a thought before our final thoughts. Okay. So what just happened right there? I want every single one of you that are waiting to get ready, to get it perfect, to get it right, to like exhale. And if you need to rewatch that just to go, oh, they flubbed up, something happened live, and to give yourself the permission granted, freaking do it, because you're going to learn way more on the bike than theorizing about riding the bike. Okay. So I love when moments happen like this. Actually, I mean, I'll call in the moments that they don't more, but I love when moments happen like this. It's one of my favorite moments of getting access and opening doors to people, because when you see the imperfection and the breakdowns, you're like, oh, okay, there, you know, or you see someone spit when they talk or something, you know, it's like, it's not about making them less. It's about taking them off a pedestal, right? And a lot of times we want to look so good. We want to have it so right that we never actually impact anything because you're frozen. So we're not frozen. We're moving on our screens, and we're winning. So now with that final thought, Eric, are you about to
I'm just enjoying watching Eric get hit by a tree.
I know.
What happened there? Which Eric? I'm just gonna go with it. My final thoughts. By the way, I love what you just said, Adora. You know, things are gonna happen. You know, I was doing a live one time on a virtual summit of ours, and it was so windy in Scottsdale where I was living, and the tree literally fell behind me, and I just kept on going, and people commented that for like 1 million comments. But you know, I love it. I love what you just said about, you know, it's get on the bike. You learn so much being on the bike. I actually want to tweak that a tiny bit. You learn so much falling off the bike than you do riding the bike. It's getting on the bike, riding it for a little bit, and then falling off is where we really learn, because then we can learn how to get back on and kick some butt. So my final thoughts.
Yes, one moment. We're going to have Eric's final thought. Hold on, Paul. Now we can hear you. That's great.
Great to see you, Eric.
Oh, great to see you as well, Paul. My final thoughts really quick is really simple. Go VIP. Literally go VIP. Like write it down. Grab a marker. You should always have, by the way, you should always have markers, not only in front of you here, but in your pocket, in your pocketbook. Okay, when you walk around. Why? Because you're going to be signing your best-selling books. Any one of your books, right? You should be bringing these to Starbucks or everywhere. You know, I'm just walking in line and just be like, here, can I sign a book for you? And they're like, are you an author? And yeah, I wrote a bunch of things. Here's one. And just always have that on you, because it's an attitude change. But my final thought is really, and write this down, go VIP. Like, go VIP. They're doing a $97 VIP, or do the $3,000 or $9,000 or whatever it is. Do it. Go VIP, because you deserve it. And you'll regret it if you don't do it. And that's the key, is to separate yourself from remember I was talking about collaboration versus saturation. The collaboration, all the collaborators are going VIP. Go VIP. And I'm not trying to sell this program. I'm saying go VIP anywhere you get a chance. Always, always, always valet park. Okay, go VIP. My name's Eric Swanson, Mr. Awesome. Back to you.
Awesome. Thank you. Okay, final thought, Sasha.
Yes, being told to go VIP was life-changing. Following that direction was life-changing. The other piece is believing that you have the right to be there. So show up, and everybody's a human. It's so easy to think that we can deserve this thing. We can get to this thing when we're ready. You're never going to be ready. Mm-hmm. Confidence is the one place. Self-belief is the one place that just, you really can fake it till you make it. Behave as such. You'll attract people around you. Your whole world will change. But it's this self-belief. It's the showing up. And it's remembering that things are always, always going to fall. We saw Paul's sound. We saw my sound. There is something that was so helpful for me. I actually emailed, when I emailed about this to my email list, I emailed that something that really was helpful for me to hear is that success is inconvenient. Think about, you probably have some other plans right now. You had plans for this weekend, you have plans for whatever it is, and yet you have the opportunity to go VIP right now. You have the opportunity to make a difference, and it comes with all of these amazing learning opportunities. But you do acknowledge, feel into it. Yes, the most successful version of yourself knows an opportunity when they see it, even if it feels inconvenient, and they make it happen. So take advantage of everything amazing that comes your way. Just keep saying yes to the amazing things, and just watch the difference that you'll make, and the changes that'll happen in your life will truly be extraordinary.
So awesome. Thank you so much. Team, we're going to remove Sasha and Eric Awesome Swanson. Thank you both for your time and energy today. And Paul will do a mini panel session with you. But before we do, I love all of that. Howard, I'm loving these comments. I'm loving what you're saying here. Go VIP. I'm so grateful to be here. Yes, yes, yes. VIP is where it is. And something I want you to notice is that we are laying down strategy. Tomorrow, you're going to get tax strategy, social media strategy from someone who used to work for the IRS and is my tax strategist. She's a tax strategist for Alex Sharfin and has worked with a lot of other amazing people. And we're going to get real business strategies. But what you'll notice is most of these leaders cannot help talk to you about the mindset and about the identity. Even when we try to bring it back to the how, which the how is so powerful, strategies will make a big difference, a huge difference in your world. But it's who you're being as a leader. Are you being a VIP? Are you being connection versus and collaboration versus saturation? Are you, showing up where it's fun and where you really like it? So awesome stuff. So one thing that happens here is you catch the energy of a leader. You catch how they're thinking. You catch how they're moving in the world. I love Cher. I personally love Cher. She looks so amazing. Her genetics, I'm going to do everything I can to keep up. I don't have her legs, her cheekbones, but I love the outrageousness of Cher. And I remember watching through different outfits. I was watching interviews, thinking of my own identity. This several years ago. And so I was looking up people that I love and admire, because often when you love and admire, something inside of them is calling to something in you that already exists, right? And so I was watching her and she was talking about all these outfits, and it was pretty funny. She was like, yeah, that one was inspired by Sex and the Color Blue. That one was inspired by, and she was it was pretty outrageous. But they asked her, they said, people really made fun of you, and like you showed you were the first one to show your belly button on TV. Like, what was that about? And she said, I was always ahead of my time. So, and in that moment, I don't know that she would put that in a book, but it blew my mind. Like, her haters, she used that to validate that she's ahead of her time and that she's a way maker, right? So that's the kind of stuff that you catch in the environment that Cher may not put in a book as a success tip, or Paul or Eric guys we may not put in but it's when you're in the room that you hear these little nuggets that they don't even know are their way of being, and then you catch them. You catch the energy of that, the frequency of that, the modeling of that, and then you bring it comes forward from within you. So super powerful stuff. Paul, welcome. We've worked together for a while now. You're the maverick sales guy, the maverick everything. I've met you before. Eric hasn't met you before. So I love watching two people get to know each other, and I feel like it's a little more fresh. So Eric, I'm going to let you ask some questions to our maverick, similar to what we did before, or you do what you want. You do what you want to do.
Adora, thank you so much. Eric, it's a pleasure to meet you, and it's just an honor. I do want to just tap into what you've already been talking about. Absolutely invested in yourself, and absolutely, I find what people what people don't say on stage is where the learning moments are. You will learn more by watching what people do than listening to what they say. And the only way to watch what people do is to see how they are off camera, off stage, off the formal presentations. I really love the way we have this platform set up, and most of what you've done with me over the years, Adora, has been this much more casual, let's get to know one another, let's talk, let's hang out, and you'll learn so much. And it's those nuggets that'll never get in print, that'll never end up in the book somewhere, that you'll learn volumes that'll really change your life. And it's how I've developed hanging out with my mentors and spending the time after hours, behind the scenes, behind the curtain, at dinner, at breakfast. And that's where I really grew and really developed. It wasn't, taking the notes from what they talked about on stage. That was nice, but it wasn't the thing. You know what I mean?
Well, Paul, it is so great to meet you and get a little opportunity to spend some time with you. And looking at your content, what I love about you is you're about transforming people's businesses, but also their lives as well. So much is focused on business, business, business. And I met so many entrepreneurs that have extraordinary businesses, but do not have extraordinary lives, that struggle personally. And it's really challenging to watch. And you would think that wouldn't be the case. So I would love to hear from you about how you or what it takes for somebody to actually transform their future.
Yeah, I will say that I'm that odd combo. Oftentimes you'll see people that get focused in on that mindset, and it almost becomes the ones that focus in on only that, more of a yah-yah to some other divisions of people or groups of people. So they look at that going, yeah, whatever. Give me the nuts and bolts. Give me the details. How do I build my website? How do I do my marketing? How do I do my funnels? Then you go over to the people that are working on the funnels and the websites and the technical part of their business. And they're like, yeah, whatever you're thinking, I don't care. Whatever's going on internally, it doesn't matter. Just do this. And what I have found over the years is both of them are broken systems, that when you focus on only one, for instance, I know a ton of people that focus in on their mindset, but forget that there's a component of monetization. They forget that there's business models to put into place. And unfortunately, they shortchange themselves because they can only last so long. Is that they'll be out there in the market, they'll have a great message, a great component to share with the world, and yet they can only share it for a short period of time, because then life hits them and they end up not being able to pay their bills, not being able to stay the course, not being able to continue on, to have the freedom to do what we take for granted and we get to do every day. They don't get that chance because they forget to add the monetization part. And then the people that, as you said, people that are great in business and you see them bringing in the money, and who's ever seen that roller coaster ride where they crash and burn because we live one life. It is not compartmentalized into our personal life or our business life. It is one life. And when you can create congruency with that, where you live it completely as one, you are truthful, honest, have integrity in your business life and in your personal life, and walk the talk every day, that's where true success lies, and sustainable business models, sustainable success.
So if somebody wants to have sustainable success in 2023, they're looking like, where do I want to be, or who do I want to become by the end of this year? What would you say to lay out for them? Here's a couple of things that I can give you in order for you to be able to achieve the level of success that you want in 2023, despite everything that's going on in the world today with the economy.
Yeah, I will tell you that I've had quite a journey over the last few years. Most of my business in 2020 was live. I did a ton of live events because I connect with people on a live way. I started off as a counselor. I was trained to be a clinical psychologist when I went to college. And that was my mainstay. Then I went into business. Then I got all this done. And so when 2020 hit, I was definitely wanted to connect with people live and wasn't able to. And my business took a downturn. At the same moment, my wife was diagnosed with cancer. And so I had both my personal life and my business life in disarray. And I used every tool I had in my toolbox to stay the course, sustain, and actually now excel. And some of the key components that you want to do. One is to, and so many people have been talking about this, stop paying attention to the external world. Pay attention to your internal. Get really focused in on who do you want to be. Years and years ago, I started with the mantra or the idea that I was on camera all the time. I was the star of my own movie. Now, when you're the star of your own movie, it really is easy to make you the hero. Only some people don't see themselves that way. Only here's the way to shift it. Imagine if everything that you were doing was broadcast in Times Square, broadcast on every streaming platform there is across the world. What would you want them to see? Who would you want to show up as for them? You know, oftentimes we act differently when we're in public than we are private. And in our own social circles, we're like, why don't you act that way when you're at home? You were so great tonight. And then I get this, you know, in your own personal fights with somebody that you are with. Imagine you show up in the greatest light possible. The way you would show up to strangers, you show up all the time, even when no one's looking. What would that do for your own personal integrity, for your own personal guide as to where to go, whether to turn left or right? And that's really served me to do the right thing no matter what. Once you realize that you listen to the internal guide rather than the external, you then decide what you want.
So powerful, because the external voices, they'll always change. Trends change, politics change, everything in life changes that's outside of you. That your friends, your environment will change quickly and several times throughout your life. Yes. And you know, that is to me the very definition of integrity, is who you are when nobody's looking.
Yes.
Are you the same person, authentic person in front of the camera that you are behind the scenes when no one else is looking? And I just wanted to point out for all of you guys in the stream, like Paul obviously is very successful, done really well, but yet he just talked about setbacks that he had well into his career.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, I've heard that entrepreneurs, I think it was Elon Musk that said, you know, wanting to start a business is kind of like, you know, putting that ball and chain around your ankles and throwing it into the water and then hitting the bottom of the ocean and then chewing glass while you're at the bottom of the ocean. And now that's a little extreme, but there are moments in our entrepreneurial journey where we think things are going great and bam, COVID hits and our whole world changed. I know I had 3 businesses at the time and we had to really adapt to that new circumstance. And so no, we don't know what's going to happen in 2023. That's somewhere in the future. So what would you say for when you hit an obstacle, when you hit a challenge, like how can you find that grit or that passion to be able to push through even when it looks dark outside, it looks bleak, and you're facing something new? How did you adapt, and what would you say to how somebody else could adapt to changing circumstances?
So interesting. I've had the great advantage or the disadvantage, depending, of being an entrepreneur for 36 years now. Right out of college, I've never worked for anybody my whole career. I came right out of college and went right into straight commission sales, then went in and built my own businesses, my own distribution businesses, etc. this whole time. So my whole focus has been being able to do that, not understanding when people haven't. However, here's what I've learned is that you cannot motivate yourself to do things you don't want to do. So the key component is you've got to want what you're doing and be passionate about it and go after that. So often people are like, listen, I really hate this job. How do you teach me, work with me? I coach people all around the world. And they're like, coach me on how to get motivated and excited about to do this. I was like, that's impossible. You hate it. You are determined to continue to want to hate it. There's no help. There's nothing I can do. You want to kid yourself. Well, that's great. You're constantly going to fight this procrastination component. So why don't you switch? Quit your job. We can help you create six-figure, multi-six-figure, multi-seven-figure even when you're doing what you love. I was just on the phone, and you'll love this. Dr. John DeMartini, we were just talking about this the other day, and I was interviewing him, and we were going through, and he was talking about, I've never had to force myself to wake up in the morning to get going. I've never had to motivate myself. I work and I sleep 3, 4, 5 hours a night, and that's what I do. And John was saying the same thing. We barely sleep. We work nonstop. We're constantly moving, creating the great life because we're passionate about what we're sharing. You don't need to be motivated when you love it. So focus in on, what do you really love? What are you passionate about? Our mission here in helping the children that are being trafficked and challenged and don't have the resources, that's a passion of everybody here. And how do we focus in on that and serve that? We won't have to be woken up in the morning.
Yeah, so powerful. So for time, and I'm loving, the comments are just flowing about what you're dropping.
Yes,
and before we bring our next panel up, one thing I want to say personally is that Chael brought it up yesterday, that he chooses who he hangs out with, and knowing the difference between integrity and truth, telling the truth or having integrity, and that people who have integrity have a code, and they tell you what that code is, and they live by it fiercely. So whether it's a bachelor code or a family code or whatever, integrity is that they have their own code, they communicate that code, and they live fiercely by it. And one thing I really love about you, I love about Eric, I love about Livia, and is I value family so much, and being around great entrepreneurs that really value family, and men that value family and fiercely protect that code and their relationships with their spouses, with their children, and they create success. Those are some of my favorite people to be around, because it's like my next level and what I value so much. I already value it, right? But you guys are living it. And it's so nice to see men. The bachelor men are great, and I love them too, right? But for me, it's about where I'm going, is who you hang out with what you want to become, right? And that's not just success levels, it's family values, it's integrity values, it's all that. And Paul, it's one of my favorite things about you, and Eric too, your devotion to your family, to your wife, to your children, your integrity, and how you show up in the world and as a businessman. So I want to appreciate you and shout you out for that.
Can I mention just one thing?
Yeah.
So we didn't get a chance to mention, yes, passionate relationship with my wife. We've been together we started dating 36 years ago. So awesome. And we're still as passionate today as we ever were. And I also have 6 children, 3 sets of twins. Now the youngest is 21, the youngest set. The oldest is 27, and they are my best testimonials.
Yeah.
And when we talk about that, and everything I do for those people that know me, everything I do is about them. Everything. And that's the way I've modeled and created my success in my whole life. All my success over the last 20 years is because I looked at my children and said, how do I develop a life for them that would make the difference?
Powerful. Eric, anything you want to say before we have Paul go back into the green room? Nobody puts baby in the corner. Yeah.
No. No, that's amazing. And the chat's just blowing up again too. So Donna says, thank you. Rob's repeating you. Our treasured families, Denise, amazing. So thank you so much for taking time today to help us all rise.
Yeah. Thank you, Paul.
Absolutely. My pleasure. I look forward to seeing all of you. We do have offers and a great offer. Can I mention what the
well, we're holding off on the offers, but
Great.
here's what I will say. He's giving you something really great. All of the speakers are. You get that free at the end of the event just for signing up free. There are offers. Some of these people will be in our academy as well. Paul, we're coming for you in that. But we want to keep you here and not flicking and down. All right. So we're going to give you all those things at the end.
In addition, we also are doing an Adora, we haven't had a chance. I'm launching a new nonprofit, started building the framework last year. It's all about educating children. And so taking everything that you're doing with this foundation and
Livia, come on, girl, get on the stage.
To a whole
get on the
level.
stage, Livia.
So,
just answer him.
Yeah, no, that sounds amazing. That's all.
Don't leave, Paul. I had her come up so she could say this
I'm good.
to you.
Can you hear me? Yeah,
yes. We can hear you.
No, yes. So, Paul, thank you for the support, and thank you for being here. Thank you, for all the amazing stuff, and for giving so much value to all the audience. Really appreciate you for that. And yes, we definitely have to connect, because that's all Project Uprise is, right? It's a collaboration, and major part of the program is helping nonprofits, right? Like all types of nonprofits through collaboration, not only to fundraise, but to have incredible resources, right? Because all the resources just become immediately available. So all the things, right? So it's always a yes and thank you, right? So, let's connect and let's just help more people. So thank you so much, for being a force.
Yeah, one of the things I know for the children and raising my children, they were given so many benefits and so much opportunity because I was right next to them. Because I was there with all the information that I train and coach entrepreneurs all around the country in building up their internal game as well as their external. And my kids had that benefit being by my side. Empower Tomorrow, which is our foundation, is all about bringing that to people that don't have that resource.
Awesome. So we are going to collaborate on that. We're 5 minutes over time, so I have to let you go. But we're grateful. All right. Bye-bye. Awesome. They get so good. The conversations get so good, right?
We need to add like 5 more days of this. Seriously.
I was considering another day already.
No, you're going to have to do another day. Yeah, because we're going to have to. There's a lot of things we need to do. And a deep dive for everybody here watching, because I know everybody's just very curious about everything that we're doing in the background. But yes, so.
All right. So you heard it there. There's a day 4. And I know we've got Brent Gove live on Wednesday. So there's more coming. There's more coming. And those of you that are speakers, authors, teachers, and you want to collaborate, or those of you that want to know, how can I get involved on the front line, or how can I share more, we'll open that up in the additional day as well. So your wish is granted. All right now, your wish is granted. Okay. Livia, introduce our next panel.
Yes,
please.
Yes. Next panel is going to be about marketing. Okay. Well, let me tell you, these are my people. And I love saying that because each one of the people that are coming on now, has had a relationship with me, has, worked with me, trained with me. And they are just all like just such, and they're so brilliant, obviously. But they're just such prime examples of so many things, such role models, and so brilliant in in brand and marketing and teaching people as well. So anyway, I have Len and Will. Hi.
Hi. Oh my
God. Them all, and then I'll just go over to one, and then I have Jacob from Hawaii.
Aloha.
And then I have Jennifer. Oh my gosh, this fills my heart. These people are very dear to me and they are incredible. So it's just such an honor to have you guys here because, and I'm living proof that whatever advice they have, it's just very applicable, very efficient, because all these people are doing great things out there. And one of the main things for me is just, the powerful messages that they have, in their stories and how they're bringing that to the world. So, hi guys. I guess Adora, they want to post a little.
Sure. Yes. Okay. Yes. Hi. Some of you I know, Jennifer, Lynn, Will, and Jay. You're new to me. So nice to meet you. I love Hawaii. One of my besties is there. And
Me
lives there.
too.
Yeah, you love Hawaii, obviously. And you know what? I can tell you're on fire.
Yeah, we need some fire emojis.
You know, he is
Awesome.
actually a firefighter and he is in the station right now. So I told him last night, I said, hey, send out a memo to the town, right? No emergencies during this time slot, okay? Because we need you. So yeah, that's how amazing he
did
is.
my
He
best.
multitask like that always and
Okay,
always learning. He's amazing.
So Jay, we'll start with you then, because you could be called away anytime, even though we're manifesting you staying with us. Tell us a little bit about what you're passionate about and why you're here with us.
Well, I start off by saying aloha. And literally, that's what I'm passionate about is aloha. Aloha is an inclusive verb. It's a way of greeting. It means love. It means joy. But it basically symbolizes Hawaii as a whole. Like it's taking care of each other, taking care of the land, taking care of yourself. Just being that person that invites other people in and makes them feel loved. And basically that's how I was raised. That's who I am. My name is Jay Kahe'e. I'm a firefighter paramedic here on the Big Island. And you know, my life is just an evolving, I don't know what the right word is, but it's evolving to the point where I don't know where I'm headed, but I know that these people right here alongside of me and the people that I have in my life is headed to greatness. And when I mean greatness, I mean, I feel like as a collective, we're going to be able to help a lot of people. And that's basically what I'm at. That's why I had this job. And that's why I pursue with such a strong entrepreneurial spirit, connecting with people and making other people's lives better. That's really what I do. There's no one specific way to do it, but Livia has helped me do that exponentially. So I just love everything that she does. I consider myself a child of hers in a way, right? She's my mentor, right? Like, you know, so I'm just really humbled and appreciative that, man, you guys, you know, considered me for something like this. It's awesome.
Well, I love your heart for service. My bestie is on the Big Island. She lives there. So now I need to know what side of the island you're on. What side of the island are you on, Jay?
I was born and raised in Hilo. I live on the Hilo side. That's the east side of the Big Island.
Yeah, I'm going to check with her. We went to both Kona and Hilo, but that's so awesome. So your service shows in what you're up to and your desire that all people feel connected, resourced, cared for. That really motivates and moves you. And it's very evident, which makes so much sense that you're doing such a great job here with us and with Livia so many years. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
All right, Lynn and Will, let's hear a little bit about you all and what you're passionate about these days. Anything you want to share?
Well, first of all, Mr. Awesome. Gotcha, baby. Sure, you gotta have the fat ones too. But first, you know, we're Lynn and Will, so we're a couple on here, and I think there's only one other, and that would be what, Livia and Aaron. So we thank you so much, Ace, for having us on. Livia, Aaron, Eric, and all the other wonderful hosts and people that have come on to speak and give their information, because it's so amazing that we've gained so far, huh?
Oh my gosh, it's incredible just to see the heart. You know, love is the highest vibration, and this whole movement, and it is a movement. It is you can just feel it. It's just incredible. How could you not want to be a part of this? You know that it's going to move mountains, and I'm just thrilled and honored to be a part of it and shine the light on it and do whatever we can to create more awareness and the expansion of it. And I also feel like it's tied to our soul purpose, like Will and I. Last week we did our vision board, and we always theme our vision board for the upcoming year. And this one is the year of living our soul purpose and abundance. But I really feel like this is tied to it, and it's beautiful. And I'm just very grateful and honored to be a part of it.
Awesome. So before I bring up Jennifer to share a little bit about herself, those of you tuning in, they all are doing great with their marketing and have a certain edge around marketing. So we're going to be getting some insights from them, but we lead with heart. And who are the people? I love when Casey Clark said yesterday that we're not chess pieces that you can just move around. And I think when we get on autopilot, you can even see the person behind the cash register at the grocery store is just a chess piece in your task list and that's not what we are. So we lead with getting to know the people that are with us. So thank you for sharing yourselves, Lynn and
we're
Will.
all VIPs. I'm sorry to jump in here, but we're all VIPs. There's over 8 billion DNAs here. So we're all VIPs in ourselves. There's not one of us that are the same. And I'll send my time back to you, my dear.
All right, Jennifer. Let's bring Jennifer to the big screen. A little bit about what you're passionate about or anything you want to share. And you're muted. And that's because someone else has the control. And
I
usually
muted
Jennifer
myself.
does. Okay.
I muted myself because I have to tell you guys, like, I'm sitting here and I was sending messages to a couple other people and I'm like, oh, they can hear me type. And then as we're sitting here and everybody's talking, I literally have my hands folded like this so that I'm not pushing the buttons. And it is, if you want to learn about somebody, I am having heart palpitations right now because my hands are behind my back or in my lap so that I don't get distracted by what's going on in the background right now. So if that tells you anything, oh yeah, there's my face. That's way better also than this StreamYard filter, by the way. When is StreamYard going to get caught up with the times? But that's my passion. Working behind the scenes in events like this and being able to bring something of this caliber that is going to not just impact the lives of business owners, but change the lives of people who are not in the same place that I am today. I am so blessed that I've never experienced the type of things that we're hearing stories about, right? My kids have someplace warm to spend the night every single night. And when I went to bed last night, guys, it was not a fantastic night. We've been working so hard and I crashed hard. And this morning I was thinking about it. I'm like, oh man, I really got this headache. My body is stiff and I'm tired. And how am I going to pull this off? And then I remembered it was 24 degrees in Albuquerque last night. My kids were here in my own house. They didn't have to worry about where to go. But in Albuquerque, how many kids at 9 o'clock last night did they have to find someplace else to go? How many kids last night ended up in a situation that none of us will ever know or experience? And how many of those kids in the next, as we finish this event this weekend or this week, which it seems like we just keep adding days. My goodness, I'm tired. But how many lives are we going to be able to impact in a week, in a month, in a year? So that's my heart. That's why we're here. And I guess now maybe you'll ask some marketing questions. I don't know.
Right. I actually have to say something because right, she's saying all this, guys. Yeah, I didn't introduce them, right? I just said that I love them and they're my people. I guess in the end of the day. Jennifer Camper Norris, if you don't know, we're just talking back and forth. She is the VP of Magic for Project Uprise, right? So yes, so she makes everything go. So so that's why she's talking about the amount of work that she put in, for all these days, all these holidays, right? No sleep, like early to late, to make this happen. So thank you. I just wanted to make a note to that. Yes, thank you, because you got to remember that. But yeah, so back to the marketing, and I'll start with one question to each because I know exactly, you, and I said, like, of course I'm doing this, I know them. So I'll start with Jay exactly before, he gets called. No, nothing's happening in Hawaii today. It's like such a calm day, I heard, in Hawaii today. Just gotta put that out there. So Jay, what I love about him, okay, is first of all, right, he'll say, like, he'll be the comments, right, from beginning to the end. Why? Because he's always learning. he's brilliant, and he's already like, what he does is incredible. But he is like that, a learner like that. But not only that, he comes, he takes notes, and he applies. Not only he applies in his own way, so he makes it a lot better, right, than was taught. But the thing that stands out to me, and I see him, just do so many things and grow his social media and spread his message, and just, it's amazing. It's been an amazing couple of years watching him. And it's the identity, okay? How he represents his community, how he connects with his community, but to a level, right? Like it's very deep. And I always say, right, like I recommend you do that, right? I say it's immersion, right? It's the method. My marketing is the method marketing that is just immersion, right? Because if you don't immerse yourself, like, who are you speaking to, right? We're not chess pieces, right? And Jay is just incredible with that. And he's been working with his community for so long that, of course, he works with the community. So that becomes him. And that alone is a key to success, okay? A key to success. But it's, what stands out for me with him. So I'd love for him to talk about that, talk about, embracing the culture and working with the community and translating that into a marketing message, because that where it starts, right? It's where it goes. So thank you.
Such an amazing introduction. Holy smokes. Thank you very much, Livia. I started off again with aloha, and unfortunately, one of the things is the world is killing aloha. The evolution of this world is taking away from the value of love in this world. And if we aren't perpetuating love, it dies. And one of the things that makes me unique, and I believe that we're all the same. We're not different. We're human beings. We're all unique. We have our own things about us. One of the things that make me unique is my perspective. As a firefighter paramedic, I see those kids that we're trying to help. I pick them up from those homes. I've picked up dead kids. I don't mean to sober the attitude of the environment, but it's one of those things that really hits you, especially when you have kids. And sometimes the perspective that we get, it really shifts our world. So to now try and perpetuate love to overcome these things that I see in my life, it's a challenge. But the way I do that is by, like everybody's been saying, find out who you are. I was raised to help people. I was raised in aloha, and that love, as Ms. Lynn said, overcomes all. Love is the highest vibration. And man, I just thought to myself, people need to hear my perspective. One of the biggest things about social media, and I believe it was said earlier, is the human element is the best part about marketing. That human element. People want to relate to other people, was a message that they said. People want to know who you are, not who you portray yourself to be on this camera. They want to know you. They want to connect with you. And when they do, that's when the magic happens. It's not about saying, oh, I can do this, I can do that. No, it's just about this level of connection. And the perspective that I bring is one of realness, but one of love. And I believe that holds a certain kind of power in this world. And I believe that all of these doors are opening for me, for one, connecting with Livia. And then we have other people in this audience, Jennifer, and I mean, I could go down the list, but that ability to just connect with what I'm getting that Miss Adora just has. She's had that ability to connect people. It brought me to this stage, right? It brought me here. And one of the comments that was made was like, what stage you're on? Well, I've been on a different stage every year since I started. Count this one, right? And that's massive for me, right? I was literally preparing to say, what Will said, right? You are the VIP in your life. And I know the gentleman earlier said that you are the main part of your story. You are the VIP in your life, and treat yourself like the VIP. Signing up for the VIP on this, that's one thing, but treat yourself every day like the VIP and put yourself out there. people don't know who you are if you don't put yourself out there. So from my perspective and my life, I just feel like not people need to know me, but people need to know my message. People need to know the things that I see, because this is real life. If I'm going to help you, I'm going to connect with you on a real level. I'm not going to fill your brain with clouds and butterflies, and I'm not going to sugarcoat stuff. I'm going to tell you what I see, how I see it, how I feel, and I believe that's what's bringing people to me and my success.
Oh, that's so awesome, Jay. You're incredible. Thank you so much. Oh, so awesome to have you here. Yeah, and that's exactly. So now you guys know why I brought him here. Len and Will, okay, I just love them so much. They're just always, on my first list. I'm calling people about everything because I just appreciate them so much. I love their story. I love how they got together and they decided to do this thing. And I definitely want them to touch on that because you really, they're just a very big role model and example to because everybody has always excuses or something, right? There's always something, right? It's either, it was too soon, right? It was too late, right? It's never the right time, it was too crazy of an idea, right? There's always something. And not only they embraced, this new path, this new idea, which they had to because they have so much to say, and it's just so wonderful to see they put their message out there with their brand. But not only that, they're just so diligent. And now talking about marketing, right? They're just so diligent, right? With all their strategies and implementation and consistency, right? Talk about consistency. I've seen people come and go, right? I always see people get excited. Well, let's do this and try, right? And then give up, right? And then, a year later, they're trying again. It's just because it's hard. It's time consuming. It's frustrating. It's just, there's a lot to it, right? But when you embrace, that message above all, that heart above all, right? It helps you to push through. But it's easier said than done. And that's, why, having people like Lynn and Will talk a little bit about their brand, how they started it, and, and how they implemented it, what makes them special, right? In a marketing perspective, because I'm saying that you're special. So don't worry about it. I already said, so you just tell people how you do it, right? So please share with everyone.
Want me to go first?
Go right ahead.
Okay, so I'm retired Air Force, 27 years, had a successful brick and mortar businesses, decided to sell them all and retire and move to Florida and live the rest of my life on a beach chair. So along comes Lynn and she goes, well, I'm an online entrepreneur, or I'm not an online entrepreneur, but I'm an entrepreneur at the time. Would you like to get interested in it? So we started off, and network marketing is a beautiful model. Affiliate marketing, network marketing, it really is. I mean, it really gives everybody the opportunity to get in. And if you put in the work, you'll get what you get out of it. So there's nothing wrong with it. It's nothing icky about it whatsoever. There are some icky things, but not this part. So anyhow, we went to one retreat or one convention after another, and these people are killing it. We figured out they're doing social media, but they won't tell us how to do it on social media. They're really killing it. So we figured out that almost 60% of the world's population is on some sort of social media. That's 60% of 8 billion people. So how do we touch these people and get them to attract? I think it's a big highway. How do you get them off that highway? Get them off on your road and have them come down and you can talk to them. So anyway, that's how we ended up. And you can tell the rest of the story, I guess, with me.
Well, yeah, I mean, we've learned so much from you, Livia. Holy cow. I mean, I really feel like when you relate to people, you just like what Jay said about feeling, like that's where really the magic is, connecting with people, being real and being your authentic self. And at this point in both of our lives, Will is very humble. He's been a very successful entrepreneur, and you've reinvented yourself so many times, right? But now we get to live our life together and create different collaborative events, even like our podcast. We really love doing that. It's so much fun to be able to talk to all kinds of entrepreneurs. And now we can shine the light on Project Uprise. It's going to be so easy because it's just something I feel so passionate about. To hear those stories yesterday from Annika and from Casey, and to see where their freedoms were taken away, and they're silenced. They have no voice. Like everything, the survivors. It's just, and this project is just, it just totally resonates with this point in our life. And however we can help grow it and expand it, and use our brand that we've learned from the best in the world, basically, because you are so great at what you do, Livia, you and Aaron, and also you are so human and so deep, and there's just a lot within you that's just pouring into this project that you can feel immensely. And I'm just thrilled and honored to be a part of it, and so excited to contribute to it.
You guys
It's a
are so
passion.
funny.
It's a passion.
Yeah, you see, that's the only challenge about bringing people that are really close to you, is that they end up talking about you, not about themselves, right? But no, I loved it, and thank you for sharing this story. Thank you for sharing this story. You guys are amazing. Yeah, and you guys should follow them if you know to see how it's done too. Now, Jennifer. Okay, so Jennifer, sometimes you say like someone that really proves that nothing is impossible, right? But then we think about this like this philosophical, right? This kind of like, certain things, right? Like, but then there's the actuality, right? The actuality of what does it take to making something impossible possible, right? And I'll tell you, it takes strategies, it takes skills, it takes systems, okay? And that's what Jennifer does, right? So, you can say about anyone, about, like that philosophical part, poetical part of, making the impossible possible. But then there's the people, actually pushing the buttons for that reality to appear. And so that's Jennifer, and she's brilliant in so many different ways. But I definitely want you to talk a little bit about, obviously entrepreneurs, right? First of all, how, like, what's your perspective and mindset on really, because you keep learning skills, and you know how to do everything, right? Obviously you weren't born knowing how to do everything.
Are
And
you
I'm
kidding?
sure that
I was totally born a genius.
Genius, and yeah, those two things. Genius, yes, but knowing how to do everything, right? Maybe not so, right? But anyway, but just tell people, a little bit about that, and then the tips, of from your knowledge, what are some of the things that you have learned that you think will be most useful for them in this year? Because I know there's a lot of shifts, and I know you keep up with everything. So tell our people.
I have absolutely no idea what you just asked me. So I guess I'm just going to start talking, and something genius will come out of my mouth. Because here's the thing. If you are new to the JKN experience, you never know what's going to come out of my mouth, because I go down rabbit holes, and my brain literally moves so fast. It's like if you were a grandmaster chess player, how they're always like, you see those beautiful video images where like they're planning their moves 26 steps ahead, and you're like, how do they do that? How do they see that? That's how my brain works, except not with chess pieces, right? Didn't somebody already say that we're not chess pieces? But life is like a giant chessboard. And so I start talking, and I start having these ideas in the flow, and like, yeah, we can definitely do that. Somebody yelled at me. I don't even know who it was, because my brain is constantly moving. And what's the problem here? What can we do to make this better? And somebody in the chat, and I'm going to see who it was, they told me to stop looking at the screen, because I can't shut it off. I just can't do it. Right. So that is how my brain works. And it's turned me into a business strategist and marketing growth expert. Everybody's different. Everybody has their own zone of genius. That's why you get into business, right? You have the thing that you do to help people, and that's what makes you amazing. And what makes I don't want to say what makes me amazing because that's egotistical, right? But what's cool, what my superpower is, I can do all the other things for you. I help you forget about the things that you have your head banging against the wall on because you don't know how to make it work. But in reality, we all want to make more money. We all want to have more time, and we all need to be more efficient. So I think you might have somehow asked something along these lines. So my mission in 2023, and I know Adora will appreciate that I'm going down this because that's what we're supposed to be doing, right? Sharing tips on how to make an impact, how to get momentum in 2023, right? So I spent most of last year figuring out how to get out of reactive mode. As a business owner, how do we stop stressing about the things, right? And my favorite example to give, because we all went through this just a little bit ago, is Black Friday. How many of you heard somebody say this or you said it yourself? It's like 2 weeks before Black Friday, right? Oh, it's almost Black Friday. I should have a sale. I should do an offer, some sort of promotion 2 weeks before Black Friday, right? So now you are spending the next week trying to figure out what your offer is. And then you have to try and throw it together and create some sort of a landing page and figure out how all the bits and pieces work. And then you have like maybe one day to promote it to your audience, right? After you tell your audience and Black Friday is over, oh man, I only had one sale, and you're sad and you're stressed and you're like, why did that fail? That's because we're living in reactive mode. So my goal for this year is to teach as many people as possible the very simple step of how to get out of reactive mode by making sure that you have a clear plan and you're not constantly running with all of the stress behind you. So I don't know if that answered any kind of question that you asked me, but that's the information that I'm giving you today.
Well, I love it though, because you not only gave a high level, don't be in reaction, let's be in plan, but you laid out a few things that often people will do something like what you just said, which, listen, nothing wrong if you do it last minute, you decide to take action because you got a last minute idea and life is now.
This event, we're in reactive mode, but we made the decision, right, that there are people who need this event more than anything else, more than us having a sense of calm, right? It's more important. It's an active decision. You can make that decision, right? It's okay if every night you're like, okay, the risk is worth going into reactive mode. But on the whole, as entrepreneurs, we need to not live our life like that, because
and that's what I want to add to what you're saying, because you dropped some value bombs and we did choose that. And then we said, going forward, we're going to have a 6 week to 8 week lead time. We're doing these different versions of these every few months over the year, right? But we chose to lead in crazy contribution. We all jumped in, everybody who's playing, and you're witnessing that live and direct with us, and you're playing in that, which is so powerful. But the other thing that happens to entrepreneurs is they do that action, they get one sale, and then they take themselves out of the game. It must be my message. I'm not good enough. Nobody hears me. I need to go take another course. When really, if they're paying attention to what you're saying, and I know you're likely to have courses in our academy as well, they will have a real system that, hey, it's not about you. It's about you didn't have enough time. Not enough people heard you. Everybody was putting out Black Friday, and you put it out one time in one moment, right? And even then, even if you got it to 1,000 people, it's not about that. It's a conversation. Like, you stay in the conversation. There's feedback that you get of, like, just like we're doing in this offer, how Eric and I went, how can we make it even better? How can we clean it up based on what we're getting back from you all in the conversation with us? So too many people are in reactive mode, and you are a brilliant genius at putting the systems in place that will actually have people succeed in a sustainable, consistent way, and to live in more calm and chosen chaos when they choose, right? But not in reaction. So super powerful. Thank you. Thank you for all those nuggets.
Wait, did you guys see what Rob said in the chat? The kids we are rescuing are surviving in reaction mode. And let me tell you, Rob, that's getting me in the feels. And you all know how I feel about that.
She doesn't
So
want to
thank
be in
you.
her feels. She's like, I will leave the room, but it's getting her there.
Yeah. So that's another thing where this event is taking not only our businesses out of reaction mode, that's the goal, right? That's my personal goal. But now we are removing that fight or flight. Anyway, let's take the kids out of reactive mode too.
Yeah, sounds good. And just before we bring our next guest, I definitely want Lynn and Will, to give everyone, what's your tip for 2023? Like, I know you guys have big plans. I know Project Uprise is a huge part of it, but still, I'd love, for you to tell everybody what are your thoughts.
Well, I just want to offer some advice for 2023 to all the entrepreneurs out there. I'm all about acronyms. I saw Ray Higdon was as well. So COA, KIT, GOYA, Goya, and it's not the food, and GSDF. COA, call to action. I see you people out there all the time talking. People want to be told what to do. Tell them what to do if you're out there. KIT, from the famous Bob Berg. Know, like, and trust. You have to get those. People buy from emotion. They don't buy a product. They don't buy a service. It's all about emotion. Goya, Goya. Get off your assets. Okay? Get off your ass. And GSDF. Get stuff done fast. Don't mess around. Just get it done. Get it off. And there you go.
Right. And what you guys were saying earlier too about being perfect. You're never ever perfect. It just doesn't happen, right? Just get things going. One time, Will and I were doing some sort of a live, and I don't wear mascara. I wear fake eyelashes, right?
We have so many of these.
My eyelash fell off during the broadcast, and Will, I don't know, very discreetly just stopped everything. I'm like, don't worry about it. It's all good. It's real. It's reality. It's like really reality. My eyelash fell off, and who cares? It's not about being perfect. And it's about living up. For me, for us, for all of this at Project Uprise, it's about living a heart-centered life, right? When you live with your heart, I think even over logic, magic really happens. And I'm very excited.
If I may, just two quick stories. So our very first live, because it took us forever to do a live, our very first live was upside down. It's still out there somewhere, maybe on YouTube or something. I think it has, I don't know how many hits, but it's still out there. That was our first live, and we just left it there. It was great. Second thing, first time we have a podcast. I think we're up to like 127 episodes. First, so we interviewed Livia. Livia went on forever. You remember that, Livia? So we decided, because
she's awesome.
Our podcasts were like 30. Everybody was like chiming in. I don't know how many people we had. Anyway, so we were on a laptop, and it was on a battery. I didn't have the plug with us. We lived in I lived in a condo that was had a penthouse, 23 stories, and we were downstairs. The battery was going. It was blinking at me, going, "It's gonna go. It's gonna go. It's gonna go." I had to go. I remember I left. And I went upstairs all the way to get the dang thing, plug it back in, so we could finish the podcast. It was hilarious.
But no one ever knew, no one ever knew. And he had to take an elevator to get to our condo was. And we were doing that on the lowest level.
So mistakes are falling forward. That's all I'm saying. Mistakes are falling forward. If you don't get in action, you won't make the mistakes, you will fall forward.
Right.
Awesome. Love you guys. Thanks for being here. Yeah, and I did take forever. Like, Well, you asked to tell the story of my career. Yeah. How long do you think that goes?
Anyway, no, but there's good points in that though. Several good points. One is that even the self-proclaimed introvert and anybody you're meeting in the world, if you get them on their passion and their story, they're gonna open because that's rare. And you guys do a great job of having people feel important, feeling great in your presence. And that's something all of us can take away. And Livia knows this on your eyelash note, Lynn. That's almost happened to me before. But what happened the other day is I committed to doing a live, and then I watched it, And I looked up and there was something in my nose in one of the parts, and I almost erased it. But then I was like, you know what? If a hater just rewatches and makes fun, I mean, I'll go up in the algorithms. It's fine. It's for the kids. And it shows that we're not perfect. And now some of you are going to go look for that, right? Yay. But it's not how I want to be in the world. However, we do our best, and then stuff happens, right? Go ahead.
I was going to say that's a fantastic tip, guys. I don't know how many emails in the last year I've sent out, and people will send me a message like, oh, this is broken, or why'd you say that, or la, la, la. Make mistakes in your emails, because people will respond to you, right? And that's what you want. You want the opportunity to talk back to them. So I used to be I'm a recovering perfectionist. So anytime I would make a mistake in an email, especially, be like, oh my gosh, I can't believe people saw that. It's the end of the world. No, not anymore. Mistakes, those are freaking gold, friends. And I mean this wholeheartedly. Take the mistakes and revel in them, because now people are responding to your emails, and maybe they're sharing them because you said, I say really stupid stuff sometimes. So they've forwarded your email now. I mean, come on. Mistakes, I kid you not, mistakes and emails are gold.
You know what? That's awesome. And they do keep you out of the spam filters when people reply to your email. The more they reply. So we're not saying go make the mistakes, but that's a little marketing nugget too. Well, making mistakes is part of it. If you're playing the game, they're going to happen, right? But the reply, you can add PS reply back, and then you get in conversation with your people as well, which is very powerful, because we're not chess pieces. You get to really hear,
especially in the subject line, just a little.
Yeah. Yeah. And you know what? I used to take so long doing my emails, and I kept saying, I need to email. But then when I just went, you know what? I have 10 minutes. I'm doing it however it comes out, whatever it is. Then the consistency came in, and now we have a real relationship, right? So just do it messy, and yeah, and it's great. It's life, like she said. Okay, we have to keep moving, right?
Thank you guys. Appreciate you.
Because you're so awesome.
Love and light. Thank you.
So much love and light.
Okay,
Right
so
back.
now we are going to be shifting into influence and fashion with, two of my creative collaborators for Useful Money. You've seen the shoe collaborator for Dora this morning, and Jay and Selena are two incredible people. First of all, obviously, to work close with me, they have to be incredible people. But they're just incredible influencers. But they're genius social media. They just know the trends. They know what's ahead, and with fashion as well. They're both gorgeous, and they're gonna talk and give us some tips on like social media here for 2023, and talk a little bit about fashion, and luxury brands, and and how we are going to go to capture this market, right, for Project Uprise, and we're gonna do it together, with this type of collaborations. If they have their camera on, I think we can bring them on. All right.
Yeah, can we bring Eric in too? Because I know
Yes,
he's ahead in the
do.
marketing world.
Yes,
Yeah, let's bring him.
Eric. Yes. Yes, thank you. I need help. Like I know them. That's why I want to be here. But you guys
We
are such
always
amazing
want you
hosts.
here,
I just have
Livia.
to say that. No, but I have to say what?
We always want you here, Livia.
I am here, but I'm just saying you guys are such amazing hosts that I just love seeing and watching. So I'm just like, you go, guys. You're amazing. Oh, hi, Jay and Selena. Thank you for being here.
Thank you guys for having us.
Thank you. I told you guys are gorgeous. So anyway, thanks for, first of all, accepting, to be a part of Project Uprise, and to be a part of Useful Money, which I'm just so looking forward to. Going so crazy with this event, right? So I'm so looking forward, to getting a lot more behind with Useful Money, because it's, guys, just understand this vision just before I pass it on, right? Like how much money is being moved right now with luxury brands, right? And why do people buy it? Right? People are buying all these brands because of the status, right? That our culture builds behind these brands, right? So you're walking in a room, wearing Gucci or whatever brand of your choice, right? And people understand, that you have money to spend. And but the thing is, and of course, I'm not talking about the fashion side. They're going to talk about the fashion side. I'm not, of course, there's fashion and all of that. But I'm saying the status and the culture is what we're going to shift, right? So now creating a brand, right, that gives that same sense of fashion and art, right, but that adds the purpose behind it. So now you're talking luxury plus purpose, right? So it's a double win. Right. So, and obviously having them as a big part of it, because obviously that fashion sense and that artistic, with content and everything else. So, hi guys. And Eric, I'll just let them introduce themselves and then I'll have your question. Okay. Hi guys.
Hi, how's everyone doing?
Well, thanks for being here. Yeah, just say a little bit about you, okay, and how you got here, and a little bit of what we're gonna be doing together, and your vision, for the Useful Money brand.
Yeah, of course. So I'm Selena, and I'm a full-time influencer and blogger, and I met Livia through Driven, and we became friends ever since. And I have a servant heart, so I'm always wanting to do a nonprofit. And Livia started one, and when she came to us to tell us about it, we of course jumped right in and wanted to go full force with it. So we're super excited, and I have also come into contact many times with human traffickers and stuff. So it is a real thing, and it's very scary. So I am like 100% on board with this. And there's a lot of luxury brands that we don't know their agenda, and they can be very sketchy. So I love that we're going in the direction where we're doing this to help a cause, and the money is going to helping children and helping hopefully get rid of a lot of the human trafficking in this world.
Evil and stuff.
Well, yeah, I know it won't be 100% ever perfect in this world, but if we can be a light and help even just one person, that means the world to us. So
Yeah, she was actually talking about this like 6 months ago. She was just had this thing on her heart where she was like, I want to do something with kids and trafficking, because I ran into times where I was almost trafficked myself, and I'm like, yeah, well, it's I just want to give the glory to God, because He's always listening and making sure that the people who are meant for the vision are always going to be put in place for that vision and the purpose. And when Olivia reached out to us, we just said simply like, hey, yeah, we're all in. Whatever you need from us to make it happen, we're going to be there to make sure that this pandemic that's going on in this world, and it's not has anything to do with what the pandemic was in 2020. It's a pandemic of children are literally being trafficked, and a lot of their lives psychologically are being ruined at their one chance of life that they have to live. So it's like, that's not fair to them. And if there's anything that we can do to help that, hey, we're going to do it. So,
yeah, modern day slavery.
Yeah.
So I guys, you guys are amazing. I've seen a little bit of your journey and what you guys have been able to do. And it's a challenge. It definitely is a challenging world. And this is a huge pandemic, which is why I'm glad we're all here together to be a light in the world. But I wanted to ask you, because I know a lot of people here are really, there's a lot of online influencers, or at least those that want to become influencers, grow an audience. And the fact that this audience is impact driven, to me, I was like, what can we give them? Any advice or thoughts so that they can really push themselves online and really start to get the influence so that they can have the impact in the world that they want to have?
I think influence comes from stepping outside of your comfort zone. Like if you want to grow big on social media, it's always it's not, how do we say this? It's not the loudest person in the room, but it's always the loudest person who gets the most attention. And I learned that from Grant Cardone. A lot of you know him. He's always out there, and he's putting himself out there. And one of the big reasons he was able to grow such a massive following, when I was talking to him back in 2018, when I got to meet him in person, he was just saying, hey, you got to just put yourself out there, like, consistently. Like, it doesn't matter, like, but I don't want to, put it too out there where it's like, you want to give the right message as well. when you're doing that. So if you're in a place where you want to start growing on social media, start growing in influence, you just got to step into kind of that leadership role and just start and just do it.
Yeah.
And kind of like, I like what everybody was saying before this, Lynn and Will, and everybody is like, hey, people know that you don't need to be perfect. And I think when you understand that you not needing to be perfect, getting out there and putting yourself out there, more people are going to relate to that, because let's be honest. I mean, 70% of most people spend 70% of their time in a constant state of stress, worrying about where's the money I'm getting for my next bill? What's so and so going to think about me if I'm on a call and I'm on a webinar with there's all these constant negative by factors that are just like, consistently getting in people. So if one, you understand that, hey, nobody's perfect. So let me put myself out there, have fun doing it. I think it's the most important thing. Yeah. And just kind of just go. And then what I've seen in social media in the industry is that, people, once they start, it's not like the last thing I'll touch on, I'll let you touch on a little bit, but it's like, you don't need it to be so perfect when you begin, like, and comparing yourself to these other pages and influencers. Like, you see this influencer page who has, maybe it's 500,000 followers or 100,000 followers, and they have the cool videos that are edited and the professional photos and stuff. And you're like, oh, I need to have that for me to begin and do that too. Well, that's completely false, because those individuals who now have that, a couple of years ago, they were doing selfies on their phone and they had the horrible picture qualities, and they just started, So if you want to impact and you want to leave, kind of like your impact on the world, you just gotta begin,
Yeah, they say that the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time to plant a tree is right now, today. Selena, I'd love to know your take and how you would answer that question.
Yeah, so he said everything pretty much perfectly, and there's no perfect time to start anything. And I mean, I can be very introverted at times, so I think we all have our days, and consistency is key a lot. So always showing up, and just, like, I think that's huge whenever you're trying to build an influence, and also be real with people. Like, when you go on and just let them know, like, stuff they can relate with you with, like how I'm telling you guys, I can be introverted, like, people can relate to that, and that you're not perfect all the time. Show yourself without makeup or whatever, or like, just be and have fun with it, like he said, and just show that side of you, that you're not serious all the time, or that you are a human, that you are just like everybody else. You don't think you're perfect, like you're not above anybody else, and people love that. So
awesome. You two look like you could be on the cover of a magazine. So of course you're in the fashion industry. And when someone sees you, or some of our entrepreneurs, and they go, of course they're social media. If I looked like him or her, then everybody has their own excuses and their own blocks of, if I had that, if I had this, if I was shorter, taller, younger, fitter, whatever. So what would you say? Like, what are some, not just what would you say, because you've said a lot already about not being perfect, but what are some tips around social for people that are dealing with those kinds of things in their mind?
Yeah, so everything on social media is fake, a lot of it. So I think just having a healthy relationship with social media as well, and not letting it control your life. I've actually learned a lot of that myself recently, so I'm not on it as much. And going to trafficking, I don't like to put too much of my personal out there, just because of security reasons. And like, if we go somewhere, I'll post it like the following day, because I don't want someone to know where we're at, which has have happened before. But it's just, you have to be careful when you are on social media. You don't know who's watching, and the people that feel intimidated by you, it happens. I feel intimidated by certain people too, but in a healthy way. But it's good to, like I said, be honest with people, show yourself without makeup, be like, hey, I have imperfections too, or like, just relate with them, ask them questions, and be there for them. Always message back people, instead of, I think you're too good for them. And I don't know, I think just connecting with your followers so they can feel like, they're not the only ones that feel like they're not perfect or whatever. So connecting.
Yeah,
That was powerful. The post after. Post it later. Jay, I know you're about to say something, but that's
Very
powerful. That is really smart. Because then I'm gonna write that down and put it on a post-it somewhere.
It allows you to live in the moment too, kind of. It's like, hey, do I need to be doing this? And
That's true.
most of the time and stuff. But Adora, I'll touch more on this. Is in regards to, I think what you're trying to get at is kind of comparison and like, hey, this person has that, or this person's tall, this person's ripped and muscular, and like I want to be in that niche, but I'm not there yet. It's kind of like I think we're getting into a society where it's becoming more and more realistic instead of more and more fake, because people are waking up to the fact that a lot of it out there is fake. So it's like when you start seeing that, it's like, oh, I want to, instead of following this kind of more fake and their life looks all perfect, I can no longer relate to that, because let's be honest, 98% of people's lives are not perfect. In fact, I wouldn't say 100%. I mean, nobody's perfect, right? So when you start like looking at these perfect pages and stuff, it's like you don't relate to it. So you like hit the unfollow button and stuff. But I would just say this, like if you're in a state where you are comparing yourself to other people, individuals, other things, well, that's killing your calling. Because what's going to happen is when you compare yourself to people and you're like, well, I don't have that, so I'm not going to begin in that journey. Well, guess what? God gave you it in your heart to get down that road for a purpose, but yet you're not going to start the vision that God gave you because you're comparing yourself to somebody else. So it ends up killing your calling when you start to say, hey, I'm going to compare myself to this person. It's the same thing with trading. Oh, this trader does that. This trader does, oh, I don't feel like I belong here. Or, this person had results in, 90 days and I've been trading for a year or 2 years. And, this is what I deal with on a consistent basis. Well, it's like, well, you should be understanding and happy to the fact that you have a different journey than somebody else. And you have to also surrender to the fact that God has his divine plan for you in your life. So I would just finish with that and touch on that a little bit right there.
There's power in your testimony. So like your path is not the same as somebody else's. Let it inspire you, but it shouldn't. Like everyone's calling is different and no one has it figured out like at all. Like we're all just trying different things to see what works for us and what is our passion in life. So yeah, I loved what he said, because it does kill your calling when you compare.
It must feel so awesome when your woman says, I love what he said. I love what my guy said. That was really good. We got another access moment right there of some magic.
Yeah.
Awesome. Livia, Eric, were you about to ask a question?
No, I'm just so anyway, I just wanted to tell everyone we are behind in schedule, but I just wanted to tell everyone Jay and Selena, right, are running with us, and you're gonna see so much of them because they're gonna be side by side with me with this Useful Money brand. We're gonna just be bringing in some incredible collaborations, some incredible fashion items, and just follow us, follow them, to be ahead in the game there, and to help the kids, right? So all of the above, right? To look good, to mean things when you wear something, right? To walk on those shoes with pride and knowing that you stand for something, right? And look good and be ahead in the fashion game, right? So thank you so much, guys. Appreciate you so much. And so now we are going to bring actually a dear friend. Let's see if he turns on his camera, who Jay and Selena also know. All right, there he comes. I think it's loading. Corey, are you there? Let's see. I think it's loading the camera. Let's hope that, because I'm like, okay, all right. Like, I'm not a great host and I'm here all by myself. All right. Hey,
Can you hear me in the
how are
audio?
you?
Is my audio,
Okay.
is my audio?
Yes,
Can you hear me?
it's good.
Okay,
Yes, it's
fantastic.
wonderful.
Hi.
All right, thank you for being here. You know, it's just like, yeah, it's a very special one. So Kari, if you guys don't know, well, he's really a serial entrepreneur, and he's being in business. He's, you know, also his life, and has an amazing experience. He's also the CEO of Driven Trading, and my business partner in so many different things, and such a dear friend, and 100% in and supporting us with Project Uprise. Okay. So, but Kari, what I really wanted to focus on, and why we got together, and why we work together, and why this is such a big thing. You know, and he knows Shelly, he knows the harbor. We've been, you know, like, even he was a part of the conversation when Shelly, the director of the harbor, right, the helping the kids in Albuquerque, we were on this call, right, trying to figure out different things, and, you know, fundraising and whatnot. And she was telling us, oh, we really need education, right? We really need, you know, to help these kids. And Kari was in that call, and we both just like, oh, we can do that, right? Like, we can do that. We have education, you know, because it's part of what we do. And that was, you know, one of the sparks that got us here today, right? So you are part of that moment, which is incredible. But, you know, so from that, though, why Kari was so excited about also that part, and why he's into education, right? And that's the part of the story that I really wanted to share, and that's what I'm saying. It's about, you know, in his life, right, that was a moment there of someone, right, and a mentor. And I love that too, right? Because I mean, we all live different ways, right? And we all feel alone, and a lot of us resist a lot of things. I'm like that. That's why I say, right, I resist things, right? And you know, sometimes we resist knowledge, sometimes we resist help, sometimes we resist mentorship, right? And just like but such powerful things can happen in your life, right, when you're open to things. And Kari is an example of that. And personal development and all these things. We had so many people come, celebrities, right? People that you don't expect, that came and said, personal development changed my life, right? And so I wanted you to tell a little bit about your story, okay? And, you know, and that moment of becoming, and that moment of, you know, understanding, you know, not only your potential, because again, guys, we have a lot of people listening to this, where this becomes available to all our survivors too. And Kari has a very powerful story, not only for our survivors, but for everybody in here, that he is a great example of. So I wanted to tell your story, and, you know, all the way to here. So yes, please.
Amazing. Well, thank you so much for having me. I'm extremely excited about this project. This event this weekend has been remarkable. I mean, the speakers and the lineup and how you put this together so fast. I'm super proud of you. And it's been awesome to witness, you know, just a group of amazing people coming together for, you know, a cause of greater good. And, you know, I was one of those people who grew up, and I always had a passion for, you know, being excellent in my life. Right. I was an athlete when I was young. I was, you know, a hockey player. I played hockey from the time I was in second grade all the way up into high school, and almost had a chance to go pro in snowboarding when I was, you know, 15, 16 years old, and got to go on all these, you know, amazing adventures and experiences. And I was a huge dreamer, right? I was a big dreamer. Like, you know, there's nothing in the world I couldn't do. And when I was 16 years old, about a month after I got my driver's license, I was on my way to school, and I had picked up some friends, and we ended up getting in a car accident. And one of my best friends was killed in the car accident. I was the driver of the vehicle. And when you know, and I wasn't drunk, and I was sober, and it was on the way to school, and it was just like this freak thing that happened. Well, when you're young and you go through that, and, you know, so many people are hurt, right? They need to turn to somebody and say, God, you killed our friend. And I'm like, yes, you don't understand. You know, this guy was my friend too. But all of a sudden, right, that becomes completely irrelevant, right? And, you know, I grew up in a very poor family. My parents were alcoholics. You know, I was raised by my grandma and grandpa, and I didn't really have parents, you know, and my parents had just kind of come back into my life, you know, at this time when I was in high school, and they didn't have money for an attorney, and they didn't have money for this. So I'm represented by a public defender. He's never been to trial before. And all of this stuff ends up, you know, taking control of this life that I was destined for so many great things. And I just, all of a sudden, it was taken away from me just in one day. And, I was in a coma. I came out of that coma and, find out that, my friend was killed. And, when you're the driver of the vehicle, the guilt that you feel, the heartache, the how do I ever face his parents, all of those things, they didn't really hit me right away. I was in shock. And I just in disbelief that how did this happen to me? How is my life so derailed at such a young age? And anyways, through a whole year of, in and out of the courtroom, right, I get charged, right? I'm a 17 years old at this time, by the time it all comes out. And I find out I'm facing 85 years in prison for vehicular manslaughter as a kid, who was sober on his way to school. Well, the only people that saw the accident said I ran the stop sign, right? So now here I am because, somebody needs to get the blame of this, because I'm sure there's a heartache, and I don't have anything against any of the people that were involved in that, because I understand as an adult today, right? But, now I'm this kid whose whole life is taken away from him, which I understand, right? And, and I felt like this is what I deserve. And I go in this dark place and, ended up, taking a plea agreement. And because my parents talked me into it, right? Like, they're like, Corey, you need to do this, right? You're only going to sit a year in jail, but you could face 80 years in prison if you go to trial. And I'm like, but I didn't do anything wrong. I'm a kid who, you know what I mean? Like, it's like, why are you giving up on me? You know what I mean? I don't get it, and it's like my whole life at that very moment, I just knew that it was over, right? And I stopped living completely. I was so dead on the inside. I had to go, sit in jail. And, my whole life, after that was, I did not care if I lived or died. I didn't care. I became a major drug addict. Alcohol addiction was huge in my life. Ended up being homeless and addicted to heroin. A kid who had everything going from him in his life to addicted to heroin, living on the streets in Milwaukee, Wisconsin, in the middle of the winter, 20 below zero, 2 changes of clothes in a backpack, and a snowsuit that I lived in. Crawling underneath cars in the alley. When they would pull into the alley and shut down for the night, I would go crawl next to the car so I could get warm for 10 minutes while the engine heat was still there. And how did I get through all of that? How did I get to, becoming a successful entrepreneur and all those things? All I can tell you guys is that, how I let the darkness encompass my life in a way that I stopped caring about everything. Like, I just didn't care. Like, I was too much of a coward to take my own life. But if I wouldn't have been at that time, I would have. That's just how bad it was for me. So I just numbed the pain and continued to numb the pain and would go from one thing to the next, numbing the pain. And I did that for about 4 years. And at 21 years old, I was, 1 year clean and sober. I was, finally got my life on track a little bit, but it was hard for me to get a job. I was washing dishes for minimum wage, $7.25 an hour. I'm working construction as a grunt laborer when there's work, for $10 an hour cash. And I ended up getting my apartment, my first apartment, and I'm renting from this guy, my landlord, and he ends up talking to me about this business. He said, "You seem like a sharp kid. I have a business opportunity for you." He was a very successful guy, drove a brand new car, had a beautiful home in the lake. And I'm like, you're gonna help me win in life? Who is this guy? Is God send me an angel? Do you even know who I am? Like, listen, buddy, this is amazing. I mean, the high that came into my life was so exhilarating. Like, are you kidding me? A guy who's super successful, making hundreds of thousands of dollars a year, just has this calling to help me in my life. What's going on? And it's really interesting because I went to the business meeting with them, and I'm excited about it. I went and told my mom, and she says, "Oh, Corey, that's one of those pyramid schemes." And it was a network marketing company. It was a network marketing company back in 2008. It was called Mona V, right? It was a healthy juice company. And I'm so excited that I'm finally getting my break. And then my mom's like, "Oh, one of those things, huh?" And right away, all those dreams, I'm like, "Yeah, you're absolutely right." Like, of course, this was too good to be true, right? And I tell him, "I'm sorry, I can't do this." And, my mom ultimately told me that these things are illegal. I don't even know if you know what you're involved in. And I'm telling him, right, the guy that's got all this success. And he's like, after a 4-month period of time of just relentless pursuit, I think that this guy could see that I was really dying on the inside, and he didn't give up on me. And he finally asked me to go to this meeting with him in Green Bay, Wisconsin. And I walk into this room, and there's these two world-renowned authors and leadership gurus, Orrin Woodward and Chris Brady, for any Orrin and Chris fans out there. And there's a super rally, and there's 3,000 people in this room from all different walks of life, lawyers, doctors, accountants, consultants, to the blue-collar mechanic. And I'm like, man, all of these people are in this thing that my mom told me is a scam, right? And I remember leaving that day with an immense amount of just drive, of just wanting to do more in life, right? I saw these people that were absolutely broken, that were winning and having these victories. And I knew I wanted to feel that, because I hadn't felt that happiness or any of those positive emotions in so many years. My life leading up to this, for that 4 or 5 year period of time, was so dark. I wanted this light in my life. And on the way home, is a 2.5 hour drive, I'm with him and his wife. I end up telling him my whole life story for the first time, like I've ever told anybody about it. And I said, you know, I realized over the last 4 months that all you've been trying to do is help me, and I've been pushing you away. And I have a real hard time with letting people in, because I've been hurt by so many people. So it's hard for me. And I said, I'm sorry. And I said, I appreciate the opportunity, but unfortunately, I probably won't be able to do this because I have a, criminal record, and I got these things. And I told him all of the stuff. And he's like, well, this is an industry that doesn't prejudge anybody. He's like, you have the ability in entrepreneurship. You can make a decision, and you can be great. And it doesn't matter how you start in life. It matters how you finish. Do you want the rest of your life to be this guy who went through this dark stage, and that's just who you are for the rest of your life? Or are you going to pick up a pen, and are you going to start writing your book? And let's just say that was the introduction. What are you going to do with it now? And these things that he was saying to me, and the words that he was speaking, I just got so convicted and so passionate to want to change my life. I just didn't know how. And now I have this guy that came into my life that really genuinely, like from the bottom of his heart, wanted to help me. And he talked to me about how he was a recovering alcoholic for 25 years and ended up being my sponsor, right? And all of a sudden I get in this business, and it was so tough, right? I mean, all my friends were, drug addicts, you know what I mean, at this point in my life, right? Or I didn't have any friends because I just got out of the drug and alcohol stuff, and I didn't really have people to talk to, right? And then in the business, you had to get people that get excited about it in order to win. And he's just like, he would always have these little phrases for me, like, well, you didn't know your best friend before you met him. You know what I mean? And all these little tiny things that would drive me nuts. But he was absolutely right. And I started to turn my house and my car into a rolling university, just nonstop personal development. It was tape set, and then it went to CDs, right? I'm dating myself a little bit, but the CDs, I would pump these things into my CD player, and I started to read. I didn't read books since high school. And he said, just start reading 15 minutes a day. And it would be, books like Magic of Thinking Big and Magic of Believing and Think and Grow Rich, and all these amazing books and all this information. And I realized, wow, this is a huge, massive, ginormous world. And there are so many people who go through dark things in their life, and they come out doing such great things. And in fact, I started looking even deeper and deeper over the years, and I realized that, man, everybody's got a story. And a lot of people have been through things that are way worse than what I've been through. But they made a decision that they weren't going to let that consume the rest of their life and the rest of their soul like I've been doing. And I decided that it was my time to change. And it was not easy at all. It was not easy to reprogram your mind after living such a dark phase in your life. But I'm going to tell you guys right now, it was totally worth it. It was totally worth it. My life accelerated rapidly. My first couple of years, I didn't do very well in the business, but the business taught me how to be a man. It taught me how to be a leader. It taught me how to dream big, and it taught me how to go after my dreams and how to face fear, and how to not let, that adversity and those brick walls stop you, and how you had to have massive dreams to keep yourself going. And I realized that I had this burning desire to be great that I had when I was younger, right? And I just went through this dark phase. And it doesn't mean that when you go through that dark patch in your life, that needs to be the outcome for the rest of your life. In fact, I realized that my mess that I went through is just a powerful message today. And I realized that I was gifted, like Jane Selena was saying, God did bless me with unbelievable talent and an unbelievable mind. And I didn't even know I was smart until I started, reading these books and studying and realized how much information I could retain. And, the rest is history. I did very well in the network marketing industry, made, my first couple $1 million, and, ended up leaving the industry and started a consulting business in my mid-20s that also went on to do a couple $1 million. And here I am, the 16-year-old high school dropout making millions of dollars. And of course, the cocky, arrogant side came out at one point, right? And I got humbled very quickly and realized, okay, that's not the right thing to do. But when everybody believes that you will not be anything and that you will always be a failure, and they shove it in your face all the time, it's nice to have your moment of glory a little while, but just don't go overboard with it. I'll tell you that. I learned my lessons the hard way. And, from there, it was, I still face challenges. I was consulting. I ended up selling my consulting business. I was going to take a year off, and I realized I don't really know what else I can do. I'm only a network marketer, and I consulted, but what else is there in the world? Maybe am I going to be a real estate? And I had all of these fears that started setting in again. And when I was least expecting it, I ended up meeting a guy on the golf course who was a trader and invited me to these meetup groups where they were doing penny stock trading. And from there, I went into the Forex industry and ultimately, started managing private equity and, became a futures trader and had a top 1% grossing portfolio for 4 consecutive years at one of the largest brokers in the world. And, I was able to help thousands of people achieve huge success in the industry because of, the path that I took. And how? I have no idea. The only thing I can tell you guys is I just made a decision at one point in my life when I was very, very beat down. I had this guy, I had no money. And I had this guy that said that he was going to look at my juice business in Goshen, Indiana. And it was a 7-hour drive from where I was. And I only had enough gas money to get there. And I knew if I didn't sell him a case of my juice, I was not going to make it back. And I went all the way down to Goshen, Indiana, 7.5-hour drive, let alone my car had 350,000 miles on it, barely ran. And he showed up. He didn't show up for the meeting. He no-showed me. A realtor, like a guy who's supposed to be professional. Instead of just telling me that he wasn't interested, I drove 7.5 hours to find out that he no-showed me, had to humble myself and call my mom for a MoneyGram to get home, and very embarrassing. And I almost quit that day. But I realized that, I've been through a lot of tough shit in my life, and if I'm going to stop chasing my dreams because some douchebag in Goshen, Indiana decided not to show up, yeah, right. You know what I mean? Like, come on, man. I've been doing headstands in jail. You know what I mean? And a guy doesn't show up, and I'm going to quit on my whole future. I don't think so, right? And I just decided that day, no matter whatever happened to me, no matter what, I was just never going to quit. I was never going to quit, and I was going to pursue everything I did with everything I got. And I went all in on my life. I went all in on every business I've been in. I went all in, and I've had tons of failures. Tons, right? And I realized too that I wasn't even looking at that anymore as failures. I was looking at it as lessons, so they would help me to not make the same mistakes again. And I still make them. You know what I mean? I'm human, and I think a lot of us on here probably could say the same thing. But that was my biggest thing, is I just never quit, Livia. I just kept going, and here we are today, and doing something so powerful and special for something that's so passionate to me, and helping kids, and helping people in general. And it's just like I get all my fulfillment in life now from how many people can I serve, how many people can I help, what can we do? We can be bigger, right? It's how you and I talk all the time, right? It's like we have so much passion, and it's like we need to get more people passionate like us so we can do more, be more, and become more. And it's it's a life worth living, guys. No matter how dark it gets out there, your life is absolutely worth living, and it can turn out to be a pretty beautiful thing.
I love that. And I love that. You make it so easy, but I knew it. Right? So I'm like, I know I'm going to ask you one question, and that's just going to inspire the whole world. And that's all I need, right? So that's amazing. Makes it easy, right? Because I'm not really a host. So thank you for that. And everybody's just so reacting because it's just such an incredible story. And now, we're set for impact. So we already know that. I mean, we're working in so many things, and we're going to make such a huge impact in people's lives. It's all about impact. 2023 is all about impact. But I definitely want you to just give one more message for entrepreneurs, and I mean, you're all about entrepreneurial activism, right? And that's where we connect to. But entrepreneurs in 2023, like, what's your best advice for them?
Easy. It's my best advice for everybody. You have to go all in. Like you just have to. You know, a lot of you are probably in situations right now where you're afraid of of failing, right? The fear of failure is probably one of the darkest things that we can go to in our minds, but it's all that it is, right? It is an element of our mind that we go to, right? Like there's a saying out there is like, hell is only as real as you make it in your mind. You know what I mean? A lot of people have mentally been living a hell for a long time, right? I totally believe that statement. I really think that this darkness that we create that spins around our life is self-inflicted. And I think that at any moment, right now, in fact, right now, while you're on here, you can make a decision that you're going to go all in. And if you don't even know what to go all in on you. That is the most important thing. You go all in on you. You go all in on 2023, but it shouldn't be any different than 2024. You need to go all in on everything that you do. And you know what? If it doesn't work out, great. What did you learn? There's never a failure. There's never a lost opportunity to get anything out of a situation, whether it's a good situation or a bad situation. It builds you into the person that you are, right? I'm going to be 37 years old this April. I made that decision to go all in my life when I was 23 years old. And I have been through the absolute craziest roller coaster you could ever imagine. I could spend hours telling my story, having it all, losing it all, having it all again, losing it all again, going bankrupt, all of these things, right? So many different things. And I'm no different than anybody. It doesn't even matter when you become successful. You think I have money now. I have everything figured out. A lot of times that's actually sometimes a worse position to be in if you haven't figured out your life yet. I mean, at the peak of my career, I was making more money than I've ever made in my life. Well, with a lot more than I make today. Okay. In 2019. And I was the most depressed, the most miserable I have been in years. I was spending my life 5 days a week, 8 hours a day, living behind my computer screen, making rich people richer. I had a multi-million-dollar home, $700,000 landscaping job, Ferrari in the garage, Escalade as a daily driver, overlooking the mountain. I mean, just the most beautiful. My backyard looked like a country club. And I was 211 pounds, 45% body fat. Could not even play with my kids. I was so miserably just depressed. And, you know, they say the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. I was doing the same thing over and over again, knowing exactly what the result was going to be. I was going to make more money. Woohoo, right? And I thought that was what I wanted in life. I thought that was going to solve every problem I would ever have, right? The journey to becoming successful gave me passion and energy. And then I had the success and I was empty. I was a burnout. I was lazy, started drinking again. Like it was dark. My kid, this is the day that changed my life. And I hope that you guys don't have to experience this to change yours, because it was a bad one. My kid was 4 years old at the time, my oldest. I have two beautiful children, two beautiful boys. They're going to be 7 or 8 and 6 this coming up year. And he was 4 years old, my oldest, and he was getting in his first sport, soccer. I love soccer. My boys are soccer freaks, right? And he wanted to go to the soccer field that was behind our house to practice with his dad. I'm 33 years old at the time. I am very out of shape. Like I haven't ran in, I don't even know how long, right? It's just not something I did. And I'm at the field with my kid. It's May 4th, a Friday. I'm 33 years old, right? Just turned 33. And I'm playing with him for 5 minutes and I black out. Like my was so overheated and exhausted from being fat and obese and just this guy who didn't take care of himself, that I fainted. And I'm laying on the ground and I'm like, whoa, what happened? You know, I'm dizzy and I'm sweating. I'm like, my stomach hurts and I'm like ready to throw up, you know? And my kid is just crying. Like, Dad, you promised me. Like, you promised. Like, this was our day. This was our moment, you know? And I'm sitting here like broken on the inside because I can't even play with my kid because I just let myself go so much. You know, and I was super successful. I mean, I was making hundreds of thousands of dollars a month at this time, right? You would think that I would take the time with my family, and I just got myself in a situation where I didn't have a life, right? So if you think that, you know, having money is going to help you, it's not going to help you if you don't figure out your life. You have to go all in on you. You have to find out what makes you happy. You have to figure out where those emotions derive from. You got to figure out how you can be a person who gets fulfillment out of the things that you do. Your work should be making you happy, right? Your career should make you happy. The people that you work with and the people that you associate with should make you happy. And if they're not, and that's your environment, then you need to figure out a way to change your environment, right? You need to figure out what's going to give you that drive and that passion. And you know what? Don't be afraid of what if this and what if this and what if this. I'm going to tell you right now, 90% of the things that we spend our life worrying about never happen. They never happen. And I'm going to tell you right now, you have gotten through every single thing that's happened to you, every single thing that's happened to you in this moment of your life right now. You've gotten through it all. You're here today. You're here for another breath. We have a very short time on this earth. Why would you not be all in on your life every single day with whatever it takes, everything you got? Because if you live your life like that, it is impossible to fail. It's impossible to fail. It's impossible to not be happy, right? If that's your pursuit, you will figure it out. Greatness is within all of us, right? But if you don't take action steps and you don't push yourself and you don't try new things and you're afraid of failure and you're afraid that it might not work out, you will always be living this life of quiet desperation. But if you just ignite that flame, give it a little spark, and then start dumping gasoline on it by being on events like this, being involved in things, you know, contribution is one of our human needs, right? You do things that fulfill you and give your tank that filling every day. You will be already, money does not make it so you're going to be more happy, right? But as a result of being happy, you'll make more money, right? You're going to attract what you need to into your life. That's a real thing. But you have to go all in on you. You have to go all in on this year. And you have to go all in like you've never went all in before. A lot of people go all in for 30 days or 60 days or 90 days. I love seeing these 90-day game plans. But 90 days? You better go all in on every single, hey, while I am breathing, I am all in. Every single day of my life. I will be all in when I'm 85 if I have the privilege of living that long. That needs to be your life every day. A lot of people give themselves too short of the amount of time to accelerate their life. Consistent wins over time, and you will win. So focus on you, go all in on you in 2023, and every year will be the absolute best years of your life.
Oh, I love that. Oh, but it's not what you say, it's how you say it, right, people? So anyway, thank you for that. You did ignite the fire for everyone, and everyone's just so inspired they can't contain themselves, but that's what you do always. So thank you for being here. Guys, you know, he's my business partner. You're going to see a lot of him. You're going to hear a lot of him. He's going to bring tons of incredible education to our academy, to our survivors, and to you all, you know. So thank you so much for everything. Appreciate you so much. And
Appreciate
I'll see you tomorrow.
Proud of you.
Thank you.
All right. Awesome event. Cool. Awesome. Can't wait. Hey, thanks, Rex. Appreciate it, buddy. Look forward to catching you up here soon. All right.
All right. So Dora and Eric, so let me bring you guys up to save me from hosting alone, right? And
I think you're doing great.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So yeah, we have to see if Babalu can. I have to send him the link. Let's try to bring him on, okay, and see if he can if he can do it from the phone. Otherwise, we'll just hold on. Babalu, let's see. All right, did that work? Let's see. Can you hear us? Okay. No, I don't think he can hear us. Okay. So this is what we're going to do. Let's get going with Eric. Okay. Because we really need people to hear from him. And I know we're behind this is when he's supposed to start. And we cannot let people wait. Okay. And then I'm going to work with Babalu. Okay. Here in the background. And then we'll be back with him. So I appreciate you so much, Eric, for everything. So.
Yes, absolutely. And today has just been an insanely awesome day. I mean, there's just been so much gold. And a lot of times when you read between the lines and you see what's behind what everyone's saying, it's amazing like what you can actually download and digest. You know, I wanted to tell you guys a story and an experience that I had about, wow, now it's been 12 years. You know, it was a time when the Haiti earthquake, if you guys remember when that happened, It was 2010, and about 250,000 people died in just a day or two, during the earthquake and right after. And it was absolutely insane to see what was happening. And I'm sitting in a restaurant with a bunch of friends, and we're like, we got to do something. We're watching CNN and all the news that was going on at the time, and it was just absolutely crazy. Well, we sat there and we thought there is something that we can do. So we felt this like pull for some reason, and we got on a plane the next day and flew to the Dominican and drove into Haiti. We had no idea how much our lives would change because of that one decision. And we spent the next few days pulling bodies out of the rubble and trying to especially focus on the orphanages and kids and trying to get kids out of the country, and full well knowing that these crises, especially earthquakes and natural disasters, are when traffickers can really come in. So we started working with this particular orphanage, and about 7 days in, one of the leader of this orphanage hands a child to me that was 7 months old. And I'm not a doctor, I'm not a EMT or anything like that, but she hands it to me and she says, Eric, I cannot lose another child. Save this child. And this child was basically not responsive. She had been under the rubble under her mom for about 7 days, so she hadn't eaten. She was 7 months and 10 pounds. Her name was Sandra. And so I grabbed her, and it was amazing. Miracles happened. All of a sudden, we found a paramedic. We found oxygen that she greatly needed. We found like the right things to give her in order to be able to rehab her. And sure enough, it was sketchy for about 2 or 3 days, but all of a sudden, everything changed, and she lit up, and she started to like get life back in her. And this is tiny 10-month-old baby. And I have to say, I fell in love with this little girl. I fell in love so much that I asked the orphanage, can I adopt her? And they said, yes, you can. So then we went through this lengthy, long process. And if any of you have ever been through adoption, you know exactly what I'm talking about. It takes a very long time for this to happen. And so I started adopting her. And we went through the process for about 1 year or 2 years. And I would go down every few months and see her. And she knew exactly who I was, and I knew who she was. And she would just light up. And all of a sudden, over a course of a few months and 1 year, she fully restored. She became healthy and this happy, beautiful, amazing child. And I was so excited because I really felt like there was something really important here. Well, I'll never forget it. Right after Christmas, I get a call from the orphanage that Sandra was taken from the orphanage, gone. They didn't know who it was. They wouldn't give me a whole lot of information. And I just had this deep, dark feeling that she was trafficked because nobody would give me a rational explanation about what in the world had happened to Sandra. And so what do? Well, at the time, I didn't know, but right around the same time all of this happened, a little girl was born. A little girl that I had yet to meet. And it wasn't until 2 years later that I had the opportunity to meet this little girl. And I went through a divorce, like right around the same time or right after the same time. And it was a really difficult time for me and, of course, my entire family. Well, fast forward 2 years, and I meet my beautiful wife today. We've been married almost 8 years now, and had an opportunity to meet her, and she has this beautiful 2-year-old girl. And I had an opportunity to fall in love with her, just like I fell in love with Sandra. And I had the opportunity, and I'm going to bring her up. Cambria? I had an opportunity to marry my wife and adopt this beautiful child that was born right around the same time Sandra was. I'm going to lift you up here if you can. And this is Cambria. Can you say hi to everybody?
Hi.
So while this was one of the more difficult situations I had ever been in my life by losing Sandra, but little did I know, 2 years later, now she's huge. Tell them how old you are.
9.
9 years old, and an opportunity to gain another child and adopt Cambria here. So you never really know what God has planned for you. You never know when one door closes, what other door would open, what other opportunity would open. She's reading the comments. I keep those comments coming for Cambria. It is so amazing that you don't know what is ahead of you. And when we experience a failure, especially one like that brought me to my knees and was one of the most grueling experiences I ever experienced, that I would have so much light and love with this little girl. for the past 7 years, since she was 2 years old and in curls and running around all crazy. And she's still crazy, as you can see. She's amazing. Okay, I promised her I would literally only bring her for 2 minutes because she wants to go back to family stuff. So love you. Got it? All right. Say goodbye. You all have the opportunity to become everything that you want to become in your life. You have the opportunity to rise up to the potential that you have been given. You have an opportunity because I believe that even business is a calling. I believe that that you are called to serve a people. And one of the things that when that happens, when we get that calling, what happens almost every single time is this. We get that calling, we feel inadequate, we kind of want to not necessarily rise to that calling. We refuse the calling initially, just like happens in the hero's journey all the time. And we don't quite rise to that calling. And sometimes we will, other times we'll just move on. Because what happens when you have that calling? All of a sudden, there is a lot of intensity that comes with it. There's a lot of opposition that comes to it. And I'm here to tell you right now that the level of intensity is of the opposition that you're experiencing in your calling right now, and you rising to your calling right now is equal to the level of your calling. It is equal to the magnitude and the greatness of your calling, because there is great inside of you that is there right now. Without having heard or implemented anything that we talked about, you have that inside of you right now. My goal is to help extract that potential that you have and help you rise so that you can become everything you want to become. Now, I told the story just briefly a little while ago about me when I sold my company and I lost my identity. And that was only four or 5 years ago. It would have been early 2017. And thinking about that experience and how it took me to a really dark place. And I thought that, money was everything and it was fantastic, right? But I had forgotten who I was because my identity was so misplaced on the company that I was running. And I went downhill and downhill and downhill. And I did not know where to go or what to do. And I'll never forget, on a particular difficult day, I was asking the question, what do I want to do? What should I do? And I read a quote that changed my life. And it's this, that the scariest day of your life is the day you die, when the person you are meets the person you could have become. I'm going to repeat that. The scariest day of your life is the day you die, when the person you are meets the person you could have become. And I was not anywhere near at the time the person I could become. In fact, I was only about 10% of the person that I could become. And I knew at that moment that I was never going to allow myself to lose the momentum that I had lost just a few months prior, that I was going to focus on impact, that I was going to focus on myself rising and investing in myself so that I could help others grow. And so what did I do? I went crazy. I mean, I went to 7 Tony Robbins events in 1 year. No joke. I'd signed up for every mastermind, every course. I was in these events. I was in every single event just like this. I was not a speaker at the time. I owned an ad agency at the time, and that was really most of my career. I was an ad agency owner. But you would have never found me on a stage like this 4 years ago, period. You would have never found me creating programs like Project Uprise with my clientele and in my world like it's happening right here. That was not me. I hadn't read a book for almost 15 years. I hated things like this. Like the version of me 5 years ago would not even recognize the version of who I am today, because I chose to listen to the calling that was told to me and follow it. It was not easy. My life didn't get easy all of a sudden, because I have a family and children, and we have a lot of chaos in our world. But I chose to march forward and rise. And incredible things happened. I'm learning things, and I learned things that I never even knew existed about where we should go and how I should do the things I want to do. Now, I know a lot of you here right now feel that calling, that you feel called to do something incredible and great. But maybe you don't know how, and maybe you don't exactly know what to do or how to march forward, or maybe you're listening to the wrong voice. I don't know if you know this, but the average person actually has between 65,000 and 85,000 thoughts per day. 82% of which, by the way, are actually negative. And we end up, by the time we're 35 years old, we end up repeating those same thoughts from previous months, days, and years about 93% of the time. So we only have about 7% original thoughts. And that's not necessarily a bad thing in the sense that our brain is trying to filter through the voices that are all around us, all the inputs, and puts it on automation. It's like when you drive to work or drive to the grocery store, you pretty much don't even remember turning on the car because you've done it so many times, and your brain just sort of goes on autopilot mode. And fortunately, you make it safely there. But the reason why most people don't rise is because they end up just not giving into that fear and just staying average. Let's be honest. Most people live average lives, and that's okay. If that's you and you want to live an average life and you want to just have comfort in your life, that is entirely your choice. But if you want to rise, if you want to become everything that you know you can do, there's a few things that you can do to be able to do that. So if you guys are in for rising, if you guys are in for becoming everything that you know you can become, I want to hear it in the chat. Say me in the chat. By the way, to answer the question that popped up, no, we never found Sandra. There's something in me that says maybe someday, somehow, I don't know if this is true or not, but someday, somehow, maybe I will be able to get a call from that orphanage or somebody in Haiti saying we found her. And if they do, man, I'm on a plane to Haiti in 2 seconds. But no, I haven't. I've talked to the orphanage since. I have no idea where she is to this day. No idea. Okay, I've got some me's. Chuck says me. Donna says me. Ava says me. Let's go. All right, Marissa says me. Nikki, me. Rich Queen Movement. Wow, what a name. Me, I like it. Project Uprise, that's us. Me, perfect. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna talk about this. And the first principle for you to get what you want, and we're gonna go quick because in 20 minutes, I think this is like so crazy excited. I'm bringing on Matt Osborne, who is the guy he's the lead operator, the director of operations for Operation Underground Railroad. He goes into the darkest places in the world, poses as a buyer of children, poses as an evil guy. He has to pretend he's evil and he wants to buy children. And then he buys the children. And when the transaction happens, the police come and they arrest all of them. They arrest Matt. Why? So he can retain his cover. Now he's come out a little bit since, obviously he's in the limelight. But he's still doing a lot of dark undercover operations with masks and other things. It's crazy. So in 20 minutes, we're gonna have a chance to hear from him, and you're gonna be like blown away because this is the guy that goes in and brings light to darkness. It's unbelievable. So I got a lot of me's here. Victoria, how are you? I can't wait to hear you speak. Victoria is a good friend of mine. She's amazing. And she's very heavily involved in this. Donna says, chills, awesome. Louis, me, perfect. Let's go. Number one, and I know you've heard this, so please do not dismiss this, is you must have clarity. What do you want? And I'm here to tell you, after coaching well over 1,000 business owners, I can tell you, I would say the first time I meet them, less than 10% actually know what they want. Because you think you know what you want, but you don't. You think, oh yes, I want a happy family. I want to be a good husband, a good wife. I want to get married someday. I want to do these. And that's all great, but that's not really clarity. Those are really just goals that you have or what you really want. But the devil is in the detail, you see, because your mind, when you say things like, I want to make more money, well, that's not really what you want. You want to, and your brain doesn't know how to decipher between more money and like it's just too much of a generalization. And the reality is if you make $1 more this year than you did last year, well, guess what? You just made more money. So that's not really what you want. You really have to get absolutely clear about exactly what you want. And I didn't know what I wanted even 4 or 5 years ago, even after running successful businesses. Crazy, right? But now I do. You know what my goal, you know what I want? You know what my mission is it is to wake up men and women to who they really are and help them rise to the potential that they have. I am a people builder, and through my products and services, I help build people create extraordinary businesses that also help them create an extraordinary life. That is my joy. And the paycheck for me is when I get the thank you, or when I get the note, or when I get the message on social media. I had one of the gals that was at one of my masterminds last year came up to me a few months later in a different mastermind, and she had tattooed one of my statements on her arm. And I'm like, that's internalization right there. That is really making this thing happen. Beautiful. You have to know exactly what you want. You want to know what a goal is? I want to make $252,087 this year. I want to be completely out of debt with $122,000 that I'm in debt. Whatever that is for you, that's a goal. I want to help this person or that person accomplish this or that. That's a goal. Because the reality is your brain needs to know how to really ingrain this in your subconscious mind, because your conscious mind is the goal setter. But your subconscious mind is actually the goal getter. Your subconscious mind is the thing that actually makes it happen, because your conscious mind is like the hustle, let's do this, and then things hit you, and if you don't have a strong enough why, it'll never happen, which is, by the way, key number 2. You must have a strong enough why, a purpose. And it was said earlier, I think Cleona said it, that don't have a dream that it's like completely impossible, but don't have a dream that doesn't inspire you. You must have a dream that will actually inspire you. Key number 3, you want to know how to change your life today. Not tomorrow, not in the future. How can you change and step into your calling right now, today? And here's how you do it. Upgrade your future. Upgrade your vision of the future. What do I mean by that? Anytime we like level up on our goals and we upgrade our vision for the future, all of a sudden our current behavior changes. For example, when I was running 5Ks, it was really easy for me to continue to train to run a 5K. But when I decided to do an Ironman and upgraded my vision for what my future could be or what I could do, guess what happened? My present behavior changed because it had to. I could not train for a 5K and then go run an Ironman. I would have died. No way. And here's the other thing about goals, or other thing about upgrading your future. I was with a coach and I was struggling with a particular business program. And he was trying to help me like work through this and trying to understand what the problem was. And so you know what he did? It was so powerful to me. He was just going through these questions and I was going through the answers and I'm like, I just can't like figure out how to break through this one thing. Like I'm here, but I know I could be here, but I just don't know how to do it. And he looks at me and he says, oh, I know what the problem is. He said, you're the one making all the decisions. And I said, of course I am. It's me. It's my life. I'm the one that makes decisions for myself. He said, no, you don't understand. You're making the decisions. You have a vision for your future self. You've upgraded the vision for your future self, but you're making your decisions of your current self. And the reason why you are here, where you're at today, is because of your current level of skill set and your current level of thinking. You know who needs to make the decisions? I said, who? That guy you want to become. You need to strongly envision exactly like the perfect day, a year from now, 5 years from now, what you're driving, the house that you're in, the business that you're running, the people you're influencing, the stages you're speaking on. That's the guy that needs to make the decisions. And it was so powerful that I'm like, oh my gosh, yes. Why? Because decisions determine destiny. Oh. And when you make decisions, let me just say one thing. I know, Adora, I know you're coming up because we're probably out of time here. But one thing I wanted to mention is, are we good? How much time do we have?
We do have Babalu and Livia and we have Matt in our green room. And look, I'm not kidding. You're killing it. I've got the notes, right? I never want it to end. And we're going to bring you again in our overflow day. But yes, please, final.
Perfect. Let me finish here.
For now.
We think about like the term incision. If you're a doctor, you're making an incision, which means basically to cut into. But a decision is different. The term decision actually means to cut off. And think of the word like declutter in terms of the word like decisions. When you declutter your house, for example, you're taking away all the trash and getting rid of it. Decide, if you spell it a little bit differently, they might help you. Decide, D-E-S-I-D-E. Stop taking sides between your fear and your future and start taking sides with the commitment that you've made to yourself to become everything that you must become. Because guess what? You have lives to bless. There will be people that I can't connect with that you guys can connect with. There will be people that will listen to you that won't listen to me because of who you are and your personality. So number one, be who you are. But number two, listen to your calling, because it is not about making money. And that's great. There's nothing wrong with that. It is about changing lives. It is about helping people rise to the potential that they have so that they can also become everything they want to become. And when you don't rise to your calling, you're forgetting about the thousands of people that will be positively affected because of you making a decision to improve your destiny so you can improve somebody else's destiny. You guys are awesome. We can go I can go 3 more hours, Adora. So
well, we've added a day, and part of that is because of you, because of Aaron, because gosh, you just opened all of our hearts, right, guys? Everybody, I've cried, my son's commenting, everybody's commenting, we had no idea. None of us knew your story of Sandra and the adoption, and was not anticipating that. And I'm so grateful. And you've been giving us so many nuggets, and we need more and more and more. And we know we have your dear friend, and we have Livia and her dear friend. And so just thank you so much, Eric. Thank you for everything that you are, and for being with us here and just showing up so powerfully to look at this. I'm crying, fire, so valuable, enjoying this. If we bring Eric back, if we can convince him to shuffle some more things around to continue to talk to us and to give us some of those nuggets of how to scale, but do it from this place of meaning, passion, and chasing the real things. Would you guys like that if we bring him back over the next few days, not just as a host, which is incredible? You could listen to him all day. Yes, yes, yes. Okay. Well, we're listening. Yes, yes, Eric. Okay, so we will. Eric, we're going to do our best to work around that with you, because you have a life that you even joined us in the middle of a wedding, or not the middle of it, but yeah. Hi, Livia. Hi, Aaron. All right. So thank you. Thank you. And I know we can't hear you, Livia. We can't. Oh,
I think you guys are
we
muted.
can't hear you. We can't hear you, Livia. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm sorry about that.
Eric,
yeah.
that was amazing.
Yeah.
Just absolutely amazing.
So
Your
thankful
story is
for you,
amazing.
because that was incredible. That moves the ship. So thank you so much. Appreciate you. All right. So I'm gonna call Babalu. Tried yesterday, and we just want to bring him to just give you a message for you to get to know him. You heard Cheo Sonnen say yesterday, right, that Babalu at 3 different moments of his life, Cheo's life, right, saved his life by being an example to follow. That's how powerful Babalu is. And he's super humble. So he's thinking I'm going to exaggerate. But Cheo said to all of us yesterday, and I know that for a fact, because Babalu has always been incredible, and we're just super fans. And my son, was always being a super fan, and always his favorite fighter, and getting to, would sit close to him at the gym and try to be friends with him. And Babalu is just such a cool guy, the coolest guy, and such an incredible person. So thank you for being here.
All right. Thank you guys for having me today. I'm super excited to be here and be part of this endeavor. It's amazing that you guys are doing that.
Yeah, and I just wanted to mention, it's not the first time Babalu has been helping me and supporting the harbor for a while. He's been interviewed before. He's one of the guys that he would just be like, yes, of course, right? For this, yes, of course. And so thank you for being that person. And so I'll give you
Babalu, you are just the ultimate role model for so many people around the world, the youth and teenagers around the world, young men, just everyone. It's what I wanted to know, how much does being a role model and knowing that people are watching you and getting inspired from you, how much does that play into your success?
Well, that's changed my life totally. The time that I decide, actually, I never thought about that. I never thought about being a role model for anyone. Actually, it was opposite. I thought people were supposed to follow me the way I was. But then later on, I kind of realized then the hold that I have on the people's life. So that models my life as well. So I have to change, not to be a hypocrite. I have to change correctly what I did in my life. I have to remodel in my life, remodel the way that I think, the way I see things. And so they can, not just to preach, but just to be the person to be followed. So I'm trying to change every day. It's not an easy task. I have to try to conquer every day so I can be a better person. So that they can lead by example. On the kids, I'm responsible for. I have under my gym. I have 300 students average, and it goes from 250 to 250, by average 200. And those 300, 70% are kids, and I see myself a very important whole
Yeah, you
situation
were
on a society, a place on a society, so that I can help and change people's life through the kids, of course. You know, you kind of turn your face a lot for the kids. You try to put a mirror on the kids, not let them to be what I wasn't, but that's not what it is. You have to try to raise them is to be a good human being, and good for the society, though. So that's what I'm trying to be. I try to be good for the society, try to change the society through my actions, not through my talks.
exactly. And you, I know that not only do you inspire all these kids, and I know that behind the scenes, before your fights and throughout your training camps, you'd always talk about how they would inspire you and how they would empower you, because you were always thinking about them, like literally right while you're in the locker room getting ready, getting your hands wrapped, you would be talking about your students in your gym with Rafael Cordero, your coach. And how much does knowing or how much did they inspire you, and how did that empower you in your fights and in your training through the hard times?
Oh, I have for example, one of those guys that I always look up to be like him is a Marco Ruas. Marco Ruas is a guy come from the same neighborhood that I come from, Brazil, Flamengo, and I grew up watching him. He's maybe, I don't know, maybe 20 years, 15 years above me. And I was the guy that I was looking in my neighborhood to be like him, not just, especially because I'm a family of a divorced mother, and I didn't have males role models in my house. And like everybody, kids in the school, and they have when the parents are divorced, you kind of try to also find someone else. Sometimes your martial arts instructor, sometimes is the gangsters in the corner, sometimes sometimes a teacher in the school, sometimes, and my was Marco Ruas. So I was trying to be just like him. So yeah, that helped me very much. So I'm probably, and then I realized later on that I have the same hole on other people's lives. So I do have to be just like him, to inspire others.
And like you were saying, that there wasn't a lot of male role models in your life in the beginning, and that's a situation that happens around the world and in the U.S. also. And unfortunately, a lot of the traffickers, most of the traffickers are men. Most of the clients, so to speak, are men. And to you, what is a man? What should a man? What is the man's position in and role in society?
Well, I'm gonna say here, this is straight my point of view. There's no other, regardless to a gender. Okay, regardless to a gender, and a man, I can include all these letters you can have. Man, I'm a human being. I can say that, as a human being. Man, woman, gay, whatever. A person, there's a father or mother or the chief of the family. she has very important, when you have a kid, you have a very important work in the world. You have a very important position. Your legacy for what you leave here on the planet is going to be your kid. So, and we after you have a kid, for some reason, no, it's some people's accident happen too. Young age, you're not prepared for have a kid, not no on maturity, enough maturity, and we ended up leaving bad legacy because your kids is your legacy to the world, and for me not to have a role model as a father, a role model, it's kind of, I could be drove to do bad things. I can say that if it wasn't for my decision to do martial arts. So and because the family was broke, and I see a lot of, like I told you before, or last time that I talked to you guys. But when you have your wife, sometimes you just think about yourself, about you and your wife, your happiness. If your wife cheating you, if you know your husband cheating you kind of forget about your kids, and you forget about you have another human being. They're going to be here in the world after you leave, after, and the person is going to have another kid, going to have another kid, and I decide to break this cycle of my father. There wasn't be with for me, so I decided to be there for my kids, for my daughter. I decided to be here for my daughter. I decided to be here for my family and for all the kids in the gym that I have. So I have many times in my life that my marriage was on the slack line, and then I have to look to my kids and hold myself strong and hold my marriage strong, because I do have two another women's. They're gonna have another kids. They're gonna spread my genes all over, and those people has to be strongly mentally and secure to keep alive. So that's how I see this situation regarding the road traffic or human traffic, because a lot of times you see families they're breaking, and it's okay that if you don't love your wife, you don't love your spouse anymore, you break up, but you cannot forget that you have to take care of your kid now. You have to at least use somebody else. I really recommend people to put your kids in therapy to discover things when they get in divorce, because even myself that I like my daughter, that my daughter loves my wife loves my daughter, like it or not, you always scars our kids in some way to another. So we have to always try to change an adult to behave so we can have a better society overall. I think the better society start from the family, start from the small cell, starting there. You have to work around in your house so you can desire to have a change outside. You like to have a peace and love. You don't like to have war. But what do you do inside your house? You care about, you care about so many things. You care about war. You care about vaccination. You care about left or right wing. But how about your daughter, your wife? What are you doing inside your house? Because it's from there. This go from outside. It's not from outside to inside. So that's how I see, and I really love to someday the government work more on after school programs, because I think that's the real the real, I think that's the holy grail for to change the society for the better. If you go on if you go on the after school programs, because you can have a school to everybody else. Don't take me wrong. All those guys, all those neighborhoods, they had schools, And I was thinking about it. Where's the house in Compton? They have the difference. All the schools in Compton have a difference between school in Newport Beach. That's the same school. They teach the same thing. But what happened when your kids going home from Newport Beach, they have one type of environment at home. When the kids from Compton going back home, they have a totally different environment. Sometimes the kids going back home on Newport Beach, he's gonna play on his toy, and somebody taking care of him. You're gonna receive love. But when you're going back to your home, when in Compton, what he can expect? He doesn't feel safe, and he's gonna look for what? For another guy in the corner to be his whole model, right? Or girl, or the guy. And if you work in this afternoon activities, it doesn't have to be only sports. It can be any type of work after school activities, arts, music, sports itself. Is where you can save a lot of kids. And I hope one day I can work in a public district and it can try to implement the situation. That's just my target.
I love that. I just want to say to him, Babalu, we're coming. We're coming. We're gonna go sit down with you, and we have a lot of things in the pipeline, and we're gonna talk to you about just what you said, because it's so important, and you've been always talking about that. It's not like he always talks about that because he understands, because he felt it, and he knows what it means, and then sports change his life. We're gonna talk, and we're going to implement things. You're gonna be fighting side by side with us now.
I'm so happy to be part of this. Be part of you guys. I think this is more sales that you have here. If you have more groups like this, you can change the world itself. And you have to do like this. Change from small to big. Not try to go change something. From California and probably happen in Wisconsin. I have to try to change here, my house, clean my house. Then I clean outside my house, then clean my city, then clean my neighborhood, like this.
Yeah, but it's so inspiring. A couple things. I know you were very aware and awesome about acknowledging gender, but it is really great to see a very alpha man. I'm going to say from my perspective, you guys take it however you want, that is really a stand for children, that you took a stand for your own legacy and said, know what, my children, they're going to have their father here. And your stand that men and women stand for their kids. And you see all the kids in your school as your own kids. And you're saying, hey, nation, and we need to take care of all the kids and I have a solution. And that is the real fight. That's the real man, the real woman. Absolutely. But we need more men, fathers, taking their alpha energy and putting it in these kind of spaces. And it's absolutely incredible. Absolutely incredible. So I'm just blown away and so grateful for you. And I know there are a lot of men here and women, and we'll now throw out however you identify, all the genders, it's all good, right? But we have a lot of you here that are warriors, and you hear that and you feel it, and you are that in your heart. And just thank you. Those are the kind of role models. My son's here in the background. He's that kind of man. But I love for him to see men like you, and men that are about the family, men that take responsibility for that. It's very, very powerful. And it's as a woman, that makes this world a safer place. Having models of men like that, as a woman who's been exposed to lots of other models, and our survivors, the same thing. When we see that, it's like that 4-minute mile. When we see enough men that show up with integrity and honor the women in their lives and honor in their interactions, it's integrity. And it's beautiful, and it makes it a safe place for all of us. So I'm so grateful. And the last thing I'll say live, and I'm putting everybody on the spot, is we have another frontline man in the background. I think a conversation between these two would be pretty powerful if we can have some overlap. I'm just putting my public vote out there, but we'll honor the time however we need. Okay.
Yes. So yeah, thank you, Babalu. If you want to stay around, they're bringing in Matt from the Underground Railroad, which is amazing. You can stay around, but thank you so much, and we're gonna see you. I'm
All right,
texting
thank you
you.
guys.
We're gonna
Thanks
see
for
you.
having me.
Wait, do you want to stay for a moment? Just this guy goes front line into the spaces and is rescuing the children. He's a fighter in a different way, like you. And I think it would be cool to see a few
Yeah.
sentences.
Okay,
between
stay
you
a
all.
little longer.
Please.
Yeah. Thank you, Babalu.
Yes, thank you.
And there he
I'm
is.
relentless. There we go.
All right.
Hello, Matt Osborne.
Let
Amazing.
Eric introduce him first, but yeah, otherwise I'll get carried away.
Oh, no problem. Yes, I have to say, like, there's been some incredible speakers, and I've been like so crazy excited to have Matt speak because we are doing something that is incredible that most people don't really understand how big of a problem it is. And we are here because of the opportunity to save children. And that is Matt's full-time job. But I have to just read you something really quick. I got his bio right here. And I don't know if you knew this. He's the director of global operations for Operation Underground Railroad. 12-year career in the CIA, U.S. Department of State. He regularly provides secrets and analysis to U.S. presidents, senior cabinet officials, the National Security Council, and the Department of Defense. Well, I read his resume and I'm like, I got to upgrade my life because I'm here and I can't even reach high enough. That's Matt. Welcome, Matt.
Hey, thank you so much. Well, you set the bar way too high. I'm not nearly that cool. I was just listening to Babalu. I was listening to you earlier. I was listening to everyone talk. And so now I think I'm the one who's got huge shoes to fill here.
Well, I don't know about that. And I know, Matt, before, I know you're going to talk to us about a couple of things just to start, and we'll ask some Q&A. But I'm glad you had a chance to listen to Renato, and glad you had a chance to. Do you have any questions for him, Renato, or anything you wanted to add?
Or vice versa. Do you guys want to ask each other a question? Yeah.
No, I'm going to listen to him so they can make some questions.
Yeah. What I was going to say to Renato is he absolutely hit the key to how we are going to win the fight against child exploitation and human trafficking. And that's having good men stand up, and all the good men that are on this broadcast and all the good men that this group brings together, the top coaches, the thought leaders and entrepreneurs, because this is not a woman's issue. This is a men's issue as well. Men create the demand. And so I love hearing what Renato says. And so, Renato, I try to live my life that way. Thank you for what you do, have done, and are doing for this, because that's absolutely vital. And I'm just so excited, Adora, to hear the talks and see the bios of people here. And I can't even imagine those who are online watching. These are the true leaders, and these are the ones who are going to fight this crime. And they're not just going to say what so many in society say. It's the world's oldest profession. It's prostitution. It's the movie Pretty Woman and Julia Roberts. No, that's not right. And so I'm excited to be with everybody this afternoon.
Awesome. And we're excited to be with you here today. And I actually have a special guest that I'm bringing on that was going to help with the Q&A when we get to that point. And that is my partner in human trafficking, my beautiful wife.
Yes.
And he knows Matt very well, by the way.
Yes, I remember.
So, Matt, why don't you go ahead and tell us a little bit about what you do and how big of a problem it is. I'm sure you have a story or two, but if you want to take 10 minutes or so and really just kind of tell your story, then we can get to Q&A, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, thank you, Eric, and thanks to you and your wife, your whole family are the great supporters of Operation Underground Railroad. And first, just to define the problem. And again, some people know a lot about it. Unfortunately, maybe there are some listening in who have been affected directly by this. And some, again, this is the first time they've heard this. This is modern day slavery. This is trafficking and not prostitution. These are victims and not volunteers. These are children. These are adults who are out there being put into forced labor and child sexual exploitation. And that's what Operation Underground Railroad fights. We are a nonprofit founded about 9 years ago. This year, 2023, will be our 10th anniversary towards the end of the year. We were founded by a former special agent with the U.S. Department of Homeland Security, a man by the name of Tim Ballard, who early in his career in the early 2000s was asked to form a child crimes unit where you would go after predators, you'd go after pedophiles, you would go after Americans, in his case, who were traveling overseas to abuse children and abuse adults. And so he started to see the scope of this problem, and he had a lot of success arresting American predators, rescuing American children, working cases that had a U.S. nexus or U.S. tie. But if the case did not have any U.S. tie, if it fell outside of his jurisdiction, he couldn't do anything about it. So he realized that the vast majority of trafficking victims were therefore out of his purview. So he was a man of great faith. He prayed. He talked to people of other faiths, people of no faith, who yet realized that there is good and evil. So it wasn't anything for him that was a religious thing. It wasn't a political thing for him. He, like me, we served for George W. Bush. We served in the Barack Obama administration when we were at the CIA and then Homeland Security. But we wanted to do something to fight this crime. So he thought, what if I take a big risk, give up my government pension, give up my access to U.S. government health care, give up my faithful, reliable salary from Uncle Sam every 2 months or twice a month, and join and start a nonprofit where we can empower law enforcement in the United States and around the world. So he took the big leap of faith. I say that he was the brave one. He asked me to join him in 2013, and I'm embarrassed to admit I said, you know what, I'm not as brave as you. You let me know when this airplane's up in the air, when you've got this little nonprofit going. So he contacted me about 8 months later, and he said, we're on the runway, we're taking off. And so I decided to join him to lead his international operations. And so the way we do it is we are not a vigilante group. We go in through the front door or we don't go in at all. Invitations from state, local, federal government in the United States to work behind the scenes. So in the United States, we provide funding, training, tools, and technology to help the men and women on the front lines do even more to fight, overcome resource deficiencies, bureaucracy, these type of hurdles that Tim and I faced in the U.S. government, to try to make sure that we find a reason to say yes and not no. We love the government. The government's sort of like a big aircraft carrier. If you can get it out of port, it'll start turning slowly. We want to be a jet ski. We want to be a PT boat. We want to get in there and help save these kids. Well, overseas, we do the same thing with the funding, training, tools, technology, but where allowed by overseas laws, depending on the country, and if approved by prosecutors, chiefs of police, sometimes the president of a country, we actually play the role of the undercover operators. And so the sad truth is that this is primarily being perpetrated overseas by Westerners, first American citizens, then I think the number's Canadians, then Brits, Germans, Swedes, Dutch, but it's across the board. It happens everywhere. Well, that's the American face that is perpetrating it. So Tim said, what if we use the American face and get a group of Americans and Aussies and Brits and Westerners together to go under and play the role of the buyer? And I heard Eric earlier when he was talk about this. And again, like I said, Eric, thank you so much. The check's in the mail. You made me sound a lot cooler than I am, but we do But we do go in, and once we get the permission from the host government, we say, what do you need to do? We don't tell them what to do. They tell us what to do. In some countries, they already know who's trafficking the kids, where it's happening, where these networks are working, but they can't play the role of an American sex tourist. And I know that sounds terrible, but that's what's happening. They can't play the role of a suspected British pedophile or Dutch or Swede. Well, we can. So we can go to the tourist areas. We can go to the beaches, the red light districts, the tourist areas, and we don't have to even ask for it. They offer it to us. For most of the men listening, but also the women too, think about the last time you were on a vacation somewhere. How many times did someone come up to you to offer you a shell necklace, a henna tattoo, maybe some drugs, maybe some alcohol, maybe some girls? If it's that easy. And now we don't carry weapons, and so that's a little scary, right? We no longer have our weapons, but our weapons are undercover cameras, hidden microphones, so we can record high definition video and high quality audio to give to prosecutors to put a case together. And then secondly, we have this video and audio so that we can do the second part of our mission, and that is to tell the story. And so that's what I love about events like this today. You know, we talk about the Project Uprise and everything going on, that you in your own sphere are the leaders. You are affecting positive change. And that's what we want to do on this issue. Well, you can't arrest your way out of this. You can't rescue your way out of this, even though you do need to rescue and arrest to help and deal with the crime that's going on right now. But this will take a societal change. It's what Renato was talking about earlier, of men standing up and partnering with the amazing women in our lives to fight this. And so the second part of our mandate we see at Operation Underground Railroad is to be storytellers. And so we love, and Tim Ballard, our founder, is a huge student and fan of American history. He loves Frederick Douglass, Abraham Lincoln, Harriet Beecher Stowe, Harriet Tubman. And so he takes the model of what Harriet Beecher Stowe did, the woman who wrote Uncle Tom's Cabin. Back in the day, she saw firsthand what slavery looked like, with slaves being taken in the South and from the North to the South. And she said, well, what can I do? And her sister said, well, you can write books. Why don't you write a book about it? So she wrote Uncle Tom's Cabin to raise awareness about a social scourge that was going on back then. So that's what now we want to do, because it was history said that when Abraham Lincoln, during some of the darkest parts of the Civil War, met Harriet Beecher Stowe for the first time, he said, so you're the woman who wrote the book that started this great war. So we are putting together documentaries. We're putting together movies. On Amazon Prime, you can watch Operation Toussaint for free, Toussaint. It takes you behind the scenes of our rescue operations. It'll tell you one of our main supporters, who I know is a big, you're big fans of his, Tony Robbins.
Tony Robbins.
Supporter of ours. He saw firsthand. We took him on an operation with us down to Haiti. Now, Tony, big, imposing guy, known worldwide. We had to disguise him. We had to give him a beard that would have made ZZ Top and Duck Dynasty jealous. I mean, this was amazing here. And we put him out there, and he was able to see firsthand. And then he went back and told his friends, his network, maybe some of you here today. I know the Sorensens certainly heard his story. This is what we're trying to do, is trying to get people involved. And I'll say one more thing, and then Eric, we can talk and see what questions you think. But we also have as one of our as our heroes, William Wilberforce. If you know William Wilberforce, the British politician, influencer back in the day of the transatlantic slave trade. Well, one day he's out on his ship and he sees a slave ship. He sees men from Africa being chained as they're about to go over to the New World, and he was horrified. And so he said, what do? I can't go out there and actually make, the rescues and pull them off the ship. Someone said, well, you have a lot of wealthy and influential friends. Why don't you show them what there is happening? So he would take his ship with his wealthy and influential friends. They think they're just going through the harbor. He bumps them up against the slave ship. They see what's happening. They're horrified. They then go back and tell the story to their wealthy and influential friends. So I am grateful, Adora, for all you're doing to support, the harbor youth, to support great groups that fight human trafficking. And this is what we need to do. We all need to rally and come together. I'm the weakest guy on our team. We got guys with huge biceps who go in to protect some of these operations. But my job is to convince the traffickers. I mean, come on, who would think this face right here, right, is actually working with the cops?
Matt, that brings me to my very first question. Like, I don't know that I could do that. I mean, in the sense that how do you look? You're sitting across from a trafficker who's trafficked dozens, if not hundreds, of children. I mean, to put it lightly, how do you not punch him in the face? Like, how do you control yourself? Because I would go crazy.
Exactly. When I was with the CIA and I was going to leave to join Operation Underground Railroad, my wife said, you think you're this big CIA guy, you've done all this stuff. This is going to be the hardest thing you've ever had to do. I said, no, honey, they teach us how to go to this separate place in our mind, compartmentalize. Eric, it's exactly what you said. When in the year 2014, my first undercover operation in Cartagena, Colombia, when this monster named Eduardo, we were negotiating with him, and he said, I've got a gift for the boss who was going to come in, because we play the middleman negotiating. He brought in two young girls, and I'm just going to say how it is. He said in Spanish, well, she's 12 years old and she's 13, and they have 0 kilometers on them. They're virgins. They're ready for the big party. And it's just as you said, it took everything I had to not come across the table, throttle him, punch him, but you have to stay and roll, because you think the long game. If we can stay and roll, convince this trafficker that we are truly there to set up a big party, that within days or a week or two at most, he will be in handcuffs. The kids will be back to their parents, or if they're not able to go home, because the sad reality is sometimes these kids are sold by their own mother or by an uncle, or because they're orphans. We have Operation Underground Railroad supported aftercare homes, vetted refuges and support houses, safe houses. And I know a little bit about the Harbor Youth, but that's what was an amazing thing to do too, is help some of these at-risk people, these at-risk children. And so that's what we're doing. But Eric, I tell you, it's one of the hardest things ever. And I'm fortunate now that I can sit in the wimpy seat. I can sit back and manage the operations from either a control room or back in the States. The real brave men and women are the ones who are now still doing it undercover.
My wife's like,
Well,
that's
I
not
know-
true, Matt. You're not in the wimpy seat at all.
Yeah. Well, Renee, nice to meet you. But I just want to pop in and say we're so grateful for the work that you're doing and for the awareness that you're raising. And one of the ways when we were talking with Nate about how we'll best support what you guys are doing is that all of our speakers, teachers that are giving their entrepreneurial curriculum, their mindset training, their career path, like Libya and Aaron and all the career path, that immediately goes to all 150 nonprofits that you all work with, that we work with, because the rehab part, the rehabilitation, the rescue's the beginning. And I know you guys might have some questions with that, but I'd love to hear what you have to say about the rehabilitation once you, and then I will leave it to Eric and Aaron and Renee, because everyone wants to hear from you right now.
Perfect. So just real quick, we made a decision early on. We were not going to build our own aftercare home because it would tie us to one place in the U.S. or around the world. So what we do is we travel the globe and vet aftercare homes, orphanages, safe houses, places of refuge, and we then provide donor dollars, equipment, clothing to help them. Whether or not they are taking care of kids we've rescued, doesn't matter. We support these homes. But in the ideal situation, we go in through the back end first. We go in through aftercare to find out which country or what the country is there. How many beds do they have available? Because we wouldn't want to rescue 30 kids. They only have 5 beds available. 25 of them go back on the streets. So in our first couple years, I will admit, we're very transparent. We didn't do that as well as we could have. Now we have an amazing aftercare director, Jessica Mass. We don't do an operation in a country unless we know there's aftercare. Some of them fall through the cracks. We admit it's a hard thing, the trauma, right? And maybe you had some experience with survivors. It's not always a Hollywood ending, but what we're trying to do is knit that hammock as tight as possible so fewer and fewer fall through. And what we always say is let's do all we can to help move them from victim to survivor and survivor to thriver.
Matt, we know that you were in the CIA, and a lot of the secret agents in Underground Railroad, there's Navy SEALs and NSA agents and whatnot. And you would talk directly to the presidents. What is the real reason why there's so much human trafficking here in the United States? How come our government doesn't just put a stop to it as much as they can, at least? It seems like.
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you so much for that question. So I will say I'm definitely more optimistic than pessimistic. I started fighting human trafficking back in 2006. So it's hard to believe, what is that, 17 some years ago. And back then I couldn't find anyone who didn't think it was the whole Julia Roberts, pretty woman, being there on her own accord. So I see more and more people now engaged in this fight. Law enforcement cooperation is better than ever, nonprofit support, church groups involved. However, the scope of the problem is so vast for a few different reasons, I think. One is just the rampant pornography, the addictions to pornography we're seeing everywhere. COVID has only exacerbated that. You can imagine people cooped up 18 months, 2 years, just looking at pornography, because the way the human brain works is after a while, let's say you're looking at Playboy magazine, that's not enough. You need the dopamine hit only through a video or something violent or children. So you have an over-sexualization also of our culture. And that's why it was so exciting to hear you, Aaron, Renato, and everyone talking about that real masculinity. We need to realize that it's not harmless. It's not an equal trade. So many people, and this is someone saying, look, I'm not, there's no halo over my head. I think back to my teens, 20s, the way I thought, strip clubs, this and that. But now that I know, so we're trying to educate, but you just have also too, a really influx of illegal immigration. That's a big problem, but I don't want Americans to think that's the main source. The main source of trafficking victims in the U.S. are U.S. citizens, are children from U.S. homes, but they're from broken homes, unfortunately, latchkey kids who aren't getting the love that they want. And I see the more and more the breakdown in the family, you're leading to more vulnerable kids and through social media. I've got 2 teenage daughters. If anyone can see the gray hair in my sideburns, I love my teenage daughters. What they put out on social media, what they're out there, the groomers are out there. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I think the scope of the problem is so vast that even though the U.S. government's doing a great job, you do a great job here, perfect, but here's the problem. And so all we can do is continue to have events like this, rally people, get people to know, because if we can get the demand to dry up, then the supply is going to go away.
So Matt, you talk about that it is a huge problem, you know, just millions of people around the world, maybe 1 million people here in the US. Can you talk about how it is possible, though, that we can reduce it significantly?
Yeah, it absolutely is. And I hope everyone goes away from this realizing that there is something that can be done. And when I get to talk to great groups like this, which I mentioned earlier, the really leaders in your community and your jobs, oftentimes people will come to me, come to Tim Ballard. I know they've come to Eric and say, well, what can we do? We always say, you know better than we do what you can do. Do you have connections? I mean, here, influencers, right? The William Wilberforce model. Tell people about it. Are you able to donate? Are you able to send up prayers or well wishes? Do you have contacts with police, prosecutors, politicians to try to get people involved? That's what we need to do, is, again, have a holistic effort. The main focus, again, is got to be the long-term societal change of our minds and realizing that there is not such a thing as the harmless strip club, the harmless pornography, this and that. But we also need to do more of the rescues, more of the aftercare, because the most powerful thing we're seeing now is, as I mentioned, these victims who are now survivors and thrivers, they're telling their story. I could sit here till I'm blue in the face talking about human trafficking, but if a woman or man were to come forward and say, this is how I got groomed and brought into it, this is what happened to me, but here's now my redemption, my way forward, my new life, that I think is going to be the most powerful weapon we have.
Matt, I just have one more question.
No, please,
Sorry.
go ahead.
Just one more question. Because all your agents in the Underground Railroad seem to have a very similar story of how they joined, how they realized that it was happening. And you have one guy with a testimony that said he sold everything he had and joined Underground. And, you know, they basically give their whole life to the cause. What have you noticed how much it empowers these agents and people in general to have this higher purpose and fight for something bigger than themselves?
Yeah, that's been one of the neatest things that I've seen. And again, just my own personal story. And again, I didn't make a huge sacrifice. Yeah, a huge pay cut, gave up the pension, gave up the healthcare, just like Tim did. But, you know, my dad said I was crazy. My wife of 25 years, are you sure? But I was the view with what you just said. There's something higher than this. There's something more important. And that's what we've seen from the men and women who have joined our cause. They could be making 2, 3, 4 times more in the private sector elsewhere, but they've made this type of sacrifice. And what's really cool is we get law enforcement officers who have retired for 20, 25 years, police force, or when we work overseas with law enforcement, and they'll say, I can't tell you how many kilos of cocaine I've taken out of commission, how many, marijuana crops I've fumigated, how many burglars, bank robbers, whatever. But to save a child, to be able to actually save a human being, that's what drives people. And the gentleman you mentioned, his name is Damien. He leads our Bangkok office, and our Asia office in Bangkok. One day, he was a tourist. He was walking 15 years ago, and a little 6-year-old girl came up to him, didn't speak English. He's from Australia, and yet gave him a little card. And on that card were a bunch of different sexual positions and prices, essentially saying, whatever you want, here, the prices. And it was like the equivalent back then of $3, $8, $10. He was so sick to his stomach, he went home, cried all night. And then what you just said, sold everything and joined this fight. And we could tell those stories about the men and women across our organization.
I was just going to add to that, Matt. We were just slightly foot in the door with OUR just from friends of friends, and we're really passionate about it. Eric told you his story about his time in Haiti, but coincidentally, around the same time that the door opened even wider was we lived in a community, a smaller community on the outskirts of Las Vegas. And I had a good friend of mine who got on one social media platform and just made some random friends. Ended up taking a trip down to Las Vegas at the age of 16, went to a club, had some sort of suspicion that this this person who she had met online and spent so much time talking with and forming a relationship with. And it was months and months of preparatory work that these traffickers are willing to do to get these girls. And went into a club and happened to send one single text to her mom. I don't feel good about this. Just so you know, this happens to be the name of the person who I'm with, and here's where I'm at. Well, long story short, she went missing for 3.5 months. And this is why these organizations are so important. Once they're trafficked, and this is an actual tangible great friend of mine, to get them actually out alive is a very, very small percentage. She had to get, sometimes, unfortunately, you have some organizations that want to help that are actually working for the other side. And those were some of the things that she was running into. And so she had to raise funds herself, get her own team together. And they did end up getting her daughter back and alive. And now we're fast forwarding 5 years later. Her daughter is now having her first baby. So that's pretty exciting news. But just that was when OUR started to kind of pick up as well. And there was no possible way. I mean, we sat and shed many a tears. Sorry, I get really emotional about this, about the safety of her daughter. And then when she returned, the tragedies that she experienced when she was in the middle of her traffic time. So for us, that was kind of our personal experience. But I think we would be really surprised if we asked around about people that we know who possibly had been groomed. I mean, I can guarantee you it's one of your kids or one of your neighbors or one of your kids' friends that has had some little experience that could have possibly opened the door for even their own danger. So there was no way that we could possibly sit around any longer and be able to not help the organization of OUR. We did our homework and we just see all the amazing blessings that are coming from just being able to kind of give back. We've been blessed in our life with a little bit of means to be able to do so. I wish we had more, but you know, I'm a big fan of what goes around comes around. So for me, I can feel those blessings and see those blessings in our lives just being a little small part. So I just kind of wanted to add that it's real close to home, way more than we think.
Well, thank you, Renee. Absolutely. Thank you so much. I saw someone flash out, a true power couple. You two are a true power couple. And Adora, I know we're getting to the end time, Adora, but what I want to say real quick is that if there's ever anything I can do to help you, to help this group, I know there are a bunch of questions flying through that we weren't able to answer, but I do feel to say one last thing based on what Renee said. For those of you with kids, with grandkids, how do we protect them? You have to walk the fine line between not freaking them out totally so they don't go live their life, but also healthy awareness. You know your child and your grandchild better than anyone else. You know what they can take. First and foremost, educate them to this reality that it exists. Educate them that if they're offered something too good to be true, either in person or online, it probably is. Tell them there's nothing wrong with talking to your parent, your grandparent about something. And remember, if anything ever happens to them, because stuff happens, if something, you know, for whatever reason, it's not their fault. They're not damaged goods forever. They always can come and have a way back, but tell someone, tell a trusted adult, tell law enforcement. So I'll leave it at that unless there's more. But again, we want to end on hope. There is a way. We are doing this. And thank you so much for this opportunity. Just could not feel more blessed to be a part of this.
Yeah, Matt, and thank you so much for everything that you're doing. Renee, thank you for sharing and really landing how close to home all of this is. And, you know, Aaron is here. I'm locked to arms with these guys, and we are about moving, giving so much value to our communities in the ways that we already do. You know, Livia and Aaron have been working in branding at high levels. I've been producing entrepreneurial events that are transformational. And so we're going to continue to do that, but we're taking 100% of the profits to get behind organizations like yours, like the Harbor. Harbor is our strike one and our long-term, and we're going to scale that model. So we definitely want to continue the conversation, especially about what is going on here in the US, and then supporting globally through the Academy, you know, through the Academy, because we're focused on home turf first to prove the model and then take it everywhere. So yeah, that thank you. And Aaron, what would you like to say to that, my friend who brought us into all this conversation?
No,
Oh,
I mean,
yeah, Aaron.
Matt, if only you could say just one more thing about how that has to be a people's movement, because the government, as you say, it moves slowly. The organizations, they all rely on donations, so we really need everybody, people like Renee and Eric, to come together and unite and help the organizations like Underground and the Harbor, and that will be our path to victory.
You're absolutely right, Aaron, because think about the whole spectrum of this problem. And so as I list this out real quick, think about where you can get involved, where others can get involved. Prevention, education, awareness, conferences, events like this. Then building up capacity, training, providing those vital tools, technology that, again, need funding, to the actual going in and making the rescue, to the aftercare, to then the economic empowerment, the job building, but then coming down to the demand when it all is said and done. I think about how I was raised. I love my father, I love my grandfather, but honestly, the sexist jokes, the guys' jokes that I heard, little, no man just wakes up one day and says, I'm going to call up a prostitute, I'm going to dial up an escort. It's a journey of 1,000 steps. Well, those first steps are objectifying women, using the B word, the H word, all the words. And again, I'm the first one who said this. I'm the first one who laughed at these jokes, but let's see, words mean things. So again, I know that was a rambling answer, but the whole spectrum in what you said, this is a people's movement. Every single person can do something, man, woman, child. And I'm excited to see where this whole movement's going to go. And not just Operation Underground Railroad, the other great organizations out there fighting human trafficking.
Oh, I just want to add to that, Matt. How we met was from a t-shirt.
Yep.
That is how we met. We met because Eric was wearing his organization that he wanted, OUR, his t-shirt, and Matt said, hey, and it struck up a conversation. It's just something as simple as that, writing a little post, hey, I'm doing this, I'm passionate about this, so I just wanted to add that it was something really simple how we became friends years ago. So
and now he can't get rid of us because I had him speak here, I asked him to speak here, and I asked him to speak at my live event in May in Nashville.
Can't
sorry,
wait.
Matt, but we're gonna have a long relationship here. You can cut it off whenever you want, but I'm just gonna keep calling you up.
I'm just saying it doesn't take millions of dollars to start.
For sure.
To help.
Absolutely. You realize our average donation is like $25 a month. I mean, it's unbelievable. We still have over 50% of our donations individuals. So yeah, absolutely, Renee. Any little bit helps. And this is so great to see what everyone's doing. Adora, thank you so much as well. Sorensen's, thank you. Aaron, just incredible.
Thank you, Matt.
Oh, you're muted, Adora.
All right. So we're going to reset and come back and put everybody in the green room. We've got a film, quick 30-second team. You're going to put that commercial up for us. It's not a commercial. It's a what is it? Like a heart cry. Like it's an expression. So until that happens. All right, Eric, you're here. I was back there saying, play it one more time so I can connect with Eric and make sure we're good. That's how it goes. How's everyone feeling in the chat? You love the mission we are on. Yes, making a difference together. Manny Blues got the claps. Eric, thank you. Thank you for sharing your lovely wife and your daughter today and your story, and then bringing Matt to be with us.
And so just so you all know, none of that was planned. I didn't plan on bringing Cambria. I didn't plan on bringing my wife in. I just had this feeling a couple of times today, you need to do this and do that. And just been listening to that voice inside of us that says, hey, take it this direction. Perfect timing to talk about what we're going to talk about next, because I think about what Matt does and how much patience he has to exercise, and just I don't know how you don't just freak out. And I mean, that would be so hard to do what he does, but I know he does it because if he gets out of character, children are lost. And it just reminded us of what the reason why we are here today. And you know what? We have struggles and we have trials, and I get it. And I don't want to minimize our challenges and trials, but you know what? None of us, or at least most of us here, I know some of you have, but most of us here haven't had to face being trafficked or living in that situation. What a blessing it is. And I said earlier that some of them would hope for our worst day, because at least they're not in chains, at least they're not enslaved. And so the only way that we can do this is by, of course, supporting the cause that we are today. So I know a lot of you have risen up, you've invested in yourself and bought some of the packages. Of course, as you know, 100% of the profits go to this cause that we have. And I'm here to call you to do the same thing. Invest in yourself, rise up to who you are, take that opportunity and go right now and help us fight human trafficking. And we, on the other hand, as you know, because of these packages, are going to help you get to where you want to be in terms of where you want to be in business, the income you want to make, and the life that you want to lead. So we're just going to kind of go through this really quick. And for those of you that haven't taken action here, make sure that you do. Adora, I'll let you talk about the first part, because that's your program, and I wouldn't do it justice.
Yeah, so this first package, and no, you can join us in VIP, getting a shirt, because we always want you to get value, and we move the majority of the funds, not a percentage of the funds. 100% of profits go to the mission that we're on. So you're going to have lots of ways to play, but those of you that can, and you're ready to elevate, and you know our business skills would help you, and you know they would take you to the next level, we know they would. But those of you that know, like, step in with us, and we have got you, and then know that we're sharing our bread. Literally, we're sharing our bread, right? We're sharing our bread to take care of this mission. So the 2-day online event, this is where we're going to go in. It's a mastermind. We're going right into profitable connections and how to create those, how to create a stream of income this year through connecting people, how to find opportunities and casual conversations to create abundance and better together and wealth flows that you get worked in on the deal. Okay, how to do that very strategically. So all you connectors are going to get a boost in that income and impact, right? And those of you that aren't connectors, you're going to learn how to connect more powerfully and strategically to then JV and have quantum leaps in your business. All right, let's keep, and I charge $1,000 for that. You'll see it 1,000 in there. So yes.
Right there, you're helping with this cause, but you're also already getting $1,000 with just the first package, which is absolutely amazing.
That's right. And then you, yep. Okay, you get 3 classes from our glorious Livia, who you know has been hired. I mean, the woman packed out clubs for Ronaldo when she was a teenager as an introvert. That was like her first major win, right? And has been in demand all of her life by some of the top companies, people, because she knows what she's doing. And so these are master classes by her, 3 different ones on the creative process, the power of a brand narrative. And we're not talking logos. We're talking about movement. Like, she flipped the script for the UFC and the way the fighters were seen. So this woman knows that, and you get to have it in your own life and creative unschooling. All right, let's keep it moving. The Legacy Collection, this is super cool. It's the first 1,000 names of people who gave $1,000, which you're getting over $1,000 worth of value, but you get this cool t-shirt, hoodie, a poster, and we have celebrities that are going to be rocking this. Your name will be on it. You can put a family member's name, a child's name, a business name, and then this poster is going to go into the harbor and into some of our other projects. All right.
Awesome. And then you're going to get 30 days access to Quick State, powered by New Calm, which I've talked a lot about Jim Quick and how amazing he is. It's his program that will really help your mind transform. And
New Calm is actually based on neuroscience. Is how you can create transformation in the brain. There's also some cool like meditations in there. It's unbelievable. I didn't know anything about this until Adora told me a couple of weeks ago, and I dove into it, signed up. I was like, oh my gosh, where has this been? This is insane. So you'll get access to that for 30 days as well.
Awesome. All right, now we take it up a notch. Take it up a notch. You guys move your bodies with us. And I want you to see, even if you're not the person who's going to take this, and I want you to take it. If you feel the calling, have faith, move in, you're going to rise. We've got you. We've got you. Like this team of experts. You have brains beyond, like so many things behind you on this. But I want you to even imagine, if you're there and it's not you that's going to take one of these, I want you to stand in the vision of the harbor being fully funded for 24 hours, that the kids get back, they get to sleep all night in a warm bed instead of going onto the streets at 9 p.m. And I want you to stand in those who can will, those who are ready will. And by you standing in that with us, you're holding the energy of what's possible. And we are playing an outrageous game, and we're playing it hard. You're seeing it right here, how we play to win, and we're inviting you to play with us. And so if you're not the one who's going to jump into one of these packages, but you're an energy, hold the energy. Hold the space with us. All right, so now let's amplify our business package.
All right, so the first thing is the virtual summit, the BYO virtual summit with Ava. Ava, you've heard from a little bit. She was a part of our Q&A. So this is $2,400 is what she charges for this. So just in the very first package, that's what somebody would normally pay. And of course, you guys know where the funds go. So that's going to be the first thing. That will be virtual, of course, and you'll get a ticket to that. And then the next one, let's bring that up.
All right. So this is going to go really well with what Ava is giving you, because Ava has worked the background of not only this show, the Can You Really Think and Grow Rich tour, the Neuroscience Summit with the Los Angeles Tribune. She worked with us on the New Psychology of Winning tour, where I partnered with Mo Rock and the Tribune as well. And she's going to show you how to have your own show and how to build authority, build relationships, whether it's a podcast, a virtual summit. And then I'm going to show you how do you get those celebrity thought leaders on your show, so that it gets everybody else saying yes and excited to share, and that whole psychology, and begins to open those doors for you so you can go faster, because life is now, right? We learned it's now, and there are things we can do to accelerate that, and that's what we're throwing in.
And you normally charge what, $1,000 for that?
That one's $2,500. Yeah.
$2,500. Oh.
Yeah.
All right. Next we have Build a Brand by Olivia. She, as you know, is amazing, is passionate. She's going to teach you how to build a brand in her workshop. I can tell you right now, the brand is the foundation. As an ad agency owner, I built brands across the country and worked with big companies like Walt Disney and Kia Motors, the FBI, US Air Force were some of my clients, and I've helped build their brands. This is so powerful. If you don't really know, if you're really not getting the traction in your business, this is insanely amazing. So there's a ton of value in the Build a Brand workshop. It's really, every single business should have this workshop, period.
Yeah. And even if you've got a great brand, you're going to elevate it. So it's a 5-day journey with Livia, and you will leave with an elevated brand or a brand new brand, or knowing how to build brands for other people. You'll get that training. It's huge.
Okay, the next is my program, Ignite Your Fire Live. That's my goal, is to ignite that spark inside of you to become everything you want to become. And this is actually a 5-day online challenge. This February 20th through the 24th, you'll get VIP access. And there's actually a ton of bonuses that I'm giving you with this, including a one-on-one call with me. I don't think I mentioned that earlier. You'll actually have a one-on-one coaching call with me.
Who wants a one-on-one call with Eric? Put it in the chat. It's feeling a little stale in here. I need your energy. And it's feeling stale because of comments. I want to see your energy. I see the green room moving. I see you, Jennifer and Ava, but let's see some fire. Who would love a one-on-one call with Eric? Don't be scared. Yes.
Randy, let's go.
Even if you're like, I don't know if I'm going to do this yet. If you would love a one-on-one call with Eric, be bold. You have to put it out there. You have to claim it, or you're not going to get it, right? Even if you're not seeing the pathway yet, don't be scared. # don't be scared. That's right. Or be scared and do it anyway. Casey said it was exciting. Being scared was exciting. Go ahead, Eric.
And Nikki says, Nikki, you and I are now Facebook friends. You're my newest Facebook friend. I just saw that. So I'm excited to see you. Yes. So one-on-one coaching call with me is part of that as well. Just so you know, I charge $2,500 for an hour of my time normally. That's what I charge to have a one-on-one coaching call. And I don't do them very often because, as you know, there's only so many hours in a day. So yes, you will get a one-on-one with me, which is awesome. And then this 5-day challenge that dives deep into how to increase your impact, your income. We focus a lot on income and then your influence as well. So this is really very strategic for business. There is mindset in there, like we've talked about today, but it is mostly like how you can scale your business, how you can grow it, and have from zero or wherever you are today to $100,000 a month. That is our goal. And the only reason why I can teach it is because I've been there and I've been able to do it several times. And then you'll also get, of course, 3-day premium access this time, and not just Jim Quick's program, but premium access to New Calm, which gives you access to just a slew of programs within that app.
So awesome. All right. Legacy experience. Oh my gosh. Like if I'm like, this is such a freaking phenomenal package. It's like, it really is, because, you know, a lot of times when you're seeing an offer, you see, you know, just different things that have been done in the past, all bundled up, which is still very phenomenal. But this offer is loaded with actually several offers that stand alone. And for your offer, for my offer, we charge $10K for that. And forget all the other stuff that they're going to get, because they still get they're stacking on all these other goodies. So it's insane. It's an awesome deal. Insane in the membrane. You have to be a certain age to know that one. Okay.
So this one's going to be amazing because you'll also have one-on-one time with us and in a mastermind experience. So like she said, it's going to be insanely awesome these 2 days.
Oh, New Mexico. Sorry, I see what we did there. Okay, New Mexico. So first, we have our live event in April 21st to 23rd. We're going to fly in to New Mexico. We're going to visit the harbor, the place that has been giving hope to over 500 children that we're all stand and playing this generosity game for. Then we're going to mastermind. So we're actually going to spend time together. Eric's going to be there. I'm going to be there. Livia's going to be there. Jim Poole's going to be there. Other people that we haven't named yet will be there. You're going to be there. And the core purpose is what's going on in your world, what's moved the needle the most in your business or life that you can share with the crew, and then how can we help you? And collaborations, deals will be made there. It's going to be powerful. And we're going to go have a self-defense class. You don't have to participate in the class, but a self-defense class with a UFC fighter, and you'll have all those photo opportunities. We'll be filming. It's going to be really, really, really incredible. Okay.
All right. So this is something that we added literally this morning. As Adora and I were talking, like, how do we provide more value? How do we raise more money for kids? What can we do? So this is one of my programs. It's a $10,000 program that I've been doing for about 2 years. It's the Income and Impact and Income Blueprint, which is essentially the exact blueprint for how you can essentially take your business from where you are right now to $1 million in a year. It is an online program that has 90 days. There's a membership area with a ton of resources and a lot of established content, but I've agreed to do it live for you. I've done it live several times, but a lot of people that come into this program just get the replays. But for this group, I'm going to do it live for you guys. And we'll start literally in the next 7 days, within about a week of us finishing this. You'll get information on it once you sign up for this package. And then we're going to dive right into your specific situation and really help you make the income and the impact that you want to make. And it's a 90-day program. And then that gives you enough time to form habits and get the resources and tools that you need to be able to take this into the next coming weeks and years from now. So that's what I'm going to be offering. I'm super excited to be a part of it.
Very awesome. Rich with Connections Ultimate. So this includes all those workshops that you've already seen. But, you know, one of my favorite things, and the people that are going to get the most are the people who actually learn how to connect at the levels that I connect. So not just the scripts, which you're going to get, and some of how to reach a celebrity, how to get them on board, the technique. But then once they're there, how do you create a long-term relationship with the right strategic alliances? And that's about how you show up. It's about the skill of connecting. All right. And that no one can take away from you. Plus, we're going to walk through, okay, what strategic alliances do you need? That would be, and I will put my eyes on that. Like, what are the alliances you need? And some may already be in your life. Often they are. And some may be people that we need to go after. And I'm going to coach you through going after that. And I'm actually going to open the doors and do the deal for you for many of you that are in here. And that is a $10,000 offer. I have a client here that paid that. I have another client that paid over that because she's a private client. And so we're putting this. Where do you find the offers? Let's post the link again. Let's post the link again. Yes. Awesome.
It should be right there in the chat. There it is.
Okay, there we go. And Kendi, I know her, Olmsted. I went to church with her. She knew me in some of those very early years. She knows my children. So that's awesome. Thank you. Okay, let's keep it going. Eric.
All right.
What's next?
Well,
let's see. Is that it? Yeah.
Yeah,
that's a lot. That's a lot.
Oh, wait,
there it is. New calm.
We missed it.
New calm. A whole
Big
year.
chance.
You get all of it. A whole year of premium new calm, which is super powerful. And so, yeah. So what we want to speak to again, and I'll pause in a moment. But what we want to speak to again is that we loaded this deal as if it had nothing to do with making any kind of impact. We loaded it thinking it's the reason we loaded it, by the way, was to make the impact, right? But we loaded it thinking, what can we do to most impact you? What can we do to guarantee, ensure, totally have you, surround you with some of the best, put you in the rooms with some of the best to absolutely have you just excel, fly, soar in 2023? And starting in January, starting next week, what could we do? And we did it that way so that we could create that for those of you who can, so that we could create that moment of, I'm in, I'm going to win, I'm going to accelerate, and we can move those profits to the harbor and to keeping kids safe and giving them a safe space. Eric?
Yes. And by the way, Adora, you're amazing. Like you're like so dedicated to all of this, and you are the driving force behind all of this. I just get to show up and be a part of it. Like that's the best thing. I didn't have to do all the work to put this all together. So you're amazing. And I know you're an action taker as well. So we want to make sure that you guys all have this opportunity to invest in yourself. Please do it. And I'm telling you, I said this 4 times now, success loves speed. And I know it usually takes that investment in yourself for you to be able to level up, because it just accelerates your a level of achievement. I mean, you can take 5 or 10 years and do it the slow way, or you can do what I did. You know, I accelerated as much as possible. Like I said, I read about a book a week. I went to so many events. I spent $287,000 over a 2.5-year period in coaching, training, masterminds, etc. Now, again, I know it because I know that's a little different because I had a lot of successes. And so I had resources to do that. But I'm telling you right now that some of the people that I've met that have risen to incredible heights started with just something like this. The great thing about this is you get a lot of value and a lot of resources. And every program that I ever invited and that I joined did not have a component of human trafficking like this does. I was just buying things and paying my coach, and he got the money or she got the money, depending on the program that I was in. But this is the opportunity for resources to be able to save kids. And that's what this is all about.
Oh, so amazing. I'm just, my heart is full right now. I know I need to look at the details in a moment. We've got amazing speakers coming up next, but I also, we've been following our Inklings a lot today. And God, frankly, spirit, whatever the word is that you like for it. And, you know, just seeing our team and seeing all these speakers, shifting schedules, doing the not convenient, working around the clock, working on days that we normally take off, and doing it for this cause. And personally, you know, doing something that we normally have a couple months to do, you know, and so when you do it in a short time, it creates a lot of pressure. right? And mistakes happen. You know, I woke up the day we were going to start this event, not knowing if we had a breakdown in technology. We didn't know if we were going to be able to stream. And our team had been up until 5 a.m. resolving it after I went to sleep. And then Jennifer and I got up at 5 a.m. and we're working all the way up until boom, time to go. And, you know, that's not fun and knocks most entrepreneurs out of the game, any little inconvenience, right? But because the cause, because the children, because, you know, everybody deserves to feel safe. You know, everybody deserves to feel safe. And especially these children, I've been pushing beyond my own edges right along with all these other people. I mean, I've had anxiety, I've had excitement, I've had hope, I've had, oh no, what if we don't do it? I want to look. I want us to win. I want us to look. I want everybody to see us looking or to look good winning so that they get all excited and play the game with us. I don't like to fail, right? And every speaker, many of them came here with that same kind of like, you know, we don't like emails to go out with the wrong links and all the stuff that happens. But what kept driving us is this opportunity. You know, this opportunity for contribution. And I can't even explain all the feelings in my body about, it's like birthing something so much bigger than anything I've ever touched before. And I feel like it's a very high use of my energy, and I hope you feel that too. And I hope all of our team members that you're tapping into that, because it's a game worth playing. And it's not only a game worth playing, you're so many of you're so talented. You know, you've walked through your own stresses, you've walked through your own, you know, miseries, you've walked through your own blessings and tools and all that. And when we join together and collaborate and play this game at this level, we are unstoppable. We really are. And we need to be, because it is a disgusting thing that we're here in the US living in our beautiful environments, and that this is the #1 consumer of child sex trafficking. Like, that does not work. It's not okay. And the only way that changes is leaders like you, like me, like Eric, all of us doing our best now, you know, giving our best, and everyone playing whatever part you can play. It's overwhelming when you think about solving it yourself. But when we play it together, whatever part we can play, it's like, that's how it gets done, you know? And it's very humbling, moving. I feel like I'm like breaking open and blooming all at the same time. It's like, it's hard to explain, but it's magnificent. And it's magnificent to be here with you in this. And we're just starting. There's still so much to do.
Oh, look at the love in the chat for Adora. Let's hear it for Adora. She's so amazing. She has a huge heart. From the very first day that I met her, kids need to show up, says Rob. They don't need perfection. 100%. Thank you, Adora, says Rich Queen Movement. Thank you very much. Deanna says, Adora, your passion fills my heart. Gina, hell yes, Adora, a game worth playing. Like, wow, that's amazing. And she is the heart in all of this. We're just here supporting her leadership and her heart. So thank you, Adora, for everything, sincerely.
Oh, thank you. I mean, Livia, thank you. I see you in the back room. It's a privilege. Thank you so much. Okay, so I need to pop off Ava. I adore you too, because I have no idea what's next. I'm so immersed in this moment. So I need to look at what we have next, Eric. And there we go, Ava. You know,
I'm going to come to the rescue.
Let's do this. Thank you.
Oh my gosh, this next segment, I am so excited and I am thrilled to be able to introduce this mentor of mine. I'm actually producing his show, the All Things Rex Worldwide. And let me tell you, this is a treat. You get to share this. People get to hear it. He's only here for a short time, but this is such a treat. So who's coming up is Rex Ikes. He is the founder of the Idea Seminars and the creator of Mind Design, Attitude Activator, and Directed Questions. He's dedicated 4 decades to helping countless thousands of people transform their minds and their lives. And he's an authority on abundance, and the law of attraction, the science of mind, Napoleon Hill, whole brain, and accelerated learning. And right now, here in Uprise-LIVE, Project Uprise-LIVE, we have Rex Steven Sykes. Rex, welcome. I am so excited. Talk about investing in oneself. I was just sharing as all of the packages were coming. It took me quite a while. I started this journey of entrepreneurship in 2016. I've lost a lot of friends and I've lost families along the way because I kept trying and I kept failing. But I think one of the reasons it took me so long to fail was because it took me so long to make the decision to invest in myself. And Rex is actually one of the mentors that really made a biggest breakthrough in my life. So I'd like to ask you, Rex, my experience myself was when I was having a hard time investing on myself. It's not that I didn't believe in the programs, it's that I didn't believe in myself. Yeah, okay, they're great. Yeah, but I failed so much in the past. Like I have a whole long history of not doing well and failing. I'm like, am I gonna waste another $2,500? So what can you say about the mindset of that? And when people are kind of stuck in that and not believing in themselves, what's some tip that you can give?
Wow, well, that's a great question, Ava. And I first want to say you're a powerhouse. You've made so many changes and do so much and are so incredible. I'm happy that you and I get to share this moment together. And it's a beautiful question. But before we go to the question, I want to say this. I want to give a shout out to Matt, first off, for the work that he's doing. In 1980, a girlfriend and I were approached at the LAX airport, and she was offered a business card to go to Asia to model. And we were excited. We thought this was fantastic, only to learn that that's how they get young women in the slave trade overseas, is to appeal to something that is of great interest to them. The other thing is that in 2019, I was they threw a dinner for me to consult and meet with 2 gentlemen who very much are involved in rescuing people from the slave trade, from human trafficking. They go in, covert and drag people out, essentially. I mean, they do it under the radar of the government there and everything else. I mean, it's truly amazing. I was able to consult and meet with them. So this is a topic near and dear to my heart. I also want to give a big shout out to Corey Cromway, a brother, a friend, an incredible mind, and incredible person who has transformed his life in just so many ways. And I'm so pleased to know him. If you listen to his story, you know how powerful it is. And yet, as he will readily admit, others have gone through far worse. We all have horror stories or skeletons in our closet or something, but there's always somebody who's got a tougher time or a harder time than we do. And lastly, I want to acknowledge everyone, but I want to give a shout out to good guy Dennis Waitley. Dennis and I, he's got a couple decades on me, but we kind of came up together separately or independently during the same time, in pursuing human excellence and performance. Now, how do you invest in yourself? I'm going to talk a little bit about me. I don't normally ever do this. I was born for this. I was born for 2 reasons. 1, to help correct the record, and 2, to share the good news. So what is the good news? First off, well, now let me go back. Let's correct the record. First, there's a lot of people who've come up in the 40, 50 years that I've been doing this, and Dennis has been doing this, and others have been doing this, who are really, really wonderful and worth their salt. And then there are those who aren't. And a lot of misinformation, a lot of bogus stuff, a lot of jargon, a lot of complex practices and strategies and methods and everything have come about, especially since the internet. Everybody's suddenly, a maven, and wannabes and things like that. So you need to pay attention to who you listen to, and you have to be willing to be coachable and trainable and have an empty cup. You have to be able to be willing to be open in order for somebody to give you something, some piece of knowledge, some practice or principle, or a transformational experience in some way. Because if you're not willing, if you're not open, you're not going to do it. And that's a mindset issue. And the good news is that you're here to thrive. You're here to have abundance. You're not here to drag your ass through every day, pay taxes, fret about the rent or romance, and then die. You're here to thrive, to replicate, to enjoy life, to celebrate everything, good or bad, right or wrong. This is a journey, an amazing journey, and you get to be part of that. And so few people understand that and enjoy it. That's why I say celebrate everything. Okay, so who am I? I've had numerous crises in my life. I've had money. I've lost money. I've had everything taken from me in every which way you can imagine. And yet there's still people who have worse situations than I do. But I write about one of those experiences in my book, Life on Your Terms, and it's called Life on Your Terms because that's what each and every one of us need to learn to do, is to live our lives on our terms. That doesn't mean, egotistically, narcissistically, be a hoarder of money or things. It means to live with purpose and dedication to making your life the best and to help other people do that too. I want to go back to Corey. Corey said something really important. He said, you got to be all in. And you do. You have to be all in. And what did he do? He said, I turned my car into a university. I listened to CDs. I filled my mind. I read the books. I continued to pump, positive messages into my mind. This is an important principle and an important key. What did Matt say? Matt said, people don't, the journey of 1,000 miles to slave trade doesn't start with, I'm going to call a prostitute or I'm going to call a hooker or an escort. It starts by filling their mind with other materials. They consume porn, they consume whatever, and then one day they act on it. So here's the thing. The journey of 1,000 miles, which is what I've always said, doesn't begin with the first step on the ground. It begins with the first step in the mind, and that's a decision. It's the very thing that Corey is talking about, is filling your mind. It's what Matt is talking about. It's what you fill your mind with. It's either good or bad, good or bad. If it's crap, you get crap. If it's good, you get better. So the very first action, and action is important, but the very first action you have to take is not learn a strategy, not learn a method, not learn a know-how, not learn the nuts and bolts, not learn the procedures, not learn all that stuff. So get your mindset straight. And why is that? Because when you get your mindset straight, and I'm not talking about your conscious mind, and I'm talking about your subconscious programming. When you get your mindset right, because it's already working for you. Everything in your life, everything you've got is as a result of your conditioning, your training, your learning, your mindset, the neural pathways that you have. It's all part of a process that's been part of you since you were born and growing up and getting conditioned. So you want it to work for you because it's already working for you. It's just giving you things that you don't want or like. It's either keeping you broke or unhealthy or lonely or frustrated or sad or in despair or whatever it might be, because that's what it learned to do. But it's your greatest ally. It is the most potent, powerful source of opportunity and resourcefulness and infinite possibility that you or I could ever know. It's the very key to your abundance, to your liveliness, how fulfilled you feel, your joy, your expression, your enthusiasm, your confidence, the beliefs in yourself. The power source of everything that you are resides within you, in your DNA, in your heart, your mind, your gut. It's all part of one important thing that you need to take control of so that you can live life on your terms and create the life that you want. So I've spent my life since I was 6 years old studying mysticism, magic, hypnosis, Napoleon Hill and all these things. And I've dedicated my entire life to it. I was born for this. I was literally born for this. I was about 25. I had a major crisis in my life. I write about it in the book. 2 years later, I had a transcendent, powerful, transformative experience that changed my life forever. I mean, truly forever. Now, that said, I've lost money. I've had crises. I've had all sorts of things that some people would call crap since then. But I understand now that that is part of the journey. You go to an amusement park and get on a roller coaster because it has ups and downs. That's all part of the thrill. It's all part of the ride. If you can learn to celebrate everything, then you're free. When you adjust your mindset, or transcend your mindset for that matter, when you adjust in that way, you have the potential to be whomever you truly are. You see, most of us are conditioned to be something other than why we're here, our authentic self, that true self. But you can discover that. So what have I done? I have trained, consulted, coached, and done one-on-ones with neuroscientists, neuropsychologists, psychologists, doctors, lawyers, surgeons, police, educators, PhDs, bankers, financiers, marketers, the military, hostage negotiators, librarians, farmers, people from all walks of life. And cumulative, they've made over billions of dollars in success. But more important than that, because I could care less about how much money they make, they've learned to live well. They've learned to enjoy more of what life offers. They've learned to turn down the volume on the stuff that they don't like or don't want, and turn up the volume on the celebrating of all of it, and understanding that things happen and how you react is up to you. And if you react, you'll react out of your conditioning. If you learn how to respond, then you have a choice. It's all about learning to change what goes on between your ears, but not just between your ears, in your heart, in your gut, your entire DNA. So why do I tell you this? I tell you this about the people that I've worked with. Oh, and by the way, well, I'll say one more thing, but if they can do it, you can do it. And that's the point. Of all the people I've used in the almost 5 decades that I've been doing this, the success rate and the success record is so incredible that they've learned to live their lives with joy and passion and romance and financial well-being and health, that if they can do it, you can do it. Now, here's the thing. Here's the rub. Most people, when they come to me, I'm the last person in the chain. They've walked on fire, they've broken boards, they've 10x their results, they've done this, that, and the other thing, and then they come to me. And I'm glad that I'm the last person they come to, because they come to me after having tried everything else. They've exhausted all sorts of possibilities. They don't know where to turn. They don't know why the law of attraction doesn't work or why they can't get their ways. And they come, and that's how I can help them. I'm excellent at troubleshooting, and I'm excellent at knowing what someone's patterns are. But I got to tell you, it isn't just about troubleshooting. It isn't just about fixing what's wrong. That may be a starting place for some people. It's about getting people to begin the process of understanding that if you think you can, you can. And if you think you can't, you can't. Not only that, but if you think you can't, you probably won't. But if you think you can, you might. I see Ava's come back on. It must mean you have a question or a comment. You're muted.
Yes, I so appreciate everything that you said. You know, I think a lot of it really comes back to understanding that everything's a journey, like the roller coaster ride you talked about, that there will be down times and there will be up times. And how important is it to surround ourselves with the right people?
Well, it's really important because, like, I'm expensive, and I'm the last person that people come to. And here's the thing. I'm good at what I just described. I'm excellent at what I just described, but I don't give it away. And I don't mean it that I'm not willing to share, but unless someone invites me to work with them, I don't have any contract with them. I'll help them in whatever way I can. But until somebody makes that invitation, they're not ready. And I can pour stuff out. We can talk until we're blue in the face. We can share stuff. We can print articles and do videos and, present all this stuff. And they're not ready. Only when they're ready, when they're really ready, will they actually invest in themselves. Will they actually take the steps necessary to transform their mind? And when they transform their mind, they find out that their feelings transform. And when their mind and feelings transform, their speech transforms. So they start speaking powerfully. They start commanding things into existence that didn't appear before. And then they behave right because they take the right actions. But it starts when they're ready to start and not before that. So this is a truly important piece. You have to be coachable. You have to be willing. You have to be open. You have to divest yourself of almost everything you think you know in order to be willing to try on something new. And I, as I say in my book, I could dress you up in Elvis Presley's white sequined, jumpsuit, and you might go, "Well, this isn't me. I'm not," and it would feel uncomfortable, and it would feel, and you wouldn't want to wear it. I mean, I sure probably wouldn't. But if you wore it long enough and went out, pretty soon it becomes familiar. And pretty soon people are like, hey, you know, there's that girl or that guy in that white jumpsuit. And it becomes a part of you. So you develop the mindset habit, the feeling habit, the speech habit, the behavior habits that serve you in a powerful and positive way. Short of that, we can yell, we can scream. I've been sharing good news for 40, 50 years. You know what? And some people take me up on it. Some people take you up on it. Some people take Adora up on it. You know, and the rest of the people hear it and go, oh yeah, okay. Well, when I have enough money, or when I've lost weight, then I'll go, you know, if I have the right house, then I'll get the spouse or the significant other, or if I've got the right career, then and what almost everyone here has said in one way or another is it ain't the things that you got that make a difference. I get called into billionaires' homes and millionaires' lives all the time, and they go, look at this, look at what I have, and yet I suck. What's wrong with me? Why can't I? You know, and that's where that's the sad part is people accomplish things, chasing dreams, chasing all sorts of shiny objects, giving up their family, giving up their health, giving up their leisure, giving up everything to get a boat or a yacht or a house or a car or a career, only to find out it's not fulfilling and it doesn't satisfy them. So where I feel my greatest success is helping people develop being satisfied and fulfilled and living life fully and completely so that they can enjoy the things that they ultimately accumulate.
Wow.
Awesome.
Thank you so much, Rex. You know, Adora, I wanted to jump in. You know, we've got, you know, private sessions with the VIPs, right?
No, we have another panel coming.
Oh, yeah,
and
yeah.
We're about an hour behind. Yes, yes. So
Okay.
that's why I had to come on, Ava. So I
Thank
know
you
we
so
could
much.
jam. Yeah, so I know we could jam for a little bit, and we have a lot of super Rex fans. I'm personally Team Rex. I've been able to walk through a couple of years, 3 years, leading things together, reading each other's books,
Love
supporting one another. I love you too so much. And one thing I'm really happy about here is, Rex, you're such a giving soul. And before we go to this next panel, I wanted to really say this. You're such a giving soul. And I want Rex's face here too, because I think it's more impactful to see how it lands for him than to see my face. Yeah, so you're such a giving soul that that you really do. You stand for everyone. And like you said, I mean, you charge, you don't impose, you don't any of that. But you truly are a stand that all humanity, that we get to focus on the most meaningful things. And it's like, yeah, money's great and it'll amplify who you are, but don't chase that and miss the real meaning, like our friend and mentor, Dennis Waitley. And I know that your work has impacted so many people. There's a whole chapter in Awaken the Giant Within based on some of your original work, which is so awesome. And it's a privilege to have you here. So one of the things that I love is your heart, your stand. And I've co-hosted a ton of stuff with you. And when Debbie brought you to what we're doing with Project Uprise, I was so excited to say, Rex, let's give you the microphone. Let's give you the academy. I know you love hosting, but I'm like, we need to focus on what you teach so more people get to hear what you teach. We need to focus on your material being in the courses. So I'm excited that you've joined us here in Project Uprise, and just thank you so much for all that you are and everything that you stand for. You're inspiring a lot of people.
Well, I truly appreciate that. I appreciate you, and I want to thank you and the rest of your team, Debbie, Olivia, everybody who has made this this event possible. And I want to encourage people to take you up on all the offers, because it really does go to an incredibly worthy and much needed cause. You know, my friend Mitzi, who I've had on my show a number of times, you know, she's a billionaire, and her main cause is to to thwart human trafficking in whatever way, shape, or form. We should have had her as guest next time. But yeah, I mean, there's just no shortage of people who we need to be able to reach. And like I said, you know, we can sit here with trumpets, but until someone's ready to listen and someone's ready to change their thinking and then change their actions as a result of that, it can fall on deaf ears. But fortunately, the people who you've assembled are incredible people, and the people who are your team are incredible, and they put together something that will stand the test of time. So if people don't hear it the first time, they might hear it, a day from now or a week from now or some other time. So it's a beautiful, beautiful thing, and I appreciate being a part of it. So thank you for the invitation.
Thank you, Rex. We'll be hearing so much more from you and seeing you more. You're one of our featured teachers in the Academy, so thank you.
Thank you.
All right, so let's bring up Eric, Livia, Erin, all the peeps. Yeah, I know it's a song. I like that you caught my song. I was thinking, ladies, all the ladies, louder now, help me out. Come on, all the ladies. Let's talk about ending trafficking. Okay, so yeah, okay.
We'll work on it.
Yes. So well, I'm so excited about what's next because it's our panel of activists, really, and we're gonna be bringing in some incredible people. And I want to start with the person, the person that's the reason why we're here today doing this. And it was her vision much before it was my vision, through her vision, to actually understand that we can do something. Shelly is
Shelly.
she is amazing. And okay, let's get ready to get emotional.
Let's hear her
just
face.
because
We
how
want to see
amazing
her
she
face.
is. But anyway, so Shelly is the founder and director of the Harbor in Albuquerque. Okay, the one place that we're here trying to help all those children. If you guys don't know, Albuquerque is a very hot spot, in a very bad way, to trafficking, and it's very known. And that's why we're here today, right? Shelly created the Harbor for a reason, with a strategy, that brilliant strategy that is, becomes super effective in the interception of trafficked children. And so it's a model that we are, under her, trying to expand. First is funding the Albuquerque one that's already there. It's already operating for years, right? And the vision to then after that expand it nationally, because it's something that every community should have, really. And when every community in the United States has a harbor, we have done something incredible, right? So anyway, Shelly, thank you so much for being here. And I just wanted to introduce you and let you tell a little bit about the dream and about your work and about, everything and the reality and, whatever you want to take on.
Well, I appreciate that, Livia. And I've been listening in for a while, and I'm amazed. So seeing all of these entrepreneurs, seeing all of these influencers coming together and looking at solving a problem in a different way is just amazing and refreshing. And so just thank you so much for the opportunity to speak. And thank you so much for the opportunity to be the beneficiary of all that's going on within here. I want to just take a few minutes and kind of give you a little bit of the history of the harbor and why the harbor is even here, what the importance of it is, and kind of where we're going with all of that. I started out serving human trafficking victims in 2011. I found out about human trafficking in 2010. Previous to that, I really only thought that human trafficking was depicted when you had thought of the United States from the movie Taken. And, I was a little bit of a Liam Neeson fan. And so I saw the movie. And so I thought that's what human trafficking was. What I didn't realize is that it is much more insidious than that. And then it is something that is in all of our communities across the United States, and it affects more people than we realize. A couple of startling facts. When we talk about human trafficking, a lot of times people assume that they're immigrants that are trafficked into the United States. And we do have that absolutely happening within the United States. The last statistic I saw on that from the Department of Justice is that there was an estimate between 14 and 18,000 people being trafficked into the United States annually. And that's for both labor and sex trafficking. And that's a huge number. But the number that's bigger And the number that's scarier is the estimate of children that are being trafficked within the United States within a year is between 200 and 400,000 children. These are US born children that end up in a trafficking situation. And so when we look at that, we realize that stuff's going on and it's time for us to do things differently. So in 2016, I was a good church lady. I was working at the church and I was helping provide resources to human trafficking victims. And then our state ended up getting a grant to be able to start a task force to be able to look at this problem in a bigger manner. And so I left my church job and I jumped into the nonprofit world. And I went in there, full in, ready to provide services. And so was doing that all through 2016. And then in 2017, a pivotal interaction happened with me. I had 3 young clients on my caseload. And by young, I mean they were between 19 and 23 years old. And these 3 young ladies, I was working on trying to help get them established with services, making sure they had therapy, places to stay, those kinds of things. And as I was getting to know them, they all had this really common event that happened in their life. They were all trafficked as homeless, underage teenagers in one particular corner here in Albuquerque. And their trafficking experiences were different, their ages were different, but what was the same was that there were predatory traffickers on the streets of Albuquerque, New Mexico, picking up kids who were homeless. And the thing that struck me about that was I didn't know we had homeless youth. I mean, I'm pretty sure that we have child welfare programs across the United States. I'm pretty sure that's their job. And then families, like what is it? How is it that we have homeless kids? And so after hearing their story and hearing specifically with one of them that she had tried to access services at a youth shelter here in Albuquerque and then was denied, could not get into those services because her mother would not check her into that youth shelter. That's how she met her trafficker. She had to leave the youth shelter. They wouldn't take her because her mom couldn't check her in, even though she was homeless and didn't have resources. And then within a few hours of that, leaving that shelter, she was picked up by the trafficker and she was held in that situation for over 3 years. She was rescued at 19. She was trafficked at 16. And so this really changed my trajectory. I needed to look at things differently and really look at what is this situation with homelessness and youth. And what I found is that in 2022, the estimate is that we have over 4.5 million homeless youth across the United States. So let me just stop and say that one more time. 4.5 million youth experiencing homelessness within a year across the United States. That's every community, that's every city, every town across the United States. And there's a problem with this because as a homeless adult, things are a little bit easier. Not that they're easy, and I'm not saying that they are, but things are easier because most homeless services are geared towards adults. A homeless adult can get food stamps for themselves. A homeless adult can check themselves in to a hotel or a motel. So there's all these kinds of things for homeless adults. But when you think of those top 3 things, those are not available to somebody who is under the age of 18. And then what that does is increase that young person's vulnerability. And traffickers know this. Traffickers know that a homeless youth, that a kid who's on the street isn't likely to get into a shelter, isn't able to get a hotel for themselves, isn't able to have that kind of safety. And that's where they come in and they prey on these kids. One of the organizations we work with is called Covenant House. And they did a study within 6 states of homeless youth. And within that study, they found some really startling statistics. So one is that a kid on the street is likely to be approached by a trafficker within 48 hours of being on the street. The 3 young ladies that I helped had all been approached by a trafficker in less than 12 hours of being homeless on the street. The other statistics are 1 in 5 kids will live by what's called survival sex, which is essentially what it sounds like, where they sell their body to be able to get a place to stay, food, hygiene, and clothing. And so 1 in 5 will live by survival sex, and 1 in 3 will end up in a trafficking situation that they can't exit. And so when we look at these really startling and these scary situations, I realize we need to do things differently. Child welfare was failing our children. If we have this many teens in Albuquerque, and the estimate for Albuquerque is 5,000 to 7,000, then we need a different model. We need something different because our kids are worth the effort. And so I started thinking, and I talked with some people who were working with youth who are homeless. I'm like, what do we do? And we came up with this concept we called the Harbor, which is a drop-in center. It is different than a shelter because a shelter in New Mexico and most states requires a parent or guardian to check kids into that shelter. But a drop-in center doesn't require that. That means it's walk-up services. So a kid on the street can come to the Harbor, they can get food, they can take a shower, they can get clothing, they can get hygiene, they can meet with somebody to help them take those next steps that they need for that safety and that security. And so you bypass with a drop-in center all of the red tape, all of the different things that make it difficult, those barriers that make it difficult for those young people to get into safety and to get into shelter by having a different category called a drop-in center. And so we had to try it. We had to see, does it work? And so we found a building right off of what we would call the track in Albuquerque, which is where you see a lot of street level prostitution, drug use, a lot of illegal activity. And so we found this building over there. We put together outreach teams, all volunteer, nobody's getting paid. And we went out and started hunting for these kids. And can we find these kids and will they start coming? And as they started to come, it was amazing because they were so eager to be able to access those services. And even though it started as a trickle, it became an avalanche. And then the next thing that we came up against, which is the issue we still have, is that a drop-in center is a limited time frame concept initially. And so our drop-in center would close at 9 p.m. And so the kids could be safe for a while, but shoot, at 9 o'clock, they're going back on the streets. What are we doing? How can we do this? But we can't get them into shelters because we've got those barriers of parents that we can't get a hold of or adults who won't call you back to try to get them into that shelter and not even have enough beds if we could. And so we really thought that the issue, what we need to do is we need to have this drop-in center concept, but be able to run it for 24 hours, 7 days a week, because then you can have young people come in, they can be in a safe place, they can get the things they need. And as time goes on, you're able to build those relationships and help them with those next steps so that they can just see a life rebuilt, a life reborn. And that's what we're looking at doing, is addressing this aspect of human trafficking, predatory traffickers on the streets, and let's give these kids a chance to get away before maybe they even get sucked in. And if they're sucked in, let's give them a way that keeps them safe, away from their traffickers, so that we can help them with those next steps. And so that's the simplicity of the Harbor. But in listening to everything you guys are doing, you guys are looking at addressing a problem in a completely different way. And that's what we needed. And that's what I'm so excited about with all that you guys are doing. This is what I think about, is I think about two quotes. One of them is William Wilberforce, who changed the entire Atlantic slave trade for Europe. And he said that you can look away, but you can never say you didn't know. And that's what I'd say today, is that you can look away. You can say this doesn't happen, or you can pretend it doesn't, but you will always know. And then here's the other thing. about you guys and listening to what you're doing and all of the incredible people on this is that I love that this isn't about making a point. It's not just about making this point. It's not just about making income, but you're looking at a different way so that you can make a difference, so that you can be the change, because what's been happening in this world isn't working. And so it's time for that different change. So y'all, thank you for the amazing people you are and the amazing things that you're doing and how you are absolutely turning this problem upside down. I appreciate it.
No, Shelly, stop it. She's too amazing, guys. And yes, she's just incredible. She is the reason for everything. And we're just so glad that she took the time. And when we first met, right? And through Rob, and we're going to bring Rob here in one moment. I was just like, I just couldn't believe it. I'm like, okay, like that connection right there, right? It's all I needed, right? All we needed. We're like, okay, now we can run behind her, and she's figured out, right? She went through the process of figuring something out that works, that has been proven. So, they all got to meet and hear from Nicole yesterday, reading her poem, and everybody was just very touched. And she is, she's one of those. We found her through Shelley, and she found the harbor. Right, she found the harbor.
She was one of our very first young people at the harbor when we were trying to figure out, is this even going to work? And she was brought there actually by law enforcement when they're like, we don't know what to do with this kid. What are we going to do? And we still know her today. And knowing that she was on, that she read that poem and seeing the things happening in her life and the stuff that you guys are enabling in her life, like. That's the whole thing, is that it is this amazing cycle that is being built.
Yeah, no, thank you. And I just wanted to know, and also your vision, because, and your vision, because you told us, we need to educate these kids, right? And everybody coming in. So all the people that you heard to, right? They are putting their education in the academy, for the kids. So it's just so exciting, but it all it's all from your spark, and I'm just so glad and I'm thankful for you. So just so you guys know, she's also our VP of Anti-Trafficking Operations, because we follow her lead and we'll continue to follow her lead all the way through. So I'm going to bring, you stay, Shelley, okay? Because I'm going to bring Rob, and then I'm also going to bring Misty. Okay, and I don't think Victoria is here. Oh, Victoria is here too. Let's bring Victoria. So all you people are like, it is the activist panel, and and obviously, all of your entrepreneurs as well. So just that entrepreneurial activism. That's what we do here. But anyway, yeah. So let me introduce you guys. I'm so sorry. So Rob, I'm just so excited of Shelly. I just still didn't turn the page. Rob is our Chief Outreach Officer for Project Uprise. And he was the president of the board for the harbor until very recent, when now he came, to work with us. But he's obviously still there and working with Shelly. And Rob was the person that I met through a different business. And then, in this business meeting, obviously he has it in his heart that, he mentioned the harbor, and I couldn't hear anything else right after the meeting. I just was like, okay, we need to connect. And so we did. And so we're here today. And Rob is incredible. And together with Misty, they're also heading our faith collaborations, helping, nonprofits and churches and outreach programs, bringing our education to them, and help them fundraise at the same time as we fundraise and help the harbor, right? So, and they are leading that force. So thank you so much, guys, for being here. And Victoria, brilliant entrepreneur, who also is such a big supporter of us, Project Uprise, huge supporter of the Underground Railroad, which is, kind of how connected Adora met her in this super event. And they immediately connected, as Adora had just started with Project Uprise, and we're doing this. And Victoria is actually out there, full on activist, also, creating a company to employ survivors and supporting a shelter and doing all things she can to make a difference. So it's just, my heart is full, to have you guys all here, because everybody in this call, everybody's being in this call, but still, their whole life is dedicated to something major. So thank you guys. And and I just wanted also to give chance to Eric to also ask some questions, as he is the brilliant host. And so, yeah.
Welcome, everybody. I'm so excited that you guys are all here. Shelly, we're going to have a chance to meet in April when I come down there, when we have our mastermind. For those that are joining us, we get to all meet you and see what you're doing. Victoria and I are dear friends. Like, I love Victoria, what she's doing. In fact, we met Adore at the same time, I believe. I don't think you knew Adore.
Same day. We met Adore the same day.
We did. And we were there at the Napoleon Hill Foundation, and I got to know Victoria and saw what she was doing to employ those that were involved in that were slave to human trafficking. I mean, it's just insane. She's got an incredible program that she's going into Mexico to do a few things here shortly. So I don't know if you're going to talk about that, Victoria, but I wanted to start with you since I'm already talking to you, Victoria, here. And you've been on the stream most of the day. I would love you to tell us, just introduce yourself a little bit more. You'll do more justice than I would, and just any insights or thoughts that you have as what we're trying to do here. And I know you had prepared a full speech, and we're now, of course, out of time. So we're going to have to have you back tomorrow or figure this out, because I've never heard you speak, and I was dying excited to do it. So love to know your thoughts, and of course, a little bit more about you.
Yes. Okay. Hello, everyone. I am Victoria Chanel, and I thank you, Livia. When I found out about Project Uprise and Livia, it is everything that I feel like I have been shouting to the world for years, because we need a sustainable program that can be for profit, that can help not only to, protect the kids, but prevent things from happening. And so the Harbor is that very first step into preventing children from, us having to rescue them. And I really got into this work, was it 6 years ago now? And it's full circle, because I saw the documentary Matt was talking about today called Operation Tucson, and it was based in Haiti. And my first mission trip was to Haiti. And when I learned that these little kids in this orphanage were being sold for sex, labor, harvesting of their organs, I just remember bawling, because this was happening. The little boy that I have a picture of holding, he was going to die because he didn't have enough food. And then to know that the kids that were about to live were being sold, it just crushed my heart. And so at that moment, I made a commitment that I was going to join this fight, and I didn't know how I was going to do it, but I was going to be part of it. And so fast forward, and I don't know where some of you are, but if I'm speaking to you right now, maybe you're just learning about it. Maybe you've been in it for a few years. I want you to know that there is a place for you to start wherever you're at. So for me, it was learning about behind the scenes, and then really realizing that aftercare was equally as important as the rescue for survivors, right? It's like, after we have a baby, the baby's not, well, now we have to take care of the baby for the rest of years. That's the same thing. A survivor comes in, and there's all this therapy that needs to happen, schooling, rehabilitating into life. And so, it started with just doing an event, and then it started with, raising money for a home that was for children who have been rescued. And then it led into, I was like, you know what? We need to empower these women. We need to give them a way that they can have sustainable income. Maybe they're going to school and they can employ themselves. And so that is how I ended up starting my company, Band of Hope. And then we give 10% of all of our proceeds, on top of employing survivors, back to a home that is for children who have been rescued. So that's like the brief version, but.
Lady, you are a hero. Sorry, just gotta say.
No, she is. And Shelly said her first mission was also Haiti. So you guys have that in common. Yeah. And I just wanted to say, before we go to the next person, that we are launching a collaboration with Band of Hope, and I will have those links out soon to your email. So we're just so proud of being able to do that. And that's going to be huge. And it's so meaningful and gorgeous. And you are going to love it. So thank you, Victoria, so much. And back to you, Eric.
All right. Yeah, Victoria, that was incredible. Aftercare is so critical.
And the fact that you're diving in and you're like changing the world, we need like 1,000 of you. We literally need to like clone you 1,000 times, because it's amazing the heart that you have and the way that you're changing the world. Misty, I'd like to go to you and ask you about, tell us a little bit more about you, and love to hear your insights or any advice you could give on us.
Yeah, definitely. I'm a mother of 4, so I have 4 of my own kids. So this is, I think about the pain and stuff that my kids go through, and then to think about, these kids that are out there in the world, just going through this evil that exists is just unbelievable. And I'm just so privileged to be here. I've known Livia and Aaron for quite a while now, and just super passionate about kids in general. I do own my own business, a gymnastics facility. So I work with kids on a daily basis, and I try to have the highest impact that I can have on these kids' lives so that they can go out and have success and feel good about themselves. So always keeping that thought in my mind when I'm running my own business. But, I did a little prayer and took some thought on what I wanted to share today, and have a verse that really is dear to my heart. It really impacted my life when God spoke it to me. And I wanted to share it with you. It's Isaiah 40:30-31. Even youths grow tired and weary, and young men and women stumble and fall. But those who hope in the Lord will renew their strength. They will soar with wings like eagles. They will run and not grow weary. They will walk and not grow faint. And I think that really serves 2 purposes here on the things that we're talking about today. We're talking to entrepreneurs, how to be successful in 2023. And we're talking about how can we help these kids? How can we help the survivors in this world? And I think going to the entrepreneur side, as entrepreneurs, it's not easy to be an entrepreneur, as everybody knows on this call. Like it's a tough thing. And you're going out there, you're doing the work, you're working hard, and sometimes you go into that dark place, or somebody does you wrong, and it really impacts you, and you have to kind of put your bootstraps back on and stand back up and go back out there and fight the fight and do what you're meant to do. And there was a moment that Livia and I actually share. We were involved in a project. Actually, it was one of the first projects that we were involved in together. And we were wronged in this project. We were in this project to do good, to help people. There was a lot of people involved, and a lot of people got hurt in the process. And I was kind of in the mix of all of it. And I remember one day I just like, Livia, I want to make it right. I want to do right for the people. I want to fix this. And she said to me, Misty, some things we can't fix, and some things you just have to let go. And let's go build something else. Let's go build something that we can change people's lives, that we can do something great in this world, that we can help those people that maybe got hurt. And so here we are. This was a few years back, and Livia called me a few months ago and was like, hey, Misty, this is what I'm doing. And no questions asked. I'm in. I want to help the kids. This is a big thing on my heart. If I could do anything in the world to help any project in the world, it's going to be around child trafficking, and I'm in. And to bring that Bible verse back full circle for the survivors, there is hope. We listened to Cleona's story, hopefully I said her name right, this morning, and how God gave her that moment, and she knew it was from God to escape the person that was holding her hostage. And that's what it is. It's about that hoping for that moment, hoping that someone's going to come, someone's going to save you out of that moment, right? And when I think about Project Uprise, like we are the wings for those kids. We are the wings for the people that are in that moment, right? We're here to help them stand up. We're here to help them walk again. We're here to help them run. And we're not just doing one thing, we're doing multiple things. We're helping them out of it. We're preventing them from getting into it. We're going to rehab these people. We're going to give them education. We're going to help them become educated. So like so many people, we got involved in personal development, and it changed our lives. like we want to change their lives with the things that we know, the things that we've learned, and we have education that can help them do that. And then not just stop there, but help them get a job in the real world and a career so that they can full circle give back to the kids that we're helping. So that's my word.
Wow. Can you guys like show the love in the chat, please, for Misty, Victoria, like, and can you just feel their hearts when they're speaking? It takes a special person. Most people aren't even aware how big this problem is, let alone diving in full in with all the resources and everything that they are to be able to solve this problem. Shelly is part of that as well. So let's show them some love in the chat here, because, oh man, you could just so feel it. Here it comes. Here comes the love. Get ready. Now, Rob, we haven't forgotten about you, just so you know. But I hate to say it, you've got big shoes to fill now. You heard.
I won't even attempt to try and wear those shoes. That's everyone on this call is different caliber. I think this was when we started this about 6 years ago, maybe 7 years ago. We didn't really understand the magnitude of this problem, and I remember in some of the meetings that we had, Shelly came in and she would say, Rob, we have to do something about the kids. We have to do something about the kids. And we would say, great, what does that mean? Like we couldn't fathom that. And then you start to really understand and see the magnitude and the problems and the issues surrounding it. And for us, we looked at it and said, here in Albuquerque, a small, large city in America, to have 5,000 to 7,000 kids that are at risk. What does the rest of the country look like? What is really going on? What is really happening? In the midst of all that, there's a scripture in the Bible that says that God's gifts and talents, or God's gifts and callings, are irrevocable. And we have a mission statement. Part of what we do is that our mission is to restore the dreams of the hopeless, the helpless, the hurting, and the broken. And no matter where those kids are at, what they've gone through, what's happened in their lives, where they are right now, there are things that God has placed in them, put in them, created them for, that it's our job, our responsibility to rescue them, restore that, and bring them to that place where they are doing exactly what they were called to do. And that's what Project Uprise is all about, is not just funding it, but then giving them a platform to grow them and develop them and to change literally the course of their lives. And in doing that, we actually are moving upstream to the core root of the problem and changing not just their lives, but generations to come. And that's what's exciting about all of this. It's exciting about what Shelly is doing. And I've had the privilege of knowing Shelly for a very long time now. And this has been a labor of love on both of our parts, where we, being at the harbor at night and having to ask a kid to leave at 9 o'clock, or to literally put them in your car and take them to a park to drop them off so they can find a place to be safe. We've had to do that. And then if it wouldn't been for Shelly or myself, we would come back and we'd be like, okay, we're just going to stay the night here. We're just going to sleep here ourselves. And Shelly would say, you can't do that. Or I'd say that, because it has to be done right. And the good news is Shelly has assembled a team of people who are doing it right. They're building a model, and then that model is going to be taken. I saw someone in the chat earlier say, do you have this in other cities? Not yet. But I say yet because that's coming. We're going to do that in all over the place, because we have no chance of rescuing them if we can't reach them. So we have to reach them so that we can rescue them, so that we can rehab them, so that we can change the course of an entire generation. So that's what we do. That's what this is all about.
That's amazing, Rob. And Shelly, if I could ask you, how did you figure out the loophole so that the harbor, you understood the situation, you figured out why are there homeless kids that can't register or sign into homeless shelters, and you figured out the loophole though, so that we could have a place for homeless kids to go. How did you figure that out, and kind of talk about
Well, like y'all here, when you're an entrepreneur and you're trying to solve a problem, you have to look at it from all different angles. And so I was horrified when I read our children's code and saw that a homeless teen cannot check themselves in to a youth shelter. Like that just did not make any sense to me. And so I read the children's code to make sure that was true, because I thought, well, maybe it's just the rules of that shelter and they're just, just like that. But no, that was what the truth was. And so I actually was talking to another person who was part of our child welfare department, and she was talking about some different classes they were kind of doing and some of the stuff where the kids could come and go as they pleased. And I said, so do you have to, for those kinds of classes or for the kids to come and get something to eat, like, do they have to be checked in like for a shelter? And she said, no, they're just coming to get what they need. They don't have to be checked in. And that's when the light bulb went off. And I went, well, if they don't have to be checked in for that, what if we run that type of program 24 hours a day? Because then they don't have to be checked in. So it is taking that kind of model and just flipping it on its head and saying, it's not that type of a shelter. It's where it's self-serve. You come, you still have staff, but you're not checking in for that level of care. And so therefore you're able to get by that. And so there's not all of those different licensing pieces, and you're able to get around that piece of the code.
It's amazing, and that's also why it makes it much easier to expand too.
Yes.
It's incredible. And just for people that are asking about other cities too, I want to make sure. Well, first, I want to make sure you all know that we have to fund them to open 24/7. That's why we're here today. So let's not forget that, okay? But the other thing is that we are partnering with, nonprofits and for profits, but locations already to implement the program that Shelly's gonna lead, right? So, it's not like, we need to build all these places. It's all about collaboration. That's the other thing that we're doing, right? We're in collaboration with Shelly, but Project Uprise is that, and Adora, the master of connections, right? Like that's why it's all our skills together, right? And that's all we're doing, right? And that's why it's gonna become possible. So I just wanted to highlight that so people can understand, how fast also we can move if we all really stand for this and run, right? Like, because it's right there. It's like right in front of us, right? It's not like some crazy fantasy. Like, it's right here, guys, right? Run with us. Let's push with all we got. There's a very clear path, a very clear plan, and we just need to implement it. So anyway, I needed to say that. Yes.
Can I say
Adora.
something?
Oh, yes, please go.
Sorry. Let me just really quick, raising my hand. So another thing that I want to say is as we look at this and we're saying, this is how we can address this segment of human trafficking, keep kids safe that are on the street, and, help them get into those kinds of services. So that's this first kind of base level. And then as Rob was talking about rehabilitation and those kinds of things, so that these kids, this aftercare that Victoria was talking about, so that these young people are able to really take a hold of their lives again and go forward, which we're looking at with the academy that you're setting up, right? So that way they can access all of those things. So let me just project this down the road a little bit further for you. And if we are able to do this across the United States, not just in Albuquerque, but across the United States, we're protecting children. We're helping those kids become chain breakers for the chains they've had in their family and what's led them into this kind of homelessness. But it is also addressing the chronic homelessness that we have across the United States, where there are no solutions. We have a huge homeless problem. Nobody knows what to do with that. But if we can address this with young people before they become chronically homeless, what we're doing is we are ending homelessness in the United States by flipping this on its head. That's what we're doing as we go down this road. And that's what, a huge part of what's making the difference that you guys are making.
Awesome. And Shelley, what's amazing about what you, the harbor and what you've done is that it's a proof of concept. It has a proven track record. It works. It's a proven solution. All we have to do is fund it and across the country. And it's a solution for, as you said, homelessness, child trafficking. It's just, what's amazing about it though is that it's proven, and it's a solution that has been proven over these years.
That's
So awesome. So yes, and so I need to present something before you guys go, okay? Is that if we don't end on a certain time, we're going to lose this whole live stream on Facebook. So it's imperative that we add another day, because of lots of things. We have in the chat people that want to talk about collaborations, they have connections, they have, you know, they want to get the Rotary Club involved, they want to do things with us. So we need to have not only another day, but then a Zoom that's an open dialogue. That I know we have our VIP Zooms, but this will be for everyone kind of Zoom with Q&A. And we need to have Victoria back for her full prepared speech, and Rob and Shelley, this whole dialogue on how we solve this. And so I do need to say a few things, then send it back to you all, and then we have to have a very hard stop, like no, one more thing, which we are all passionate. We can't do that today, okay? Or a lot of people are gonna miss this epic day, and we want them to see it. So, you know, what we're talking about here, and we're setting up here as a community, the more you're in the community, the more it's going to land inside of you, how you're actually going to rise, like in your business, in your life, in your who you have access to, who you're running with, what opens up for you, how God blesses you. You know, that's not a money claim, because I know we have to say those things, right? But it is, we all have evidence in our own lives of this, and our friendships have elevated us. I mean, Livia is just, I'm now hanging out with all these cool fighters thanks to you. You know, I'm like catching up really quick. I got cool points with my kids and my boyfriend's friends. You know, it's like suddenly I have a whole new status badge with people who didn't care before. We're bringing you along with us. And those of you who are still here, obviously you care. You really, really care. It's a Sunday night. You're hanging on. You're listening to the words. We want you involved in the conversation. There will be ways for you to be on the streets, doing things, involved, making a difference, not just sending your money. And when you send your money, you're going to get something out of it, like a course, an access, an advertisement, some shoes. You're going to get some real valuable. And that is the model that's going to shift this. So last thing before I flip it to you, and then we hard cut, is not cut, but you know, is that tomorrow we have a full day of deep dive entrepreneurship. We have the Challen family. Look up Tom and Kim Challen. They're going to break down how to get paid to make your reels on Facebook and Instagram. We have the tax strategist. We have on and on and on. We have some other big names that we haven't announced yet hopping in. We're now adding another day for our celebrities here, that these are real celebrities, Shelley, Victoria, Rob, right? And then we're going to open up some dialogue on a Zoom where we can see your faces, and we can talk. We can start to create these solutions together. So my request when I turn it over is that everybody is watching the clock, and that in 10 minutes we go. Okay, so now it's like make a cake and make it awesome in under 10 minutes. Okay.
Right, nobody's gonna say anything. I'm just gonna let Rob say what he's gonna say. I'm done. I'll see you guys tomorrow.
And I'm trying to remember what I was going to say, but it was really, really good at that point in time. But no, it's you know, we get the chance to really do something that is impactful and changes the course of people's lives, but will change the course of your life as well. That when you get involved with something like this, it is altering for your life, because you begin to see the world at a different place, at a different level, in a different way. And your business begins to take on a new meaning, a new sense of purpose, and a new sense of being. And that's important for you as you learning all the entrepreneur skills and learning all the things that are going on, that if you have this higher calling of something that we're going to do that's going to, as Shelley talked about, we get to change homelessness for too long, we have put Band-Aids on bullet holes. And we have literally just kind of dumped money into things that we're hoping to make the problem go away. And it's never gone away. It just continues to get worse. And so, use and leverage what Eric and Adora and all the people that have been on here have been bringing you for a higher purpose, to grow your business, to do something that is extraordinarily important in this hour.
Yeah, thank you, Rob. So yeah, if anybody has last words, Victoria, we're going to definitely bring you back, but please just give some last words, because we love to hear.
Yeah, no, my last words were to what Shelly was saying about the harbor. It's not just homelessness. Some of the kids we work with in that aftercare home, there's a girl who was exploited from the age of 8 years old every day, 3-4 men a day, forced to have sex with her from her dad. And she ran away when she was 11. And if she would have had somewhere like the harbor to go to, she wouldn't have tried to commit suicide twice and ended up exploited again. So sometimes we think it might be rescuing, but if these kids have a safe place to go, sometimes they're running away from something. So that's another form of rescue through the harbor.
No, thank you so much, Victoria. That's exactly what it is. So Misty, you want to say your last words here before we go?
No, Rob had said something in the chat a few days ago about, this problem is so huge and so massive. Some people look at it as like, there's no way that we can fix this problem. But, Rob, you talked about the starfish that are washing up on up onto the beach, and you're picking them up and you're throwing them back into the water. You're trying to save them. And, it matters to that starfish. It matters to that child. Every child that we save, it matters to them, right? So we can make a difference in these kids' lives. All of us here, it's just so amazing to see everybody here together, doing what needs to be done to save that child's life, and then that child's life, and then that child's life, right? Each one of those kids matters to us, and it matters to God.
Thank you, Misty. Eric, I'll let you close us off here. Thank you, everybody that was here for the whole thing.
Well, thank you all. And, everyone here wasn't paid to be here. They're here because they really want to make a difference. They really want to save children. And, it is amazing when you can get a group together like this with huge, massive hearts, and all of you out there with your hearts and your love and your desire to make a difference. I want to thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I also want to congratulate you for being here, because it's places like this where you could meet people and learn things that will really help you get to the next level. So tomorrow, as was mentioned by Adora, Entrepreneur Day, we're going to be able to go into tactics, tools, strategy, and show you how you can really have some big months so you can make a big impact coming up. But I just want to thank you all for being here. And remember, don't forget about the offers that we have. Make sure that you go to the link. Please put the link in the chat. That would be awesome. Please take action. And we are going to, at the end of this, give you all the free bonuses, plus, of course, get you set up for any of the paid programs that you have taken advantage of. And I'm telling you right now that your life will change if you really take action, really commit to these things, and others' lives will change because of you and because of who you are. So that's all I have. Thank you. Unless if you have anything else, Adora, you want to go over before we
No, that's awesome. So awesome. I'm grateful. I'm so humbled by all of you here. And I'm so humbled that we've all been prepared for this moment in all of our different ways. And this is just the beginning. So we'll see you tomorrow. And
have a great night.
All right. Lots of love.